Chapter 601. After the funeral procession concluded, I visited every newly made grave. Prince Ash. In front of one of the graves, a man, silently stroking his fine beard, turned to look at me. It was Valen, the leader of the Southern City-State Alliance. Lord Valen. As I approached and called his name, he glanced briefly at the new grave in front of him. I looked at the grave as well. It was the grave of the mercenary group, Insect Busters, who had joined us in the defense battle thanks to Valen's introduction. Experts in pest extermination, yet during the first battle at the forward base, 5 mercenaries were unfortunately captured by the King of Flies. Unable to retrieve their bodies, they were buried in empty coffins, and having no ties to this city, there were hardly any mourners. Only Valen stood in vigil, as if he were the chief mourner. After a moment of silence, Valen spoke up. The Insect Busters. Yes, truth be told, I had no personal acquaintance with them. Yes, I had only heard of their reputation before I scouted them to come here. Valen let out a long sigh. It feels strange. How so? It feels like I've led them to their deaths, to a very lonely and isolated end. It's not just them. Of all the soldiers I've brought over time, not many have survived. A hot wind blew by. With my hair tousled by the late summer gust, I asked him, "Do you regret it?" As the leader of the Southern City-State Alliance, I shouldn't, but on a personal level, yes, I regret it. Valen murmured bitterly, looking at me. Even just recruiting soldiers brings me such pain. I can only imagine how much more distressing it must be for you. No matter how much my heart may burn, can it compare to the grief of the bereaved? Can it compare to the agony those who died felt in their final moments? How could it compare? No matter how much my heart may burn. I briefly paid my respects in front of the insect buster's grave. After finishing my moment of silence and raising my head, Valen asked me, "Your Highness, will there be many more deaths to come?" "There will be. Honestly, it feels like my heart might break. The thought of that giant monster scares me, and the pain of losing the people I've brought. It's shameful to feel this way and still be the leader of an organization. There's no need to feel ashamed. It's only natural for a human being. What should I do? Can people as weakened as I am continue to fight? I thought of Candler. How she, having once fled, miraculously returned and fought again. Such miracles, such sacrifices. I can't demand them of everyone. There's about 2 months left until the next battle. I changed the subject. Take that time to collect your thoughts, Lord Valen, to see if you can continue to fight, or, even if you choose to leave, I can't hold you back. Valen, and all those who have fought here so far, I know better than anyone that they have already done their best, that they have fought hard enough, that it's enough for their hearts to be broken, because I know. Hesitating for a moment, Valen replied with a bitter smile and bowed to me. "I will do that, Your Highness." When the southern wall collapsed, many were unable to evacuate in time or were swept away by the collapse. Half of the casualties in this battle occurred here. Among those caught in the collapse were magicians. Junior, with reddened eyes, looked at the grave in front of her. In front of the grave, 2 young magicians were lying face down, wrapped in bandages, crying. They were the young magicians who had formed a party under Junior, learning magic from Junior and Dirmudin. When the wall collapsed, these young magicians, not yet physically hardened, were caught in the disaster. Eventually, 2 died and 2 were injured like this. Junior quietly approached the crying young magicians and stroked their shoulders. The 3 of them cried together. Standing behind them, Dirmudin stared blankly. "The children die, and the elderly survive." His hollow murmur dispersed into the summer wind. "The children die, and the elderly survive." I stood quietly beside him, paying my respects. There was nothing else I could do but mourn, Skuld and Kellison. The imperial-style funeral was not held for the elf queen and the dwarf king. Instead, we held separate funerals, each adhering to the distinct customs of their respective races. Skuld's wooden coffin was filled with white flowers, while Kellison's metal coffin was stacked high with gold coins. Yet, no matter the form or the order of service, the human heart is the same. Elves holding hands and singing their homeland's mournful songs, dwarfs silently pouring cherished metals into the coffin, all were crying. Verdandi and Celebi, dressed in mourning clothes, tried to hold strong but eventually shed tears. After paying my respects in front of their coffins, according to the customs of their races, as I turned to walk away, I saw a towering figure with blue hair in the distance. It was King Poseidon Xii of the Merfolk, As I approached, the Merking spoke. I underestimated them. I thought less of them because they were younger or seemed weaker. I secretly looked down upon them. I thought I was the best here, among the kings gathered for being of different races. Instead of his usual sign language, King Poseidon XIII expressed himself fluently in spoken language. But that was not the case at all. Those two were far greater kings than I, to sacrifice their lives to save their subjects, to save the world. Even if I had such power, I wouldn't have been able to do the same. King Poseidon shook his head, openly admitting his feelings. I'm ashamed of myself for presuming too much. Their sacrifice is noble and grand. However, I stood beside King Poseidon, watching the coffins being lowered into the ground together. The two deceased kings had left wills. They requested to be buried here upon their death, and to be reburied back in their homeland after the world had been saved. Just like that. Watching the tombs being made in each one's style, I continued. That doesn't mean those of us who survive should feel guilty. We shouldn't regret not having died like them. That wouldn't be what they wished for. What they've left behind, what we need to carry forward, that's what's more important. King Poseidon exhaled deeply, his hand trembling slightly as he held his trident like a staff. What did they want to leave behind in this world by sacrificing their lives? After bowing deeply towards the completed tombs, King Poseidon, straightening his back, murmured heavily, our merfolk need to reflect on this as well. After visiting the tombs of all the heroes and soldiers, I visited Burnout's grave again last. I had been concerned because Bardibag had been crying so sorrowfully when I was here earlier. As the sun dipped towards the west, painting the graveyards red with the sunset, Bardibag, dressed in black mourning clothes, was crouching in front of Burnout's grave. In front of her, Lily was sitting in a wheelchair, also dressed in mourning attire. Oh, holding her young son, Sid, in her arms. The child, too young to understand the nature of a funeral, flailed his limbs innocently. He was growing quickly but was still small. Godfather is here, Sid. Wah! Ah, your highness. You've come. After waving back to Sid and Lily, I headed towards Bardibag. Oh, my back. Standing all day was tiring. I groaned and plopped down next to Bardibag on the ground. Bardibag glanced at me with reddened eyes and nodded slightly. I gently stroked her light green hair. After a moment of silence, Bardibag slowly began to speak. Your Highness. Yes, my codename Bardibag means corpse bag. We listened quietly as Bardibag struggled to speak. It's the bag used to collect and carry the dead comrades. And true to my codename, all my comrades have died, and I have carried their deaths, surviving alone. I'm scared now, to become someone else's comrade, to become close to someone else, in fear that they might die, that they too might end up in my body bag. Bodybag's face buried into her forearm. All my comrades are dead. There's no way their deaths aren't my fault. I'm scared. Maybe it would be better for me to die quickly too, to join them. Then, no more. I placed my arm over the trembling Bodybag and slowly began to speak. Bodybag, do you know what the role of a bodybag is? It's to safely return the deaths of allies to their homeland. That's why you can't die. You must live long to remember the deaths of your comrades, their lives. Bodybag's trembling eyes met mine. I nodded slowly. Just as Burnout wished, Bodybag, survive and prove it, that Shadow Squad existed here, that all 5 of you lived here, that we are fighting here exactly you. After a while, Bodybag asked in a faint voice, is that enough? I don't know, I smiled wryly, but let's start from there. It's okay to stay hunched over for a bit longer. Let's slowly stand back up, on these ruins, together. That's when Sid, who had been looking this way from Lily's lap, began to flail, reaching out his hands. With an unintelligible babble similar to ah, Sid's small, chubby hand touched Bodybag's wan cheek. Bodybag stared blankly at Sid. Light green mixed with a faint brown Sid's eyes, very much like his father, Godhand. A faint smile passed over the tearful Bodybag's lips. Sid laughed heartily, pressing his palm against Bodybag's cheek. Quietly smiling at this scene, Lily suddenly turned her gaze towards the graves, as if searching for a grave that wasn't there. The non-existent grave of Godhand, still officially missing, but whom everyone had already accepted as dead. The ceasefire period proposed to us by the Black Dragon Night Bringer lasts until the next great flood. In other words, until right before the next boss stage, stage 40. Stages 36, 37, 38, 39. It meant skipping 4 defense battles without fighting. Of course, taking the monster's words at face value isn't safe, but it seems like he's the type to keep his word faithfully. So we've gained some respite, to an extent. Roughly 2 months after the funeral in the evening, I visited Serenade. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild's Crossroad branch was busy. They had been deployed at the forefront of the reconstruction efforts. Continuously incoming supplies were being carried out again by the workers. Passing through that busy scene, Serenade. Your Highness, if you had sent word, I would have come out to meet you. How could I when you're so busy? Entering Serenade's office, I immediately made a request. I have a request. Send a proclamation to every country, every city, every village in the world. A proclamation, you say? Call it a notice or even an advertisement, but there's something we need to announce to the whole world on a grand scale. Can you do it? Of course. It's not a difficult task. Leave it to me. Pulling out fresh paper from her desk and clutching a quill in her hand, stained with ink from the day's hard work, Serenade looked up at me, her silver eyes sparkling behind the lenses of her glasses she wore whenever she worked. How should I write it, Your Highness? Heroes wanted. Behind Serenade, the window with wooden blinds half drawn. Turning my gaze towards the window leaking in the sunset, I recited as I had thought. Financial compensation, high. Honor and glory, exceedingly high. Serenade's quill, fluently catching my words with elegant strokes, paused at my next statement. Survival probability low. Success probability exceedingly low. Russell. Russell. The momentarily halted writing resumed as if nothing had happened. I, without showing any sign, continued. Yet those who wish to save the world, those who have something they must protect, for everything they love, to stand against destruction, to fight the world's worst monsters, I concluded. Without exception, all should come to the world's southern end, crossroad. By the name of Ash-born Hater Everblack, commander of the World Guardian Front. My speech ended, and the writing by Serenade eventually stopped as well. Silence descended in the office. Serenade looking down at the sentence, and me watching the city through the window, the smell of ink on Serenade's hands, the smell of paper, the scent of the bandages wrapped around me, the dry smell of blood, the distant noise of construction, the faint shouts of workers, and the elegies softly drifting in from the graves. Serenade. Cutting through the silence between us, I suddenly asked, if the world were to end tomorrow, what would you do today? Serenade slowly lifted her head, and I turned my gaze from the window to her. Our eyes met through the sunset streaming through the window. After a moment of thought, she spoke. I'd hold a festival in this city, and I would dance with you until the moment the world ends. Serenade smiled, so I smiled too. Then let's do that. Really? Stepping closer to the puzzled Serenade, I took a new piece of paper from the table, took the quill from her hand, and wrote a second proclamation. In about a month's time, on the upcoming new moon, there would be an autumn festival in Crossroad. Even if the world really were to end, I smiled, handing the completed proclamation to Serenade, who blinked in astonishment. Would you still dance with me, partner? Heroes wanted. And the announcement of the autumn festival. Holding the two proclamations, Serenade looked at me with reddened eyes for a long while, and then smiled brilliantly. Late summer was ending, and early autumn was approaching. The third year's Crossroad Autumn Festival was drawing near. Chapter 602 the next day, at the Lord's mansion, in the office. Festival. Duskbringer, who had come to see me, wore an incredulous expression. Did you say festival just now? Why pretend you didn't hear me when you have such keen ears? Yes, a festival, I answered calmly, but Duskbringer's baffled expression deepened. The Autumn Festival. A festival similar to Earth's Thanksgiving or Harvest Festival, held around the same time in almost every country across the world, not just in the Everblack Empire. In the Everblack Empire, the festival takes place for 3 days, from the new moon to the full moon around September. It's funny that it's the opposite of Korea's Chuseok, which is held on the full moon, fitting for a country as dark as its name suggests. The first year's autumn festival had a martial arts tournament and a dance festival. I remember setting up stalls for Serenade and others to enjoy various amusements. Was it Duskbringer's first time in Crossroad then? The second year, my return was delayed because I plunged into the spirit realm, and as soon as I got back, I had to head to New Terra for the Imperial Capital conquest battle, so I couldn't properly attend. This time, the season aligns. I'll be able to fully enjoy the autumn festival this year. The defense against the King of Flies was exactly from the new moon to the full moon. Not much time left. Several days had passed since we defeated the King of Flies. Just over 3 weeks remain until the next new moon. As I was estimating the remaining days, Duskbringer slammed her small hands down on my desk with a bang. Ah, you startled me. Why do you do that? What on earth are you joking about now? A festival, with Nightbringer approaching. There's nothing we can do right now anyway. I leaned back with my hands clasped behind my head and crossed my legs on top of my desk. Everyone is exhausted from the continuous battles. It's better to rest easy while the monsters aren't attacking. But both the people and the city are in tatters. Let's fully recover while the enemy commander has declared a truce. It's rare to have a period set aside just for rest. I can hardly remember the last time we could lay down our weapons and rest easy. We've been in a state of high alert, defending and exploring without rest. It's time to let go. It would be nice if everyone could relax and take it easy for a while. All right, resting is fine. Even holding a festival, I can concede that much. Duskbringer, who is more wary of Nightbringer than anyone in this city, having inherited the blood of a dragon that opposes the Black Dragon, shouted sharply. But shouldn't we prepare? The Black Dragon is planning to invade. You're not planning to just play and ignore it, are you? In 2 months, we'll have to defend. Do we have a way to stop him? I spoke honestly. No. What? It's impossible to defend. We're bound to lose. Duskbringer looked stunned at my answer, clearly not expecting me to say such a thing before even starting the fight. I explained in a calm voice. First off, we can't repair the southern wall in 2 months. The collapse of Crossroads walls had been partial up until now. Whether it was damaged by the Phantom Knight's greatsword, split by the Vampire General's axe, or crumbled by the Goblin Legion's self-destruction, the basic structure remained. That's why emergency repairs were possible, but this time it's different. The southern wall was completely swept away. It collapsed due to the King of Flies' crash and turned to dust in the subsequent explosion. It's not even ruins anymore. It's gone to nothing. We have to start from scratch. Even with magical construction technology from the Lake Kingdom, it's not something that can be done in 2 months. And even if the walls were intact, stopping the Black Dragon would be a far-fetched idea. Even if we pour all our manpower and resources into rebuilding the walls, most heroes and soldiers won't be able to properly resist in front of the Black Dragon's transcendental power. If they go into battle, they'll all burn to death against an opponent with a completely different level of power. This has been verified with game data. In a battle against the Black Dragon, the number on our side is meaningless. In such a situation, there's no need to keep our forces on high alert. It's better to give them some breathing room. In 2 months, if the Black Dragon marches on Crossroad, we can't stop him. Crossroad will burn and the realm will fall. So, there's no reason to desperately rebuild the walls. The heroes and soldiers don't need to train to death either, if we're going to be swept away and die in the defense anyway. Then, what do you propose? Duskbringer gritted her teeth, looking incredulous as she stared at me. Just sit with our hands folded and quietly offer our necks when the monsters come. No. After a long sigh, I straightened my posture and sat up properly in the chair. You know I wouldn't do that, Duchess. I'll never give up until the last moment. Then, what exactly do you plan to do? I'll invade. Now, resting my elbows on the desk and covering my mouth with my clasped hands, I coldly stated, to kill the Black Dragon, down to the Lake Kingdom. Duskbringer's shoulders trembled. Yes, this was the strategy I had formulated in the game to defeat the Black Dragon, abandoning the hopeless defense for an offensive, invading the dragon's lair to cut off its head. It was the only option from the beginning. The Black Dragon is an entity beyond standard. It exists far outside the norm. You would know since you've met it. Do you truly have a means to kill him? Of course I do. Right after saying this with full bravado, I corrected myself in front of Duskbringer's sharp gaze. Ahem, I don't have it now, but I know what can be used to inflict damage on him. He may be a transcendent being, but he is not invincible. There are several ways to harm him. Among them, the strategy I established involves attacking him directly with equipment that can be obtained through any route. Top-tier boss equipment. Meaning, the Nightmare Slayer can damage him, but there's a more effective weapon. I called out its name. Dragon Slayer. This word, meaning dragon killer, refers both to a weapon that kills dragons and to a weapon made from a dragon that has been killed. There is a definitive way to obtain this. There may only be one called a true black dragon among the Black Dragon Legion, and that's Nightbringer, but that doesn't mean there are no other members. If it's a Black Dragon Legion, why is only Nightbringer specifically called Black Dragon? That's because the rest of them are not as complete entities as their lord. They're like unfinished black dragons. The rest of them are damn strong too, but they haven't gone as far as Nightbringer himself. With some brainstorming and desperate effort, our squad as it is now could manage to take them down. I even killed the daughter of a black dragon when I first visited the Blazing Colosseum. Well, that one was, strictly speaking, of the lowest rank in the Black Dragon Legion, its bloodline diluted to the extreme. Anyway, after a long-winded explanation, to summarize the conclusion. So, Ash, your plan is? Yes, I explained calmly. We'll kill the members of the Black Dragon Legion, excluding Nightbringer, make armor from their bones and hides, and forge weapons with their magic cores. Then, we'll select the elite capable of killing Nightbringer, equip them with that gear, and launch an attack to kill him. This is the overarching strategy I will use against the Black Dragon Legion. A conventional tactic. Of course, this alone won't be enough. We need to secure as many means as possible, however small, and securing these means will take more time. It's a waiting game now. Now you know what strategy I have in mind. The ones who will fight according to this strategy are our elite, and they all need to recover. I glanced at the bandages wrapped around Duskbringer's body. Even this dragon lady had been injured, not to mention the state of the other heroes. We have fought too long, are too exhausted, and have lost, terribly. We need time to rest, Duchess. 3 weeks and a bit more. Until the festival, I intended to give the heroes and soldiers a vacation. Most likely, this will be the last vacation the World Guardian Front can enjoy. After that, whether we repel the Black Dragon or not, we'll have to fight until the very moment of the world's end. You don't need to worry too much. I won't just let them rest indiscriminately. Do I look like a kind-hearted club owner? I'm quite the ruthless lord. We'll steadily proceed with rebuilding the walls, and the basic training of the heroes and soldiers will continue. Loosening up a bit doesn't mean giving up and indulging in revelry. Duskbringer looked at me with her sunken amber eyes. I smiled bitterly. However, at least in their hearts, they need to put everything down and rest. That's why I decided to go ahead with the festival. Now that you've peeked into my mind, what do you think? Are you still not satisfied, Duchess? Duskbringer let out a long sigh and smiled, showing her sharp teeth. Ash, do you remember the promise we made before? A promise. The one about competing for command of this front line, between you and your 5 closest allies and me and my 5 royal guards. Oh, that was the conversation when I first brought Duskbringer to this front line. We had agreed to a contest for command over the monster front line. It became a moot point when Duskbringer backed down first, accepting refugees from the Bringer Duchy here. But why bring up that promise now? Let's fulfill it. Excuse me, let's carry out that promise we made back then. Whoosh, spreading her thinly bandaged arm to the side, the Dragon Lady of the Dusk declared, "A declaration of war, young prince. Take your vacation until the festival, fine. My knights, my soldiers, and I are exhausted too. Enjoy the vacation to your heart's content. I won't argue about this matter anymore." But Duskbringer's draconic eyes blazed fiercely. When we go down to the Lake Kingdom afterward, when we kill the minions of the Black Dragon Legion and invade Nightbringer's lair, then I must hold the command. I am Duskbringer, fated nemesis intertwined with the Black Dragon, sworn enemies destined to battle to the death. The command of the operation to kill the Black Dragon rightfully belongs to me. Why is it? Duskbringer, declaring war on me with more determination than ever before. The commander of the World Guardian Front. This Dragon Lady of the Dusk formally challenges you for command. Seemed smaller and more vulnerable than ever. After glancing at the silver crown on her head, tarnished and dented from the Black Dragon's assault, I slowly nodded. Very well, Dragon Lady, I accept your challenge. Then I smirked. It seems we've just decided on the rules for this Autumn Festival's martial arts tournament. A 5-person party. Team PvP. This Autumn Festival is going to be very, very entertaining like never before. Still covering my mouth with my clasped hands, I laughed sinisterly. Muahaha. and Duskbringer, too, spread her arms to the side and laughed wickedly. Cuckoo. Then, stopping our laughter simultaneously, we glared and growled at each other. I will not lose, you greenhorn, you princely brat. That's my line. Your Grace, who seems to forget his age. Duskbringer whirled around and stormed out of my office. As soon as I confirmed she had left the mansion, I shouted toward the hallway. Hey, assemble the main party immediately. Lucas, Damien, Evangeline, Junior, out you come. Talking about a vacation, huh? Cancel all that. It's straight into hellish training. Chapter 603. Thus, at my urgent call, the main party of 5 gathered at the Lord's mansion. I was taken aback by the state of the kids gathered before me. Lucas, Damien, Evangeline, and Junior all had sullen faces. They looked as if they were in great pain. Guys, are you all okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Among our main heroes, these 4 were supposed to have the least injuries. Why did they look like this? They glanced at each other, and Lucas was the first to speak. To know that such an entity will be our next opponent, how could our hearts be at ease? It was about Nightbringer. Lucas let out a sigh of frustration. Such a mighty being that could easily crush the formidable king of flies with his hand. It must feel daunting. How we can thrust a sword into the neck of that evil dragon. It's utterly beyond us, so we've been worrying all night. The lack of sleep has ruined our faces. Actually, it's not that we haven't thought of any methods. Lucas glanced at me cautiously, and I clicked my tongue. Hey, even so, I won't give back Excannable. Beastification is still prohibited. I had taken back the Excannable that Lucas was using right after the battle and put it into my inventory. Who knows what that wicked cursed sword could do to Lucas's mind? Walking such heterodox paths as cursed swords or beastification should be avoided. It might be a source of power for now, but eventually it will consume the user's body and soul. During the King of Flies incident, we had no choice due to the urgency, but going forward. Ooh, Lucas made a bear-like noise and dropped his gaze. No matter how pitiful you act, I won't give it back. Evangeline, what about you? Are you hurt anywhere? When I cautiously asked Evangeline, who was lying on the couch next to me, she groaned with an uncharacteristically pallid complexion. Wouldn't it be strange if my face were bright, given the state of my homeland? That's true. The one to inherit the countship and become the Lord of Crossroad in the future was none other than Evangeline. But since the southern part of her hometown city had been turned into ruins, naturally, her heart would be unsettled. I'm a bit nauseated, too. Evangeline flipped her body over on the couch, switching to a prone position, and bounced her legs. I thought I could handle any attack in my best condition, but, in the presence of a vast and transcendent power like the King of Flies, it seems my shield is of little use. After saying so, Evangeline immediately looked disheartened. Indeed, that was the reason for her worsened condition. The monsters are getting stronger by the day, and in the upcoming battles, I wonder how useful my shield will be. In the ever-expanding battlefield, how meaningful will my individual defense be? Evangeline made a strange noise, and started to spin around on the couch. You're kicking up dust, girl. I've been thinking a lot like this, so I also couldn't sleep. A sleepless youth. And this senior here talks like an old man. Moving on from Evangeline, who was rubbing her face vigorously, I looked at Damien next. Damien, you look tired too. Speak freely. I just worked a bit too hard. Hee. Damien scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. After all, he's been working as a priest at the temple. There was a funeral yesterday, so he had been busy all day. We'll just focus on coming up with concrete ways to better execute the orders from His Highness. The big solutions will come from His Highness anyway. Damien smiled innocently with his tousled face. That black dragon is a terrifying being, but His Highness will surely find a way, as always. I'll be ready to fight well when that time comes. Stop sending me those pure eyes of trust. They're blinding me. After dodging Damien's mental attack, by turning away, I looked at the last member, Junior. She lost 2 young mages under her command. She must be the most heartbroken among us. Without saying much, Junior, with a haggard complexion, gave a weak smile and cautiously observed my face. Your Highness, so, what's the reason you've called us here today? I quickly erased the intensive Hell training list I had planned in my mind. What Hell training? Let's start with a vacation. You're all on vacation. I called you here to tell you that. For a while, don't think about anything and just rest up. The 5-5 team match against Duskbringer. Of course, we will have to do it, but starting right away would be overdoing it. Let's take a good rest, recover physically and mentally, and then start. Oh, vacation. Evangeline's eyes widened. It feels like the first time I've heard this word since coming here. Vacation, huh? You've all worked hard. Let's focus on resting and recuperating both body and mind for a while. Then Evangeline tilted her head in confusion. But what should we do during the vacation? Ha! I furrowed my brows at the absurd question. Well, you play, that's what vacation is for. Even if you say that, I'm not really sure what to do for fun. All four made sound, resting their chins in their hands and pondering. It suddenly dawned on me that everyone here, without a proper hobby to speak of, had been solely focused on fighting monsters all this time. 2.5 years, filled with battle, training, and more battle preparation. Looking at the faces of the young children who had devoted their vibrant youth to the monster frontline, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. I smiled awkwardly and asked, "Since we're all gathered, how about we eat something?" Everyone looked like they had lost their appetite, but I figured they should eat something. Let's think about what we can do and rest while eating. That's when it happened. Bang! Suddenly the office door burst open, and everyone turned to look in that direction. What now? Pant, pant, pant. And what rushed in was a werewolf with a silver-grey mane. It took a few seconds to recognize who it was. Startled, I called out the werewolf's name. Qulan. It was Qulan, the king of the beastmen. After the battle with the king of flies, he remained in this werewolf form. At first, everyone was shocked, but now we're somewhat getting used to it. No, the problem isn't us getting used to it. Qulan hurriedly entered the office, then shut the door and caught his breath. "Excuse me for a moment, Captain." I pointed accusingly at the werewolf. "What's going on?" "No, before that, what are you holding?" Qulan was holding something wrapped up in a blanket. What was so important that he had to hold it so preciously? "Oh, this." Then Qulan nonchalantly unfolded the blanket to show its contents. "It's Yun." "What?" Upon closer inspection, it was true. The princess with ivory hair, Yun Arian, was asleep inside the blanket, looking dead to the world. "It's really Yun. Why are you carrying her around? Wasn't she being treated at the Aryan Kingdom's military camp? I heard she was recovering. The Aryan Kingdom had reported so to me. They even refused a visit, so I haven't seen her face. Anyway, please hide us, Captain." Qulan quickly looked around and then scurried towards us, shrinking down to crawl under the coffee table. How did his large body even fit under there? As we all stood dumbfounded by the situation, bang, the office door opened again. Everyone turned to look. Who is it this time? Huff, huff, huff. There stood warriors and a priest from the Aryan Kingdom. The priest from the Aryan Kingdom, with a troubled complexion, scanned the office and shouted, "Have you seen a wolf, a wolf? A wolf? Qulan. He kidnapped our princess and ran away." My main party members and I exchanged glances in an instant. Everyone was looking at me as if passing the decision-making to me. And Qulan, crouched under the table, was also looking up at me, begging with his hands clasped. Sweating profusely, I found myself responding without thinking. "I haven't seen him. Really, Your Highness." "Ah, yeah. I don't think I saw him." "Understood. Damn it, he definitely ran this way. Where could he have gone?" The people from the Aryan Kingdom grudgingly left the office. As their footsteps faded away and I was still sweating buckets, I screamed and pointed under the table. "You made me lie because of you, you red-cloaked wolf bastard. What are you going to do now? Why would you do something like this and make even the prince a liar?" Qulan, who had crawled out from under the table, seemed not to hear my rebuke as he sighed in relief. I kept yelling at him. "And why are you kidnapping Yun? Wasn't she being properly treated by the Aryan Kingdom?" "That's a lie from the Aryan Kingdom side, Captain. Yun survived, but she hasn't regained consciousness because they couldn't remove the paralysis poison." I opened my mouth in shock. Qulan continued, "And the people from the Aryan Kingdom are trying to take Yun back to her homeland. They plan to transport her today by land." "What?" "The king of the Aryan Kingdom wants to see his daughter's face one last time. That's why they came up with this absurd plan." Crossroad is at the southern end of the world. The Aryan Kingdom, located at the northern end, is incredibly far away. It's an exhausting journey even for a healthy person, let alone for Yun, who is injured and unconscious. So I stole her. Instead of forcibly transporting her north, it's much better. more likely to save her if she continues to receive treatment in Crossroad. That makes sense, but is kidnapping like this really okay? Is there really no problem? As I stammered in confusion, bang, the office door opened again. Ah, today is just a day for breaking doors. She's indeed here. The people from the Aryan kingdom had returned, pretending to leave and then raiding this place again. Ah, we're caught. I saw you enter clearly, no matter how much you try to cover it up with the prince's protection, Quillan. Please return the princess peacefully. Don't escalate this into a diplomatic issue. The priest from the Aryan kingdom spoke with a heavy heart. We only wish for the princess's happiness, even if it means she must close her eyes in her homeland, in her family's embrace. So, wishing for Yun's happiness, scoffing, Qulan stood up and covered Yun's face with his hand. If that's the case, people of the Aryan kingdom, take a good look at this. Then he placed his furry hand on Yun's cheek, and astonishingly, the corners of Yun's mouth, who had been unconscious and asleep, started to curl up into a smile. I exclaimed in shock. What the? She's smiling. I thought she was unconscious. No, she's unconscious. She must be. In front of the bewildered Aryan kingdom priest, Qulan continued to demonstrate. Look, like this, like this. Swipe, swipe, swipe. As Qulan rubbed the soft fur from various parts of his body on Yun's cheeks and neck, Yun not only started smiling foolishly, but even began to drool. Is she actually finding happiness from the touch of Qulan's fur, even in a comatose state? What a natural-born fur enthusiast, Qulan declared in a determined voice. Being with me is better for Yun's happiness. Ah! The priest, who slyly came over to feel Qulan's arm, dropped his head while shivering. These muscles, this fur. His Majesty the King would understand if he felt this himself. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. You're just going to accept it. I was dumbfounded. What exactly is the taste of these northerners? But we cannot disregard His Majesty's command. What should we do? I stepped forward in front of the pondering priest. His Majesty wouldn't want Yun's death, would he? Of course, that's not what we want. There must be a way to improve Yun's condition here in Crossroad. Why not continue her treatment here a little longer? I'll propose it myself, as the commander of this place. Everyone's eyes widened. The priest asked in a trembling voice, and what might that method be? Below the Lake Kingdom, there's a facility that helps with stamina and magic power regeneration. It's called the Bokuk Hawaii. Ah, no, I hurriedly corrected myself. Dungeon Spa. It seems like it's time for all of us to take a dip in the hot springs, especially now that we're on vacation. Chapter 604, Lake Kingdom Dungeon Zone 5. Hot Springs Facility, commonly referred to as the Lake Kingdom Water Park by the Dungeon Spa enthusiasts. Flash. We entered this place, filled with the smell of sulfur and misty steam, through a teleport gate. This is a spot where simply soaking in the baths rejuvenates stamina and magic power, along with providing minor buff effects. While it lacks dramatic healing effects or miraculous benefits, it still offers a simple form of recuperation. We've often placed injured troops here between stages to aid in their recovery. After enduring fierce battles, it seemed like a good idea for everyone to take a thorough soak together. Since the facility can only be used once per stage, I decided to gather all the heroes under my command and bring them here this time. Rumble. Wow, there are quite a lot. I was amazed seeing the heroes crowding the hot springs facility lobby, each carrying towels and change of clothes, slowly gathering in the lobby. It struck me anew how diverse my heroes were, spanning all ages and genders. Lord, what should we do with these? Director Ada naturally found himself among the throng of heroes. He had brought a large cart filled with boiled eggs and honey water, pulling it along. I had ordered it. Since it was around lunchtime, I thought it would be nice to eat those after bathing. Leave it in the communal hall inside the facility. We'll gather there after our bath and eat. Got it. Inside the hot springs facility, there was a large hall built like a lecture hall. Since we planned to gather there after our bath to discuss further plans, Ada had the eggs and honey water delivered there. It seemed like everyone had arrived. I looked around at the heroes awkwardly lined up in the lobby and shouted, "Is everyone here?" Yes, the response came back more languidly than usual. Whether from exhaustion or relaxation, everyone's voice lacked strength. It was indeed time for a rest. Some of you may have heard, but from today, we're on vacation. Wow, there might be those among you wondering how we could take a vacation with continuous monster invasions. But for now, set aside those thoughts and let the hot springs melt away your worries. After the bath, we'll have a proper discussion over boiled eggs in the hall about what to do next. Got it? Yes. Good, then let's go. Go and wash away all the fatigue, headaches, toothaches, back pain, and even the belly fat. At my command, the heroes dispersed into the men's and women's baths. Given the heroes hailed from various parts of the world, their bathing cultures differed, as did their bathing equipment. I found this quite interesting to observe. Some brought soap, others sponges, some a sturdy towel, and then there was, squeak, 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 a hamster. I was taken aback trying to identify who brought a hamster cage when Damien, blinking innocently, came into view. His face bore a look of pure innocence, as if asking what the big deal was. Damien, this friend is. Oh, this is Pewdung. I know its name is Pewdung, but why bring it to the baths? Pewdung has been moving less like his old self since he got older. Last time we were here, I noticed there was a sand bath inside. I thought Pewdung might feel better after a sand bath. Oh, so you brought him for a bath too? Yes. Hamsters don't do well with water baths, but they enjoy sand baths. I thought if we picked a clean spot, it would be nice for him. Sure, the stamina and magic power regeneration buffs would naturally benefit him as well. Despite being in a dungeon, the plump hamster lay comfortably in its cage, seemingly unbothered by its surroundings. I examined Pewdung's tiny eyes. Hamsters usually live for 2-3 years, right? Yes, Pewdung is a little over 2 years old now. He doesn't look it, but he's quite the seasoned hamster, isn't he, Pewdung? Pewdung, you need to listen to your owner and stay healthy, okay? Anyway, Damien carefully carried the cage containing Pewdung into the men's bath. Around him, muscular men gathered, unsure what to make of the hamster cage, chanting, Pewdung, Pewdung, before joining Damien. You guys might as well take a sand bath like the hamster. I chuckled and turned away only to see this time, a cage containing a person. No, a stretcher carried by Qulan caught my eye. Naturally, the person on the stretcher was young Aryan, with people from the Aryan kingdom sending sharp glances towards Qulan. What are you doing, Qulan? Return the princess at once. Qulan met the Aryan kingdom's people's glares without backing down. If you take Yun and escape northwards as you are, it would cause trouble. That's not our intention. And why would you bathe Princess Yun? Are you planning to take her into the men's bath? ... It's not possible to take Yun into the men's bath. Qulan, after a moment of silent contemplation, seemed to make a resolute decision and declared firmly, no choice then. I'll have to enter the women's bath. That's preposterous. I couldn't help but shout, hitting Qulan on the back of his head. Such a privileged. Ah no, an act against public order and morality cannot be allowed. Scold. Eventually, as a compromise, female priests from Crossroad agreed to look after Yun. They would give her a bath in the hot springs and help clean her. Assisting with a patient's bath is something we've done to the point of exhaustion, so please don't worry. The head of the order and the high priest of Crossroad, Rosetta, smiled kindly. Aside from racking up heresy points, she's a commendable priestess, trustworthy enough to be relied upon. But a problem arose. As soon as Yun was separated from Qulan, her complexion turned deathly pale, as if she were having a nightmare. Moreover, she began to shiver as if she were cold. She really must like you. Ah! Looking up at me as if incredulous, Qulan groaned and then suddenly started to stroke his body with his hands. What's he doing? After a moment, Qulan's hands were filled with fur that had come off his body. Is he really shedding like a dog breed? Here, a bowl made of fur. With this. Qulan skillfully rolled it into a fluffy silver-grey fur ball and tucked it into Yun's arms. As she hugged the rolled-up fur of Qulan, Yun's face relaxed into a smile. She's really unconscious, right? Not just pretending to be sick. After such a harrowing process, Yun was surrounded by several priests and vanished into the women's bath on a stretcher. Hopefully, a hot steam will revive her spirits quickly. After Yun disappeared into the entrance of the women's bath, Qulan also turned and vanished into the men's bath. Now, not many people remained in the lobby. Only Lucas and Evangeline stayed by my side until the end. Hee hee, but it feels good to be out together like we're on a trip. Evangeline, who had sneakily taken a good number of eggs intended for after the bath, said with a bright smile. Just look at the pieces of egg all around her mouth. I was about to scold her, but then I pondered the words she had just thrown out. Are we really here for a trip? The primary reason for visiting this hot springs facility is its effect of regenerating stamina and magic power. There's no need to come all the way to the dungeon for a bath if it's just about cleaning oneself. In essence, the visit to this hot spring is still for a functional purpose, an extension of the routine we repeat between stages. Even calling it a vacation, we don't fully relax and enjoy ourselves. I remember Evangeline once talked about going to the sea together the first time we came to this hot spring. If we only decided, we could go to the sea, the mountains, the valleys. We could pack lunches and go on picnics, but we don't have the peace of mind to do so right now. After saving the world from destruction, could I then go to the sea and play with these kids? As I tried to imagine a future as unclear as the steam filling my vision, I gripped my towel and stepped into the bath. Let's also clean ourselves. Yes, my lord. I'll just finish eating this. Yum. With that, Evangeline cracked open another egg and popped it into her mouth. Eat in moderation, you belly fat. Upon entering the men's bath, the first thing I saw was indeed muscular men rolling around the sand steaming area with pewdung, all smiles on their faces. I pretended not to see them and walked into the bathing area. The steam was so thick I couldn't see anything. Everyone must be really stressed, huh? If rolling around with a hamster helps them mentally recover, then it's probably for the best. Ha! At the entrance of the bath, Zennies and Hannibal stood awkwardly, looking embarrassed. Zennies' body bore the unique scars of an inquisitor, and around Hannibal, water spirits were laughing and spinning in circles. This awkward father and son duo seemed to be visiting the bath together for the first time. I approached them from behind and lightly slapped their backs. Ow, Prince! You two, scrub each other's backs. Go, scrub our backs. The culture of scrubbing each other's backs isn't here, huh? Anyway, it's hard to wash your back alone. Sit there and splash each other with water at least. Or rather, a memory from my childhood as retro addict. I don't have many happy memories with my father, but the memory of coming to the bathhouse together and scrubbing each other's backs remains precious. He was always difficult to approach, but his hands were gentle as he meticulously cleaned my back. Such trivial memories can become precious later on. Prodded by me, Zennies and Hannibal reluctantly sat in front of a washstand and soon started awkwardly splashing water at each other, laughing awkwardly. As Zennies applied soap to Hannibal's head and scrubbed hard, Hannibal let out a scream that was somewhere between pain and joy. I laughed at this warm scene, then turned my head to find men emitting a dark aura as if from hell. In the hot bath, Diarmuidin, with his long beard wrapped around his neck like a scarf, was soaking with a gloomy expression. Next to him squatted nobody, with chain submerged up to his chin in the bath, staring blankly into space. And Calliope, whose skin had mostly healed thanks to his dwarf resilience, was still unable to enter the bath and sat crouched on the floor. These gloomy uncles were watching the scene of Zennies and Hannibal washing each other's backs with distant eyes. Now that I think about it, I've never gone to the bath with that guy Kellison. Celebi murmured gloomily. I, too, have never spent time with those children outside of magic lessons. Diarmuidin also uttered a line full of regret. Nobody and Chain also sighed deeply in the hot bath, only bubbling sorrowfully. Those old guys. Even after forcibly dragging them to the hot springs to melt those stern faces, their expressions were frozen stiff like ingredients stored too long in a freezer. The atmosphere was so gloomy that Torkel, who was scouting for a private bath with his helmet under his arm, startled and shuddered at the sight of us. Sigh. Suddenly irritated, I strode up to these gloomy uncles in the hot bath and whoosh, scooped up water from the bath with my hands and splashed it right in their faces. Kaya! My eyes! I can't see anyway but my eyes. Chain and nobody collapsed, screaming, What is the meaning of this, Prince Ash? It's hot, Diarmuidin yelled out, his beard soaking wet. You're insane. I've got burns, I've got burns. Celebi frantically rolled on the ground to avoid the hot water. After a moment of furious water splashing, I laughed menacingly and unclenched my fists. This won't do. Looks like we need to have some recreation time this afternoon. Recreation. What's that? To the uncles staring at me with eyes wide in terror, I laughed devilishly. I just planned to clean up in the hot springs and announce the schedule for what's coming next, but I've changed my mind. If you're all going to be this downcast, even during our vacation, I'll forcibly lift your spirits. It's neither the sea, the mountains, nor the valleys, but who says we can't have fun right here at the local bathhouse? Clenching my fist, I made up my mind. All right, change of plans. Let's call it the dungeon retreat. I'll show them the taste of a hellish carrot treat. From the very first day of vacation, let them all chant that they're dead, everyone. Chapter 605 at the same time in the women's bath. Now then, as previously announced, Evangeline clapped her hands solemnly and declared with a solemn voice, the Crossroad Female Heroes and Mercenaries Rights Committee, abbreviated as CFHMRC, will now hold its. What number was it again? Anyway, we will have our meeting. Come on, everyone, let's give a round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. Evangeline was the only one clapping. The rest of the members did not move a muscle. In the midst of silence, someone raised their hand through the steamy haze. It was Junior. Chairwoman Evangeline, I have a question. Please go ahead, Member Junior. Why is this CFHMRC meeting? Junior asked with trembling eyes. Being held in the sauna, indeed. This was a sauna room inside the women's bath, and it was a wet sauna at that. In this space filled with suffocating heat and humidity, the members of the CFHMRC looked as though they were about to collapse and die at any moment. Only Evangeline, with a scoff, comfortably crossed her arms. It's boring to have the same meeting every time, isn't it? I thought it would be more fun to meet in different settings, so I gathered us here. No, this is less fun. It's hot. It's hard. Let me out. Junior trembled with anger. Then Evangeline leaned in and whispered softly, and let's also draw out some of the poison from those people's stomachs. Ha! Poison. Junior looked in the direction Evangeline was pointing and shivered. Slowly. In a corner of the sauna room, squatting and spreading dark clouds of gloom, were two elves. It was Verdandi and Bodybag. The faces of the two elves, each having lost someone dear, were rigid even in this sweltering sauna. Evangeline poked Junior's shoulder with her fingertip. And let's draw some out from your stomach as well. Me too. You've been looking gloomy too. Was that so? Junior touched her face with a reluctant hand. She could feel her own furrowed expression. No, isn't this just because I'm sad about the last battle, and also because the sauna is hot and exhausting? I can't take it anymore. I'm going out first. It was already awkward enough having to expose her scars from the lower half of her body. Feeling weak, Junior decided to give up on the sauna and head outside. Then Evangeline suddenly shouted, Wait, what is it? Before the puzzled Junior, Evangeline, with an unnecessarily grave expression, cleared her throat and looked around with a commanding voice. Now that almost all the female heroes affiliated with Crossroad have joined our CFHMRC, I think it's time to reveal the real purpose behind founding this meeting. The real purpose. Wasn't it just for whimsically eating and drinking as much as we want? As everyone looked puzzled, Evangeline stated with a deadly serious face. The real purpose behind founding the CFHMRC, after obtaining the sovereignty of Crossroad and becoming its lord, is to secure a support base for a certain welfare project I plan to push forward. Ha! A welfare project. Ha ha, don't be surprised. The name of that welfare project is... Evangeline smirked arrogantly, then raised her index finger and declared, a boyfriend for everyone. Everyone was silent out of sheer incredulity. Even Verdandi and Bodybag, tucked away in a corner, looked at Evangeline with wide eyes. For a moment, everyone thought, is it so hot in the sauna that this lady is having a delusion? But it was not a delusion. Evangeline continued her speech with a voice full of earnestness. After taking Crossroad into my hands, I will provide all heroes affiliated with our CFHMRC with an unlimited matchmaking right. Matchmaking right, and unlimited provision. What does that even mean? Hoo, just as it sounds. Evangeline clenched her fist tightly. Until you're matched with a suitable partner, unlimited one-on-one meetings will be arranged. Oh, wow. A wave of agitation spread among the female heroes. At first, it sounded like a crazy idea, but as Evangeline continued, one by one, the heroes' eyes began to sparkle. Yes, we're currently facing monsters and risking our lives in battle, but once this invasion stops and the world becomes peaceful, we can date too, right? Just then, a woman with lavender hair, the gambler Violet, let out a fiercely suppressed sound. Ooh, everyone looked at her. Ooh. Ah, did Violet break? Next to Violet, who was spewing out blood from her nose and breathing heavily, her fellow gamblers Orange and Scarlet hurriedly provided her with a towel. After wiping away the nosebleed, Violet gasped and murmured, I'm going too. I'm going to date too. Once this last job is over, I'll settle everything, wash my identity clean, and then pretend to be a proper noble lady and seduce men. Oh, wow. As Evangeline's bombshell announcement had everyone stirred up and excited. But Miss Evangeline, what's in it for you? A cold voice cut through. It was Rosetta, the guild leader. She had entered the sauna with her glasses on, and though her expression was obscured by the steam on her glasses, her voice was as calm and cool as ever. I presume you have some ulterior motive for implementing such a policy. Ha ha, yes. In exchange for implementing this policy, I will. Evangeline shyly confessed her ambition. Take just 3 husbands. Thud. Evangeline's bombshell left everyone pale-faced. The startled female heroes stood up and pointed their fingers at Evangeline. What kind of outrageous, disastrous thing are you saying? Do you think such cheating would be allowed? Unforgivable. Even if the heavens forgive, we will not. Imperial family insult, imperial family insult. In the ever-black empire, having multiple spouses was officially allowed only for the emperor. It was exceptionally permitted only for the purpose of producing heirs, and even then, typically only one empress was taken. The country fundamentally practiced monogamy. Evangeline was declaring rebellion against this system. Aha, here in the south of the border, the Margrave is practically a king. And above all, once we save the world, his Majesty will surely turn a blind eye to such a minor law amendment, right? Evangeline laughed heartily with a mischievous expression. As the old saying goes, heroes love adventure. Maybe it's okay for me to reveal a bit about myself too. Though it was funny, since the one saying this was a green kid who had never even been in a proper relationship. Now, besides, food for everyone, houses for everyone, pensions for everyone, and so on, I have various welfare plans in store. Everyone got the hint. Hold on until I take the seat of the Lord. Got it. I promise to treat all comrades of Crossroad fairly. Evangeline was trying, in her own way, to give everyone strength. Beyond this hard battle, beyond the impending doom, there would be happy days. So let's laugh together. That must be why she threw such an outrageous curveball to uplift everyone's spirits. Everyone smiled, touched and grateful for the young girl's efforts, who would one day become the lord of this land. To obtain a handsome harem, I will certainly seize absolute power. Junior broke out in a cold sweat. No, she can't be serious, right? This was just throwing a curveball, yeah. Ha ha. Following that, Junior laughed out loud. Whatever. Whether Evangeline's words were merely to comfort everyone, or if they harbored some cunning ambition, either way. I like muscular men. I like the chubby bear type. I want to cuddle softly. Pretty boys, pretty boys, pretty boys. The type with a cool beard. The type who looks good in a suit. Kind, diligent, and a man who cooks well. As long as they love me, anyone is fine. If everyone can laugh happily, isn't that enough? Everyone excitedly laughed and shared their preferences. Taking turns shouting out their types, even Verdandi and Bodybag, swept up in the atmosphere, hesitantly shared their preferences in men. Everyone's gaze turned to Junior. Evangeline smirked wickedly. Junior, I think it's your turn. I am. Overwhelmed with confusion, Junior's eyes darted left and right, then she exclaimed, Alag, I give up, and dashed out of the sauna. Tusk, with Junior like that, I wonder if she'll be able to seize the opportunity even if it comes. Evangeline, herself a novice, muttered as if she were a seasoned love warrior and clapped her hands. All right, the secret sauna meeting is hereby concluded. I trust that today's events will remain a secret among us. Evangeline ran her hands through her sweat-soaked platinum hair to shake it off. Let's go take a bath. Phew, it's so hot. The female heroes streamed out of the sauna. Excited and shouting in the heat and humidity, they all felt like they were dying. Evangeline, smiling and making eye contact with the exiting heroes, suddenly widened her eyes. There was one person who remained in the sauna till the last. Your Grace. Ah, it was Dusk Bringer. Sitting cross-legged and quietly observing the noisy gathering of the CFHMRC members, the Dragonblood Duchess suddenly came to her senses. Today was noisy and fun as well. Ha ha! Slowly getting up, Duskbringer whispered. I too wish to see it. After the invasion of monsters ends and the world becomes peaceful, the happy future that awaits everyone in this city. Evangeline, with a mischievous laugh, quietly asked Duskbringer's ear, Your Grace, would you like to have a refreshing matchmaker session? Ha ha ha! Would there be a man bold enough to meet with me? Your grace must also have heirs, right? Once the war with the monsters ends, let's snatch up a decent man. I'll search hard for you." Covering her mouth, Duskbringer chuckled softly. "The succession of the dukedom of Bringer is not passed down by blood, it's passed down by will." "Really?" "But yes." Cutting through the steam, Duskbringer slowly exited the sauna. "If such a day comes, I'll gladly accept the matchmaking." He, leave it to me. I'll find someone who matches your grace's taste." "Look forward to it, the future lord of Crossroad." A bitter smile flickered across the dragon lady's lips. "It sounds amusing just to imagine it." "Okay, has everyone washed up?" Inside the hot springs facility, the communal hall, the heroes, polished and cleaned, crowded and sprawled on the floor. I climbed up to the platform prepared at the end of the hall. "My lord here." Lucas carefully folded a towel into a wool hat for me. Wearing it on my head, I looked around at everyone and shouted, "From now on, I am not your commander, Ash. From now on, I am your dungeon training instructor. Did you get that?" Everyone stared at me with faces that said they understood nothing. I put on a wicked expression and chuckled. "I'll grind you like hell, so you vomit out all those bad feelings in your heads." Then I pointed to the cart placed below the platform with my hand. "Now, start with honey, water, and eggs. Eat with gratitude to the farmers and the Lord's mansion chefs who prepared this, and begin the meal." Everyone rushed out to grab their share of eggs and honey water. Next to me, Damien and Lucas, munching on peeled eggs, had a conversation. "So what's the difference between Instructor His Highness and the usual His Highness?" "I don't know. Aside from the hat, he seems the same as usual." "No, you fools, it's different, totally different." I trembled with my fist. "Depending on your actions, I, as an instructor, can be either an angel or a demon. Once you've finished eating, gather by party," I said with a slightly more serious tone, looking around at everyone. "I'll tell you what you need to do in this dungeon training." At the same time, the roles everyone would play in the Black Dragon subjugation battle would also be determined by party. Chapter 606, After the Roasted Eggs and Honey Water Mukbang. The eagerly awaited training camp began. "Today, you all will be participating in various events by party." Surveying the heroes gathered by party, I announced the rules. Each event will be scored, and after performing in several events, the scores will be tallied. The party with the highest score will receive a very special prize. Look forward to it. Oh, of course, the prizes given at training camps are usually nothing special, but it's always best to inflate expectations. Unaware of this, the naive heroes let out exclamations of excitement. I chuckled with my arms crossed. This inflated expectation shrinking into disappointment is also one of the delights of the training camp. "All right, the first event is—" I pointed to a long rope prepared on the platform and shouted, "Tug of war." Everyone blinked in confusion. "As a team, tug of war. What is that, Your Highness?" "You'll understand as soon as you see it." "Let's go, demonstration team. Volunteers, step forward." But no one stepped forward. I clicked my tongue and added, "The demonstration team will receive 100 points." Me. We'll do it." "Get lost." "We'll do it." As soon as points were mentioned, volunteers surged forward. Eventually, the penal squad was chosen as the demonstration team. The penal squad members stepped forward noisily, but Qulan alone followed behind with a gloomy face. Qulan kept glancing worriedly at Yun lying among the female priests on the other side. Ignoring them, I grabbed one end of the rope, and Ada took the other. Tug of war is simple. Just rotate the rope like this, and when it comes under your feet, jump to avoid it at the same time. Swoosh. As Ada and I rotated the rope, the rest of the penal squad members jumped over it in unison, except Qulan, who was a beat late and got whipped by the rope on his ankle. Kyrak! In pain, Qulan hopped on his opposite foot, and then the rope, having rotated half a turn more, wrapped around his face. It was because Qulan was too tall. Swoosh! Jayak! Qulan, clutching one hand around his ankle and the other around his face, fell to the ground with a thud. He's currently in his beast mode, so why does he look so clumsy? Darn, Beast King, you. Can't you focus on the tug of war? Ah, I'm so distracted, I can't concentrate on such a game. Go. This tug of war will help in the upcoming Black Dragon subjugation battle. Better not regret it later, and get your act together. Hulan made a face as if it was the world's injustice, unable to understand how such a game could help in the Black Dragon subjugation battle. Anyway, since tug of war is quite an intuitive event, everyone quickly grasped the rules. However, understanding the intuitive rules and performing them simultaneously as a group were two different matters. Wah! Ouch! As the main event began, parties that had underestimated the group tug of war quickly fell one after another. Everyone was getting caught by the ankles, wrists, and necks. It was chaos. If 5 people didn't jump as one, they'd be knocked out quickly. That was the essence of group tug-of-war. Given that it was everyone's first time playing this game, we applied the rules leniently, giving each party 3 lives. Yet they fell like leaves in the wind. Of course, not everyone fell just because they were bad. Some parties did quite well. Ahaha! So fun! Hannibal and the elf children laughed childishly, jumping up in the air, and everyone watched them with warm smiles. And in the end, the longest-lasting party was the Holy Grail Seekers. They managed nearly 100 counts. Hoo-hoo-hoo! A smile finally appeared on Verdandy's face, which had been gloomy until then. It's a game we often played in my hometown, especially when I was young, sculled, and I used to play it together often. Oops, mid-sentence, Verdandy face planted into the wall. Just when I thought I had pulled her out of the shadows, she crawled back in. Anyway, the winner of the group tug-of-war was the Holy Grail Seekers, and I declared, Holy Grail Seekers, 1,000 points. Wah! Except for Verdandy, the other elves raised their hands in joy. The penal squad, quietly listening to the score allocation, muttered in despair. What? 1,000 points? Then the 100 points we earned for being the demonstration team. Ignoring their comments, I gestured towards Ada. All right, next up. What Ada brought next were 3 artifacts that shot water. I had hastily ordered them from Crossroad. It's Dodge the Water Cannon. I explained the rules while setting up the 3 artifacts side by side on the platform. 3 water cannons will shoot water in turns. You just need to stand on this platform and dodge the water for as long as possible. That sounds super easy. Evangeline, who scoffed, soon after, Gwag, screamed terribly and tumbled down the platform after being hit by the water cannon. Evangeline's party members, including the Shield Knights, also screamed and were swept away. With 3 shooting paths alternating water shots, finding the safe space and continuously dodging was the challenge. Not as easy as it looks. Blub, 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 blub. Ah, I just bathed and now I'm wet again. Just bathe again. It's a hot spring anyway. While everyone failed to handle it properly and got soaked by the water bombs. Unexpectedly, the first place went to Calliope and the dwarf party. They agilely rolled around with their round bodies, dodging the water bombs with ease. After winning, Calliope muttered gloomily, Now that I think about it, I never got to play in the water with Kellison. Ah, there he goes again, really. Despite their successful rolls, Calliope remained gloomy, while the rest of the dwarves clapped and cheered. I announced the score. Calliope's party 5,000 points. Whoa, why are the scores increasing so suddenly? Evangeline wondered, but this is the unwritten rule of training camps. The scores experience cataclysmic inflation as we progress. The later you earn points, the better. Then what's the point of the earlier games? From my point of view, as the person overseeing this, the goal is to get you focused on the games at hand, so I really don't mind. It's not like I'm getting any of the prizes. What kind of organization is this? However, since there were more parties that hadn't earned points than those that had, the majority actually welcomed the inflation. Let's go, let's go. Hyperinflation, here we come. A variety of games followed. Horseback riding, 5-legged race, relay race, balloon popping. The heroes, freshly washed earlier, now sweated profusely as they competed eagerly by party, and the scores skyrocketed into the billions. Heck, it's fun, but your highness, after winning the balloon popping with Farsight, Damien, the representative of the sniper party, cautiously asked me, Among all the games out there, is there a special reason you're only choosing ones that require parties to move together? Good point, Damien. I smiled slyly and provided the answer. The games we played today are exactly the movements needed to defeat the Black Dragon Legion. A bolt of realization struck the faces of the heroes. Yes, the events held at today's training camp weren't chosen just for fun. The battle with the Black Dragon Legion is similar to a classic MMORPG Dragon Raid. Floor mechanics, sweeping breath attacks, defense gimmicks activated throughout the map, destroying parts within a limited time. All of these were sampled through various games. Against the indiscriminate attacks of dragonkind armed with area-wide weapons, one must respond flawlessly with practiced tactics. A single mistake means death. In MMORPGs, if a raid wipes, you can just resurrect, regroup, and retry. But this is reality. A single mistake by an individual can lead to the party's annihilation, and a mistake by the party can lead to the raid's destruction. Acquiring Dragon Slayer weapons is secondary to establishing defense tactics after undergoing this training. So, we started off lightly with the format of a training camp, making everyone start with a laugh. 5 people must move as one. Today's training camp was not mere play. It was a serious rehearsal of tactics to be mastered for the subjugation of the Black Dragon Legion. The expressions of those who had been gloomy and half-hearted about the games changed. They straightened up urgently and pricked up their ears, waiting for the next game I would announce. I grinned. Though this was one of the purposes, wanting to have fun with you all was my priority. Now, for the grand final event, it's Sandcastle Building. This has absolutely nothing to do with the Black Dragon subjugation. But the heroes, unaware of my true intentions, looked seriously at the sand Ada was hauling over. Ada brought a cart full of sand and piled it in a corner of the communal hall. There was plenty of sand since the sand baths were part of the spa facilities. All right, the party that builds the most magnificent sandcastle will get 1,000,000,000 points. Ah, come on, ease up on the score inflation. Even as they protested, Evangeline and the others rushed to the mountain of sand, screaming and shouting. Discussing what to build, the heroes started earnestly on their sandcastles, sweating profusely. Even those who had been gloomy were now fully engaged. I watched them, hands clasped behind my back, smiling. Yes, run, sweat, ponder, live. That's it then, after the sandcastle contest. I walked around, evaluating and praising the sandcastles everyone had diligently built, and then announced the final scores. Everyone who enjoyed themselves today were all winners. 1,000,000,000,000,000 points to every team. Wow, applause all around. Everyone clapped with moved expressions, except for Evangeline. Are you all really okay with this? Something's off. Both the standards and the scores are weird. This isn't right. Oh, by the way, I'll distribute prizes to everyone. When we head back to Crossroad, stop by the Lord's mansion to collect them. Wow, everyone got up in excitement. Evangeline just threw up her hands, resigned to anything now. Seems like this hastily arranged training camp is wrapping up. I leisurely observed Pardong playing on the sandcastles like it was an attraction, and the heroes cheering him on. Originally, I had planned a time for lighting candles and reminiscing about family. I thought about employing the K-drama tearjerker technique at this K-training camp to instantly obliterate the tear ducts of the defenseless and weak. But I decided to skip it since it looked like the already gloomy heroes might actually start bawling. Shame. This was supposed to be the highlight of the training camp. Before we return, one last announcement. I made eye contact with everyone and slowly began to speak. It was about the future schedule. In 3 weeks, at the Crossroad Autumn Festival, a martial arts tournament will be held. This tournament will be by party participation, testing both party combat strength and the teamwork we've practiced in the games. Then, I dropped a bombshell. And the results of this tournament will be used to select the parties for the Black Dragon subjugation battle. You all have 3 weeks until the martial arts tournament. Use this time freely for rest and training as you see fit. I curled my lips into a smirk. It's up to you. If you're scared of Nightbringer, you can slack off in preparing for the tournament. You don't even have to participate. But if you want to land a solid punch on that dragon's jaw, I scanned the heroes. For the Monster Front's hero party to emerge as the strongest, you best prepare thoroughly for this martial arts tournament. Right. Chapter 607, the heroes of this place were proud warriors. Many of them also represented their respective organizations. From the fact that the martial arts tournament was a team competition to determine the strongest party on the front, it demanded fierce competition, especially since the right to participate in the Black Dragon subjugation battle was at stake. It was inevitable that they would be motivated. Until the fall festival, there won't be battles against monsters, but I hope this gives everyone something to do. I had originally planned to let them rest fully, but I changed my mind. I decided to give them something to focus on. It seemed more comforting that way. First, recover fully, and then start preparing for the martial arts tournament step by step. I nodded and then stepped back. That's all. Then, everyone, I hope you have a good vacation. After declaring a training season disguised as a vacation, I left the hall. At the entrance of the hall, Duskbringer was leaning against the wall. I passed her and whispered, "The one who achieves a higher ranking in this martial arts tournament will have the command in the Black Dragon subjugation battle, Your Grace." "So this is how it's going to be." Duskbringer laughed menacingly. "Good, I'll prepare with all my might. You'd better be ready, born hater." I too smiled back. "Let's look forward to it, Your Grace." The heroes left in the hall began to hurriedly gather their parties. The look on their faces as they started their meetings with serious expressions was even filled with liveliness. It was pitiful that they could only find peace in battle, not in rest. And at the same time, the situation on the front becoming so extreme was also deeply unsettling. Hot! I felt the same way. My stomach started to heat up. The strongest party on the monster front. That's obviously the party I command. I will win this martial arts tournament, and I will wield the command in the Black Dragon subjugation battle. Could there be any other outcome? Afterward, the monster front began to bustle on its own. Officially, it was a vacation period, but the heroes trained more diligently than ever. I felt a bit guilty for smashing their precious vacation with just one command, but they are professionals. They would take the rest they needed on their own. Moreover, beneath the surface, various parties began to ally, trade members, and reorganize busily. The martial arts tournament I announced was a 5-5 battle. I said I valued unity, as if members were one body, but that was just a selection criterion for the Black Dragon subjugation battle. The tournament itself ultimately required a full front battle. Existing parties were mostly clustered by their role types. A party might be all mages or all warriors, for the most part. Being overly biased in their specialties, many were unable to exhibit optimal combat effectiveness in this kind of party-based combat. Thus, for this martial arts tournament, the heroes began to seek the strongest combination on their own. As a result, they started trading members among themselves. Parties that had been split up by profession, origin, gender, and age. With the martial arts tournament season, they began to mix and create unprecedented chemical reactions. Honestly, I never expected the situation to develop like this. In the evenings, in the squares, in the dining areas, in bars and cafes. People who previously barely greeted each other were now naturally mingling and discussing tactics for the martial arts tournament. I found these scenes surprising and, it might sound strange, but oddly touching. People who were divided by race, country, religion, and values, as if they never cared about such things, mixing and dining together, drinking tea. It was so nice that I kept watching for days. Well, it's good and all. But as someone aiming to win the martial arts tournament, I couldn't just play around. I had to go through a lot of trouble to withdraw my main party members and re-register them in my party. From the uncles I took Lucas, from the Shield Knight party I took Evangeline, from the Sniper party Damien, from the Mage party Junior. It took a considerable amount of money and benefits, along with trading suitable heroes to barely manage the trades. Phew, that was tough. But the chaotic mixing of members, the under-the-table negotiations, bluffing, persuasion, and coaxing, all of it can be said to be the fun of the Stove League. Ha ha ha! In the Lord's mansion, in the office. As I laughed sinisterly, uttering the terms of Earth's professional sports, Evangeline, who was sitting on the sofa in front of me munching on fruit, narrowed her eyes. "What are you talking about again? What's a stove league?" Stove league. It refers to the off-season in professional sports, the period between seasons. During this time, teams and players negotiate contracts, draft new players, or make trades to reorganize the team. But explaining all that seemed a bit much, so I brushed it off. "It's something. Don't worry about it. 4 calves." "Eh? 4 calves?" Evangeline's eyes widened in confusion. "What does that mean?" "That's the transfer fee I paid to the Shield Knight party to bring you over." To bring over this calf-like Lady Knight, I had to give the Shield Knight party, where Evangeline originally belonged, 4 calves. Of course, the cost came out of my personal vault. Sigh, my money. Finally understanding my words, Evangeline suddenly puffed up with pride, lifting her chin and laughing. Indeed, to bring in a superstar of that caliber, each of the knights ought to get a calf for themselves, ha ha ha. "And how much was I, my lord?" Beside her, Lucas, who had been slicing fruit with a bestowed sword, downsized to a kitchen knife, casually asked. There was no reason to hide it, so I answered immediately. A bag of gold coins. What did you say? Evangeline, who jumped in shock, was the one to react. I grumbled and covered my ears. Ah, originally Lucas's party. The uncle's right. Torkel and Zennies didn't ask for anything, but Chain and Nobody, those two scoundrels, opposed until the end. It was only after I generously handed over enough for casino expenses that they finally allowed the transfer. That, a bag of gold coins, Evangeline muttered with a grimace. While calves weren't cheap, there were several cities nearby with large-scale livestock farming. A bag of gold coins is far more expensive than 4 calves. Ha! Lucas silently offered a victorious smile and elegantly placed the sliced fruit on a plate before me. Evangeline, trembling beside him, snatched the plate of fruit meant for me and shoved it into her mouth, then urgently exclaimed, "Then, how much did you pay for Sister Junior? How much?" Junior was. When I said I was taking her, Dirmudin, who's currently in charge of the overall management of the mage workforce, opposed. It was tough, but we managed to negotiate. Junior awkwardly scratched the top of her hat at the follow-up, while Evangeline's mouth fell open in shock. I ended up promising some land for the construction of the Ivory Tower Crossroad branch. I parted with some land in the northern deserted village. Land, land. You transferred land rights. Well, yes. The value of such land in this wilderness wouldn't have much real estate value. But even so, it's far more expensive than 4 calves, a bag of gold coins. Evangeline trembled with clenched fists, and Lucas, shoulders drooping, moaned, "Woong, what are you doing, you two?" Then lastly, what about brother Damien? Evangeline pointed towards the door as she shouted, and Damien, who was just entering the office, jumped in surprise and shivered. After quickly signaling Damien to come in and eat some fruit, I picked up the teacup in front of me and confessed. I agreed to make a magic gun for each member of the sniper party. Magic guons, and at an SR grade, no less. 4 pieces of SR grade equipment are worth a fortune. Essentially, among these 4, the most expensive cost was incurred. Hee, our sniper party members also work hard. Having good equipment will help take down stronger enemies. Damien, now seated, mumbled with a costly, no, a naively kind face. Thud. Eventually unable to stand it, Evangeline collapsed to the floor on her knees. Then with a trembling voice she uttered, I'm the cheapest. I'm the bargain sale. Hey, don't underestimate calves. They plow fields, carry loads, and grow up to be a strong foundation for the household. Cattle have been among the most helpful livestock in human history. Even in the Joseon dynasty, a cow was really the root pillar of a household. Throwing out such nonsensical talk, I savored the aroma of the tea in my hand. At the same time, I thought, I wanted to split Duskbringer's party as well. Unfortunately, the 4 knights under the Dragon Lady were so loyal to her that they didn't budge at my transfer offers. Destroying the transfer market of a competing team is a legitimate strategy in the Stove League, so I was considering all sorts of dirty tricks. But the Dragonblood Knights were too tight-knit for it to work. Am I, perhaps, getting too immersed in playing as a team owner? But it's okay if it's fun. This is also a way to enjoy the vacation, the off-season, right? The costs paid as transfer fees, well, broadly speaking, it can be considered as giving bonuses to the hardworking heroes. Anyway, I looked around at the main party gathered, the strongest force on the monster front, and opened my mouth. Calves, a bag of gold, land deeds, expensive equipment. You 4 have been recruited to my command for this martial arts tournament. At least call us by our names. By our names, a calf mood. I ignored it and continued. As we've been breathing together for a long time, there's no doubt about our team synergy. But even so, moving as one body requires separate training. I've said it many times before. The Black Dragon Legion must be attacked by an elite strike team, each of them powerful raid bosses in their own right. And to counter the wide area patterns used by those dragon kinds, we need to train in advance to move as one. This training will be useful in the martial arts tournament as well. In a team battle, a 5v5 PvP situation, being able to move as one will naturally mean we can fight better. It will definitely be helpful. Setting the teacup down on the desk, I was about to inform our 5 of the training we'd undergo. That's when it happened. Do. Suddenly, a massive mechanical sound tore through the air. Ha! The teacup on the desk vibrated intensely enough to rattle. The startled party members stood up abruptly. Oh, are they here already? Only I, who had been informed in advance, remained calmly seated and spoke. Lucas urgently asked me, "My lord, what's this vibration?" Ah, I smiled bitterly, slowly grabbed my coat, and rose from my seat. It's a guest who saw my proclamation and came straight from the north. I should go greet them. Tudu-tudu, the clamorous noise filled the skies above Crossroad. Rushing out to the front of Crossroad's south gate, where it used to be, we looked up at the sky. Massive ships made of steel, flying in formation from the north across the city, were slowly approaching the southern plains. The ever-black Empire's aerial fleet. The remaining aerial fleet forces stationed in the imperial capital, New Terra, had been dispatched to Crossroad all at once. Geeing thump, more than 10 airships began to lower the cargo containers they had been carrying beneath them onto the southern plains, all except for one. Thump, Chiik. Among them, a particularly ornately decorated airship, the only one not carrying a cargo container, landed first in front of the ruins of the south gate. The hatch slowly opened, and soldiers neatly filed out from inside the ship. And at the end of the procession of soldiers, um, that man descended. A middle-aged man with black hair took a deep breath and grinned, showing his teeth. I felt it last time too, but there's indeed a good scent here, different from the cramped capital. The frontier. The ruler who governed half the world laughed. I like it. I rushed in front of him, bowing deeply. Thank you for coming all this way, father. The sole emperor of the empire, Traha Peacemaker Everblack, patted my shoulder. Good, my born hater. Have you been well? I came in person after reading your proclamation. The emperor looked around and then whispered in my ear. So, when does the festival start? I smiled awkwardly. It's still a few days away, your majesty. Chapter 608. After a long time, I saw my father again. As I was having a trivial conversation with the emperor, I suddenly noticed something strange. I cautiously pointed it out. Father, your eyes right now. This you mean. The emperor gestured to his own eyes with his hand. They've changed color, haven't they? The golden eyes that once emitted the sovereign's majestic aura had significantly lost their color. They had turned into a shade that was a mix of black and a little gold, becoming similar to those of an ordinary human. Didn't I mention it before we parted last time, that the divinity I forcibly acquired is fading away? The emperor smiled with the eyes of an ordinary middle-aged man. It's only natural, since we no longer burn people as offerings. Last winter, before returning to New Terra, the emperor had said here, I gained divinity by burning the lives of my subjects as offerings, and with that power I sustained the front line against the deities. As the offerings and burnt sacrifices stopped, the divinity I forcibly acquired is also fading away. I am gradually losing my qualification as the representative of humanity. The ever-black empire no longer sacrifices the innocent, and the emperor gradually lost the power of the transcendence, and the fact that the emperor did not prevent his power from waning. Yes, finally, even the northern frontline against the deities, that battle has ceased. The negotiations with the deities are complete. It meant that the empire's northern frontline had finally regained peace. The deities have also agreed to help us. I've unlocked the northern front, and the deities will head southward, and they'll reach here soon. The concept of direction in the spirit realm is still confusing, but anyway, it seems the racial deities of the four major species are also coming to the crossroad as reinforcements. Certainly, they are powerful beings, so it's a welcome development. But how can a deity from the spirit realm help us? They've chosen their representatives, avatars, through whom they'll exert their power. The power they wield is different from ours, so even I don't fully understand the method. I see. So, you might be happy thinking of me as a powerful ally. Unfortunately, I am no longer a transcendent. I am becoming an ordinary human, jokingly said. Even if he loses the power of a guardian deity, the Emperor, among all the heroes gathered at the front, remains an unbeatable force. If we were to rank him in game terms, he'd be at the level of SSSR or Apart from that, without the power of a transcendent, it would be difficult to recklessly join the battlefield. After all, he is the leader of the largest country in the world. Don't be too disappointed. Instead, I've brought plenty of gifts. The Emperor pointed to the southern plains. I looked in that direction too. Boom, boom. Airships were diligently setting down containers they had brought. I gestured towards them. What are those? Didn't Lady Serenade request something on your behalf from me? With a flick of his fingers, the Emperor had the soldiers in front of the containers unlock the magical locks and open the container doors. And what was revealed inside was fortifications. They were dismantled parts of a fortress wall. "Excuse me." As I let out a dumbfounded response, the Emperor burst into laughter. "Didn't you request it? Since the fortress walls had crumbled to send the best technicians and materials. But after my calculation, it seemed impossible to finish a new wall before the next monster invasion. I simply brought over the southern wall of New Terra. There's no immediate need for it over there." It was the very southern wall of the imperial capital, New Terra, that our World Guardian Front had directly confronted during the imperial capital conquest, moved in its entirety. New Terra is a city that's constantly expanding and swelling. The concept of the existing fortifications couldn't keep up with the city's expansion. Thus, after the victory in the racial wars 100 years ago, it was built with new technology that allowed for assembly, disassembly, and relocation. As I stood with my mouth agape at the beyond conventional solution, the Emperor calmly added, "Well, actually, the cost of dismantling and relocating was higher, so this is the first time it's really been moved. I've never even thought of such a thing. Moving fortifications. There's still more parts left in New Terra to bring over, and assembling them here will also be a major project. But even so, it'll be faster than building anew." The Emperor grinned like a father who's brought a hidden toy gift, then winked at me mischievously. "How about it? Will it help?" "Absolutely, father. One of our biggest problems has been solved. The site for the southern walls was just finishing up clearing the ground. Assembling New Terra's walls here would undoubtedly be far easier than starting construction from zero base. Moreover, being the walls of the imperial capital, they would naturally have high defensive power, and various defensive magics would also be in place. It would be impossible to have better fortification repairs during the remaining defensive battles. As I genuinely rejoiced, the Emperor laughed heartily and stroked his beard, then gestured behind him. "And there's one more gift. You'll probably be very happy and glad about it." "Excuse me." I tilted my head in confusion. "A gift that would make me glad." Following the Emperor's gesture, 5 people walked forward from among the Imperial soldiers standing behind. Step, step, 4 massive knights in flawless everblack Empire ceremonial armor, and in their midst, walking lightly with steps, a young woman in a fluttering white dress and red shoes, with lush beige hair. She was holding a white parasol, and rather boldly, she didn't close it even in front of the Emperor. And the Emperor didn't bother to point out this impoliteness. The Emperor gestured towards them and introduced, "These are my personal guard, the Glory Knights. They're assigned to the southern front. Make good use of them, and have some enjoyable reunion time after so long." After bowing to the Emperor and passing by, she narrowed her red eyes and greeted me. "It's been a while, Prince Ash. Is this our first meeting since graduation?" "Ah, were we acquainted? It's my first time seeing her." Blinking awkwardly, I eventually had to ask awkwardly, "I'm sorry, but my memory of the past isn't complete." I was about to ask who she was. Shiver, shiver, shiver. Lucas, standing next to me, was trembling like a leaf. I looked at Lucas's face in wonder. "Lucas, what's wrong?" My lord, this woman is—" "Oh my, Lucas." The woman covered her mouth with her hand, wearing white gloves, and laughed, then winked at Lucas. "It really has been a long time. It seems like the first time since graduation. Have you been well?" "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Cold sweat was streaming down Lucas's body. Seeing Lucas so mentally cornered was unusual for me, and I was puzzled. Why is he like this? Lucas remembers me so well. But your Highness doesn't remember me at all. That's disappointing. We spent 6 years together. She stopped in front of me, elegantly flipped her lush hair back, and introduced herself. "It's me, Hecate. Hecate, a name I've never heard in the game. A classmate of your Highness at the Academy, and also—" She lowered her voice and whispered softly in my ear, "the third of the inseparable trio throughout our school days, that Hecate." Her self-introduction went as follows. "Valedictorian of the 369th class of the Imperial Academy. Commander of the Emperor's personal guard, the Glory Knights, Hecate Whiteblossom. Something incredibly lavish. Everything about her was stunning: her specs, her name, her appearance. She was breathtakingly opulent. At a glance, she looked more like a noblewoman than a knight, dressed in a gown, shoes, and carrying a parasol without armor or weapons. Yet she was the top student of the academy, which trains knight cadets, and now she's the commander of the Glory Knights. The Glory Knights, a knightly order that has been around since the founding of the Everblack Empire, symbolizing one of the Empire's many knightly orders, and understandably so, as they directly protect the Emperor. I've never seen them in the game. Makes sense, though. There was no reason for the Emperor's personal guard, the Glory Knights, to show up at Crossroad in the game. Although their existence was known, there was no way to identify who was part of their ranks. Their commander is me and Lucas's schoolmate. Anyway, after the introductions, the Emperor went to supervise the unloading of cargo brought by the airships. The 4 Glory Knights in black armor followed him. Only Hecate was left to converse with our main party as we headed to the Lord's mansion. So you really have lost your memories? Hecate shook her head in pity. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. So sorry, but I really don't remember anything from our 6 years in school. Hee hee. It's a pity I can't share those memories we had together with His Highness, but refreshing your memory little by little will also be a pleasure. Please do. Take your time. Then I turned my head to the side. But why is Lucas acting like this? Lucas was walking far away from us. Whether he was scared of Hecate or not, he was trembling and even hiding behind Evangeline. Evangeline also seemed visibly taken aback, having never seen Lucas like this before. Why are you like this, mister? Can't you act properly? But no. We're supposed to be the face of the monster front. How can you shrink like this in front of someone visiting for the first time? Come on, straighten up. The senior is also looking at you. Only then, feeling my gaze, Lucas stammered out an excuse. My lord. The thing is, back then there were some incidents. Some incidents. What kind of incidents were they that made him like this? Spill the beans. Hee hee. Oh, Lucas, still hung up on something from years ago. Hecate, covering her mouth and laughing, gave a slight nod, and Lucas cowered behind Evangeline with a woo sound. Man, you're ruining your character. Snap out of it. Anyway, I miss those days. The 3 of us sticking together during our school days. Hecate closed her eyes and reminisced about the past. Valedictorian, salutatorian, and the last rank, what a remarkable trio we were. We sure cooked up a lot of fun in those 6 years. Needless to say, the valedictorian was Hecate, the salutatorian was Lucas, and the last rank was Ash. Oh, my brave little rascal. I'd love to talk more, but my subordinates, the soldiers, and I have just arrived. We'll go unload and organize the camp. As we arrived in front of the Lord's mansion, Hecate smiled with her eyes. We'll continue our conversation next time. Let's do that. I have a lot of questions myself. Yes, your highness then. See you soon. Hecate gracefully bowed, holding the hem of her skirt. That gesture was so elegant that, I must say again, and perhaps it's a bit job discriminatory, but she really doesn't look like a knight. As she turned around, her dress spun in a circle. Hecate, stepping lightly in her red shoes, headed south again. Oh, by the way, I heard there's going to be a martial arts tournament soon. She halted abruptly and turned her head back. Underneath the slightly tilted white parasol, her red eyes briefly exposed. May our order also have a chance to shine in the tournament, your highness? Only then did she, fitting of a warrior, radiate a fierce light. Of course, Lady Hecate. I smiled lightly as I added lady to her name. Now that you and your knights are also under my command, you are more than qualified to participate in the martial arts tournament. Hee hee. I'll be looking forward to it. Hecate gave Lucas a meaningful glance one last time, then really turned around and left. As we watched her walk away, we all turned to look at Lucas at once. Lucas, who was wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, flinched in surprise. I yelled out on behalf of everyone. Lucas, what exactly happened between you and that lady? Can't you come clean? I have a hunch of an embarrassing past, that this upright hero knight has an uncommon, embarrassing dark history. I'll definitely dig it out and tease him with it forever. Spill it all out. Chapter 609, 5 years ago. Imperial Academy, the day of the 369th graduation ceremony. Fiat Justicia, Ruat Caelum, let justice be done though the heavens fall. Underneath, the plaque bearing the Academy's motto, bathed in the clear morning sunlight, shining down the Academy's hallway. Sigh, 19-year-old Hecate gasped for breath, trying to stay calm. The girl with short beige hair was impeccably dressed in her cadet uniform, which hugged her neck tightly. The perfectly ironed uniform looked as flawless as military attire. Ah, it's Senior Hecate. Awesome, the valedictorian of the 369th class. She looks so dignified today as well. Passing underclassmen and classmates sent her looks of admiration. Even in this academy, where the most talented children from the empire gathered, she stood out with her overwhelming skills, making her a figure of envy not just for her abilities. Her neat physique, tightly packed muscles, hair cut short to not interfere with her swordsmanship training, and her introspective expression combined to exude an androgynous charm, making her immensely popular among the cadets, regardless of gender. And then thud. From the opposite hallway, someone appeared, warping the sunny corridor with a grim darkness. A uniform with the top unbuttoned to reveal the neck, luscious black hair in disarray, and deep black eyes shadowed underneath. The scent of nicotine and alcohol wafted from him, walking with his hands shoved in his pants pockets in a posture that screamed troublemaker. 20-year-old Ash made his appearance. The juniors gasped in horror. Yikes, it's the prince, the walking disaster of the 369th class, the imperial family's disgrace. But somehow his reckless look is appealing. Excluding a few with unique tastes, everyone in the academy feared and avoided Ash, the imperial family's problem child. He casually crossed the hallway towards Hecate. Hey, valedictorian. Ah, your highness, good morning. Ash casually slapped Hecate's shoulder, and she responded with a bright, friendly smile. The juniors watched from a distance as the two of them talked. How can the top student be friends with a thug? The school's model student and the worst problem child. Such a weird pair. If only the prince didn't cause trouble, he'd actually fit the part. But causing trouble is exactly the problem. There's bound to be a huge incident at the graduation ceremony today. As Ash glanced over at the whispering juniors, Kaya! He suddenly screamed and threw his arms up. Yikes! Ah! Run away! If he catches you, it'll be terrible. The terrified juniors scattered in panic. Ash snorted. Really now, you'd think I eat people the way they run. Just how bad do they think I am? Ha ha! Hecate laughed awkwardly. It wasn't as if she didn't know why. Originally, Ash was a kind and gentle young lord. Though he was the oldest among his peers, he was loved for his good nature and deep consideration. But after losing his mother around the age of 15, he completely changed. His personality turned into that of a total delinquent. Causing all sorts of trouble within the school, he gradually stopped attending classes properly. Unlike other cadets who lived in dorms, Ash, being a prince, commuted from his separate palace, making him and his escort, Lucas, increasingly isolated at school. Despite his harsh demeanor towards everyone, Ash always treated Hecate well. Not just well, but he clung to her uninvitedly, forcibly sharing his routines and becoming friends with her. Though they had no particular interaction before, being dragged around by the prince eventually led to Ash, Lucas, and Hecate spending their school days together. Remembering the past 6 years filled with Ash's troubles, Hecate chuckled. Speaking of which, aren't you planning something for today? I was worried you'd cause a huge scene at the graduation ceremony. Hecate didn't know that the man before her had ruined his own graduation ceremony in every possible way in the past, and that all those troubles were necessary for that iteration. This time, there was no need to ruin the graduation, so he decided to leave it be. She couldn't have known, and Ash didn't bother to explain. Instead, he yawned, looking utterly exhausted. I'm just really sleepy today. Yawn. I've decided to be a well-behaved prince for a day. I still need to receive my diploma after all. Hoo-hoo. A well-behaved prince, huh? That's quite the oxymoron. There's a demand for everything. Anyway, valedictorian, why such a determined look on your face this morning, heading off to war? Ash casually threw his arm over Hecate's shoulder, prompting her to flinch. Hecate shyly looked down, then stammered, Your Highness, where is Lucas? Ho! Realizing the situation, Ash whistled. Are you trying to steal my escort? Such a sly youth. No, it's not like that. It was an open secret that valedictorian Hecate had a crush on salutatorian Lucas. Aside from Lucas, the Academy's official spy, nearly everyone was aware of it. The only issue was that Lucas himself was clueless. Are you going to confess today? Ah, well, you've been suffering in silence for 6 years. If you graduate now, won't you lose your chance? I know, but Hecate smiled bitterly and lowered her head. I wonder if it's better to leave it as a beautiful memory, since we'll hardly see each other after this. You're going to the Glory Nights, right? Ash clicked his tongue, reaching for a cigarette before remembering they were inside and instead quietly unwrapped a candy and put it in his mouth. You know, right, joining that night order comes with its own price. Yes, I'm aware. The Imperial Guard's glory nights. Joining them was an honor every knight dreamed of, but it demanded a harsh price from the individual knights. That price was a closely guarded secret, but Ash seemed to know it as a matter of course, probably because he was a prince, Hecate guessed. But my life has already been devoted to the Empire, and to His Majesty, the Emperor. Hecate smiled sadly. I've always been prepared for this, and I maintained my position as valedictorian for that very reason. Ash grumbled softly. I try to stop this every time by getting close, but I couldn't stop it this time either. Knights are so damn stubborn. What? Nothing. The candy's just tasteless. Ash often muttered to himself, so Hecate didn't think much of it. Hecate took a long look around the academy, knowing she wouldn't see it again after today's graduation. I'll miss the days I spent here. Yeah, surprisingly, Ash agreed. It was unlike him, always seeming to want to tear the school down. As much as I've been sick of it, I think I'll miss it a bit too. His final cycle allowed. Looking around the school on the eve of his graduation ceremony, Ash's expression became distant. Hecate, seeing such an expression on Ash for the first time, widened her eyes. That's all the more reason. Suddenly, Ash flashed his trademark dangerous smile and gestured with his eyes towards Hecate. Wouldn't it be better to convey your feelings to Lucas? Unsaid things, you'll have a lot of regrets. Think as if the world will end tomorrow and go for it today. What do you say? That's. As Hecate stammered, unsure of what to do, thud from the other end of the hallway, heavy footsteps approached, and a boy with golden hair and piercing eyes appeared. Lucas McGregor, the salutatorian of the 369th class. 19-year-old Lucas was a tall boy, already surpassing adult men in stature. His uniform seemed a bit small due to his continuous growth, revealing his solid wrists beyond the sleeves. Seeing Lucas, Hecate unknowingly blushed. What should I do? What can I do? Should she part as good friends, leaving behind only beautiful memories? Or should she gather her courage and move forward? Between the uncertain outcomes of success and failure, should she take the challenge? Ash watched the adorable pair, covering his mouth to hide his laughter. Soon, Lucas walked straight up to Ash and Hecate. Hecate, I was actually looking for you. Oh, yes, Lucas spoke indifferently, and Hecate, startled, eventually clenched her fists. That's right, Lucas. I also have something to say to you. Hecate couldn't finish her sentence. Whoosh. Lucas suddenly threw something he was holding at Hecate. Startled, Hecate caught it and examined it. It was a sheath, and inside the sheath there was a practice sword not sharpened. Before graduation, I want to challenge you one last time, Lucas growled as he drew his practice sword. Draw your sword, Hecate. I've never beaten you in 6 years, but today I will surpass you. Hecate stared blankly at Lucas, and Ash couldn't help but burst into laughter. PFF, haha, seriously. Hey, escort. Ash pointed at Lucas with his index fingers and declared, I've said it before, but you're really an idiot. Used to Ash's inexplicable outbursts, Lucas simply bowed deeply to him before turning back to face Hecate. Hecate unwittingly held her breath. Ah, yes, those earnest blue eyes, pursuing only martial arts and loyalty to his master, that unwavering gaze. She had been captivated by that straightforward, unswerving look. So she wouldn't avoid this moment when that straightforwardness was directed at her. Hecate slowly drew the sword from the sheath. The morning sunlight shattered around the practice sword's blade. The gathered cadets around them couldn't help but let out exclamations of awe. After completing her draw, Hecate looked straight into Lucas's eyes and spoke. I'll accept that challenge, Lucas. Thank you, Hecate. But if I win this duel, Hecate took a deep breath and smiled faintly. Then don't avoid my feelings, face them squarely. Oh, not only the surrounding cadets, but even Ash, who had sneakily joined them, cheered softly at that remark. Only Lucas, the Academy's officially oblivious, tilted his head in confusion. Are you asking me to listen to your story? Fine, I accept the condition. Good, salutatorian. Gripping the handle of her sword with both hands, Hecate slowly raised it above her head. Let's have a match. Lucas lowered the tip of his sword and crouched slightly. Hecate aiming high and Lucas aiming low, the two knights adopted completely opposite stances, staring fiercely at each other. And then the duel was decided in an instant. Swoosh! Lucas, kicking off the ground, charged at Hecate with a terrifying momentum, unleashing a strike. And then, dodging the charge as smoothly as a bullfighter, Hecate gently brought her sword down. Tszk. Hecate's practice sword, sparking brilliant flames, sliced through Lucas's practice sword as easily as if cutting through paper. Although it was a practice sword, it was without a doubt a high-quality steel sword refined by a master craftsman, just not sharpened. When the two swords collided, not a single scratch appeared on Hecate's, while Lucas's was cut cleanly in two. The severed tip of Lucas's sword twirled in the air before plunging into the ground. Standing still after the strike, Lucas slowly straightened up and stared at the broken longsword in his hand. "I've lost." Lucas succinctly admitted defeat and sighed, slotting the severed longsword back into its sheath. "After all this time, I couldn't win even once, Hecate. You truly are remarkable. It's thanks to your relentless challenges. Without you, I wouldn't have been honed to this extent." Having sheathed her sword, Hecate took a deep breath. "So, Lucas, now it's my turn." She felt more nervous now than during the sword fight. Hecate swallowed hard and chose her words, while Lucas looked at her, puzzled. And then Hecate, just as in their sword duel, without dodging, launched straight into it. "I like you. I've liked you for the past 6 years. Even though it'll be hard to see each other after graduation, I still wanted to convey these feelings." Lucas, surprised, widened his eyes and stood frozen, simply facing Hecate. With her face flushed as if about to burst, Hecate took a step towards Lucas. "Lucas, what? What do you think of me? Please be honest, it's okay." All the surrounding cadets held their breath. Meanwhile, Ash kept pulling candies from his pocket and munching on them. Crunch, crunch. After a long silence, Lucas finally slowly opened his mouth. His response would be one for the history books of his life and the Imperial Academy's 369th class. That response was chapter 610, "But Hecate, you are," Lucas answered hesitantly. "A man." Silence followed. Not only Hecate, but also all the cadets watching the conversation blinked blankly, having lost the flow of the conversation. Ash's jaw dropped as he chewed on his candy. After a moment of being lost in thought, Hecate stuttered in response. "What? What did you say?" "So," Lucas, feeling awkward, scratched the back of his head. "I think of you as a good friend and an excellent swordsman, but no matter what, I can't accept a man's confession." "No, no, wait, just wait." Hecate, trembling, pointed to herself. "Who said I'm a man?" "You. How do I look like a man, you crazy bastard?" Swear words finally burst from Hecate's elegant lips. Lucas tilted his head in confusion. "Not a man. Of course I'm a woman, you crazy, crazy, crazy bastard. Are you saying your identity is female? Of course I'll respect that as a friend, but—" "No, biologically a woman, you lunatic." Hecate, with her sturdy build, tightly packed muscles, and the short hair cut for the convenience of swordsmanship training, radiated a neutral charm, which had even fooled Lucas, who had been with her for 6 years, into thinking she was a man. "No, it's just that Lucas, that bastard, seems to be legendary for being clueless," Ash muttered hesitantly. Before long, the candies he held in his hand were being taken one by the cadets around him and put into their mouths. They couldn't stop because it was too fascinating. "Hecate, you being a woman? Impossible." Lucas, stuttering as if he couldn't believe it, gasped as he reminisced about the past. Then the separate bathroom visits every time. Didn't you find it strange? When the three of us went to the river or the sea, the fact that you never took off your top alone. Try to notice, for once. You should have noticed by then. And being sick once a month, could it be? Do I really have to say it out loud, you?" Hecate, trembling with anger and tears welling up in her eyes, stared back at Lucas. Lucas, realizing late, clapped his hands with a smack and exclaimed, "Good heavens, what a crazy world. Hecate, what? You were a woman?" With that one sentence from Lucas, who had never even considered her as a potential romantic interest, let alone a woman. "I'm gonna kill Yawo." Hecate finally lost it. She started to beat Lucas mercilessly with her sword sheath. Lucas tried to defend himself with his sheath, but couldn't stand a chance against Hecate, who was superior in skill and now fueled by fierce anger. Eventually, the day that would later be named the 369th graduation confession catastrophe ended with Lucas being carried to the infirmary after being beaten up all over. He deserved it. Watching Lucas being carried away, Ash muttered, then stuffed the remaining candies into his mouth. Then, looking around at Hecate sitting on the ground crying, and the cadets comforting her, he chuckled softly. I'm definitely going to miss this. My last school days. As he breathed in slowly under the sunlight that shone down on his closed eyelids. The pure romance of boys and girls, the laughter of the students, and the shouts of teachers running over in surprise. This tiresome, yet in the future, dearly missed, the old air of the academy that he would never smell again. I will miss it. Present. Lucas, reminiscing about the graduation ceremony, sighed deeply. How was I supposed to soberly accept a confession from a friend I thought was the same sex until just yesterday? It's definitely you who's not sober, having confused your friend's gender for 6 years. This guy, sometimes I suspected he had a weird streak, but it's really amazing in strange ways. I can only admire it. I was focused on guarding my lord and improving my swordsmanship skills. Hecate was a good friend, though. So, you never saw her as a woman. That's right. I wasn't in a position to be dating anyone anyway. You lunatic, so clueless. How will you ever date in the future? Are you planning on being a bachelor forever? No, that's not it. It's the opposite. It's because he's the protagonist that he's clueless about this stuff. If being insensitive to romantic lines is a classic protagonist trait, then Lucas is just fulfilling that role. This is why he's the protagonist. Anyway, after hearing such an astonishing past, Evangeline expressed her admiration. I had no idea Lucas had such a vibrant youth. It seems like you've lived a life completely walled off from romance. With such a boring face, Lucas bristled. Did you just call my face boring? It's too prim and proper, like a shiny mask that hasn't been tarnished. Boring. The rest of the members nodded in agreement with Evangeline's words. Junior and Damien spoke up in turn. Definitely. Just looking at the face, it seems like you've lived a flawless life. But you've had quite a variety of experiences, haven't you? I somehow feel a sudden sense of closeness to Captain Lucas. He. It seems like the prejudice against Lucas, who had been acting like a perfect knight, had been greatly dismantled. Junior and Damien smiled warmly. Despite unexpectedly revealing his dark past, Lucas's face became even more sullen. Well, it's your original sin. What can you do? But still, it's a dark past for Lucas, but it seems even darker for Hecate. To have made a public confession and be rejected, and to have been perceived as a man all this time. What a terrifying story of youthful trauma. Well, that's enough about our foolish past. Cough clearing his throat, Lucas stared coldly in the direction Hecate had disappeared. Hecate's talent and skill are real. I never won against her even once during our school days. For Lucas, a combat genius of SSR rank renowned even in the World Guardian front, to have been overwhelmed throughout his school days, Hecate's talent must indeed be monstrous. Moreover, she was selected for the Glory Knights right after graduation, and now she has ascended to the position of commander. But, Lucas continued in a voice filled with fighting spirit, it's different now. Oh, I've been honed in real combat since then. I've survived battles against countless mythical beasts. No matter what training Hecate has undergone, I'm confident I won't lose. Lucas nodded earnestly. The next duel will be different from the day of the graduation. I will not lose, my lord, Lucas exclaimed with a fighting spirit. I mean, that person did confess to you. Can't you think of a different kind of dialogue, not just winning through a sword fight? Sigh, whatever. It's hard enough dealing with my own love life, let alone advising someone else. Turning around, Lucas saw Evangeline looking at him with a complicated expression. And why is that? I won't lose either to that Hecate. Oh, I was the top of the 375th generation, you know. Plus, I graduated early, which she didn't. That way. It seems like these muscle-brained knights think alike. Anyway, Evangeline showed her fighting spirit by clenching her fist tightly. Even if she's a senior, I will not lose. Oh, our knights were aflame with enthusiasm. Myself, Junior, and Damien quietly clapped from behind. My lord, what training are we doing in preparation for the martial tournament? Hurry up and tell us. No matter who the opponent is, we'll beat them and win. At that, I smiled and clapped, then turned around to shout at the main party members. All right, let's show everyone that comes rolling into the imperial capital that we are the strongest party on the front. That evening, after a special training session with Ash, Junior staggered back to her lodging. So tired. Already weak in physical activities as a mage, and with low stamina to boot. The training Ash led was to prepare for a direct confrontation with a black dragon involving immediate physical movement. Running, rolling, and sprinting had drained her of all energy. Training to counter the black dragon's various area attacks, though she wasn't exactly sure how this training would help dodge the black dragon's attacks. Anyway, the black dragon's attacks don't discriminate against mages to hit them any softer, nor could she counter all attacks from different dragon species with magic alone. If she could dodge them physically, it made sense to train for it. But still, it's tough being tough. Among the main party of 5, Junior had the lowest stamina, followed by Ash. Damien, who had been diligently training his stamina, despite his frail appearance, managed just fine, and the 2 knights, well, talking about them is just a waste of breath. Both Junior and Ash were very tired today. Ash was probably so exhausted he'd collapse as soon as he returned to his manor. Junior's lodging was still at the inn, Eddie's Honey. The entire staff of the inn had moved to Hotel Crossroad, and Ash had offered to move Junior's lodging there, but she declined. The mere sight of anything too shiny made her dizzy, and such a flashy place made it hard to rest. Eddie's Honey remained open for guests like Junior who found hotels overwhelming. Junior climbed the stairs with tired steps, eager to wash up with hot water and collapse into bed. Ha! Arriving at her room, Junior belatedly noticed. Someone was unpacking in the room opposite hers, which had been empty. She didn't intend to peek, but the door was half open. Junior, unlocking her room door, unintentionally looked in that direction, and their eyes met through the partially open door. Oh my! A woman in loose, comfortable clothes and beige hair. The woman's attire was different from earlier, causing confusion, but Junior managed to recognize her and awkwardly greeted first. Hello, Hecate. Glory Knight's commander Hecate seemed a bit startled but soon smiled. Yes, hello, I saw you earlier with the prince, but your name was Jupiter Junior. Just call me Junior. Ah, hello, Junior. An awkward silence followed. Junior hesitantly asked, so why are you here? Well, the barracks are full and the state-run hotel has no vacancies, so the Glory Knights are temporarily staying here. Heavy footsteps sounded from downstairs. Apparently, the other knights were unpacking in the rooms on the first floor. The 2 women made awkward noises. Their relationship was, how to put it, a friend of a friend of a friend, maybe. Not strangers, but not close enough to be considered friends. A subtly awkward relationship. Hesitating, Junior eventually swallowed a sigh and extended her hand first. Until you move to another lodging, let's get along well, since we're staying opposite each other. And since we'll be fighting monsters together. Hecate blinked quietly, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Then, extending her bandaged hand, she shook hands with Junior. Yes, I'm looking forward to working with you. The awkward handshake came to an end. Hecate bowed her head with a then and returned to her room, closing the door behind her. Phew! Junior quickly entered her room and brushed off the discomfort in her chest. It wasn't her first time greeting someone new, but for some reason it felt uncomfortable and awkward. Why? Because she's such a high-ranking person? Or because she's too beautiful? Mulling over it, Junior tilted her head in confusion shortly after. That's when she noticed. Bandages. Hecate's hand was wrapped in bandages. Not ordinary bandages, but special ones inscribed with magical runes line by line. Recalling the moment, those bandages seemed to wrap not just the hand, but seemed to wind around the wrist and even further into the body. And now that she thought about it, there seemed to have been a faint smell of blood. A mage's intuition nudged her about something, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Should I even be concerned? All sorts of odd characters gather on the front line. Someone wrapped in bandages hardly counts as strange here. Shrugging off her concern, Junior decided to let it go and headed into the bathroom. And in the blink of an eye, time flew by. The morning of the autumn festival dawned. Chapter 611, September's End. Finally, the day of this year's autumn festival dawned, not just in Crossroad, but across the entire Everblack Empire and many other nations. A festival to give thanks for this year's harvest and to encourage those who had worked hard throughout the year. Whatever its original meaning might have been, it's one of the few seasons that everyone worldwide enjoys cheerfully. Wow! As we, the main party members staying at the mansion, came out to the city in the morning, the city was busier than ever. The streets were packed with people. The lively music, the the shouts of people drunk from mourning, the cries of cooking, playing, and bargaining. It was a feast for the eyes and ears, filled with vibrant colors and sounds. This year's festival is on a whole different scale compared to 2 years ago. Looking around at the cityscape, Evangeline nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed with excitement. It must be the effect of the proclamation you spread, Senior. That's unexpected. I didn't think it would be this much. The two proclamations I had spread throughout the world were simple: a call for heroes and the notice of the Autumn Festival. The intention behind spreading these two proclamations together was clear. We are preparing for a decisive battle, and if there are any brave fools willing to join, we promise to feed them well and entertain them. But why did so many come? It's the Autumn Festival, yeah, oh yeah, but did they all just swarm here without thinking? Ha! It's really dangerous here. It might be the Autumn Festival now, but usually it's a monster festival, you know. I'm not sure which aspect lured them, but anyway, Crossroad is now experiencing an unprecedented boom. Suddenly realizing the power of advertising. That's why everyone's into PPL. With the addition of the World Guardian Front, there were already more people than usual. But my proclamations have brought even more visitors pouring in. Buildings that were empty are now converted into accommodations, and citizens have offered spare rooms in their homes as lodging facilities. And only after setting up a plethora of makeshift accommodations with tents were we barely able to meet the demand. Thank goodness, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild had prepared in advance. I had carelessly spread the proclamations without a plan, but Serenade had managed everything so we could just about manage. Managing tourism is no easy task. Running a city is tough, and it wasn't just accommodations that Serenade had prepared. Tour of Crossroads, famous attractions, departing every hour from noon. Near the city gate, an employee of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild was shouting, guiding tourists to the tour courses. Famous attractions tour, I frowned. Did Crossroad have any famous attractions? Besides monsters, what else is there? No, why wouldn't there be famous attractions? There are loads, I asked Evangeline, who bristled at the suggestion, somewhat sullenly. Like what? Tell me. Ah, after hesitating for a moment, Evangeline suddenly raised her index finger upwards and then pointed at herself. Evangeline Cross. Get out, you brat. Go buy some sweets. Heh, I was going to do that anyway, this way. Anyway, it seems there are tourist courses I hadn't even thought of. I'll have to check them out when I have time. Thinking this, we headed to the street vendors, and soon we were wide-eyed in amazement. Wow, what is this? Amazing. What lay before us was a procession of stalls, stretching from the central plaza of the city outward in all directions. Even in my first year, there were various stalls. But this time, thanks to Serenade's meticulous planning, the stalls were organized by street and category. Here was southern food, there was northern food, over there were meats, here were seafoods and vegetables too. In front of the street filled with unheard-of sweets, all the party members swallowed their saliva in unison. You guys are acting just like you did 2 years ago, aren't you? But it really is amazing. I looked around in awe. Tables and chairs were densely packed in the central plaza, apparently for people to eat the food they bought from the stalls. People from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild were moving around as coordinators, organizing tables and chairs, emptying trash bins, and guiding new arrivals with food to their seats. In the center of the plaza, a small stage was prepared, where bards were getting ready to start their performance. Looking at the sign in front, it seems the bands will change throughout the day to keep the performances going. Serenade really went all out. Hee hee, I did my best, though it might be lacking. I murmured without thinking, and a response came from beside me. Whoa, you startled me. Turning around, there was Serenade, who seemed to have been preparing something in the central plaza, now smiling at me. Welcome, Your Highness. It's still before the official start, but how is it? Do you like it? You always go beyond my expectations. Amazing Serenade. It's a festival that Your Highness himself announced to the whole world. I had to do my best in preparation. Me, I didn't even know. I left the festival preparations to others and focused only on our party training, repairing the walls and military matters. A sense of guilt slowly crept up on me. I'm sorry. I have prepared for festivals before, but this time, without even realizing it, I put in especially more effort. Serenade whispered, surveying the sprawling street vendors in all directions. Thinking, as Your Highness said, that tomorrow the world might end, I prepared. If the end of the world really is approaching, then we all should play as hard as we can without any regrets. Serenade turned to me, her eyes smiling softly. We should make the most joyful memories while we still can. Suppressing the aching in my heart, I whispered sincerely, I hope you make joyful memories too, Serenade. Of course, I will do my best to leave behind the most joyful memories in the world. Serenade approached me slyly and rolled her eyes playfully. You'll allow it, won't you, Your Highness? I smiled awkwardly at Serenade's meaningful question. If there's anything I can give, anything at all. Pleased with the answer, Serenade grinned broadly, bowed gracefully to me, left a wish for a joyful festival, and hurried off to finish preparing for the festival across the plaza. Turning away from that sight and taking a deep breath, I turned around. I discovered my party members looking at me with a warm gaze. What are you brats looking at? I yelled, my face reddening without realizing. Why are you looking at me with expressions like grandparents proudly watching their grandchild at a kindergarten recital? Ha! Around noon, the official start of the festival. This time, there was an unprecedented sequence of congratulatory speeches before the festival, and for good reason. The emperor himself had graced this festival with his presence. It seemed he had been drinking with his subordinates since morning as he climbed onto the stage in the plaza, his face flushed with the warmth of alcohol and even staggering slightly. Truly enjoying the countryside festival to the fullest, perhaps because the festival was held in Crossroad. The emperor began speaking very casually, without any concern for formalities or protocols. Greetings to my subjects living in Crossroad. Long live the emperor. Long live his majesty the emperor. The empire's citizens shouted, all taking a knee to pay their respects to the emperor. But this place is the World Guardian Front. Although it's a limited period, it's a separate route operated independently from the empire's territory. There are many here who are not subjects of the empire. Even kings of foreign lands, who could be considered equals to the emperor, are present in abundance. Among them, there are not a few who still harbor resentment towards the empire. They either showed the bare minimum of respect or kept their heads high, indifferent to the emperor's entrance, and some even unabashedly showed their hostility. Nonetheless, fragile as it may be, now everyone was an ally. The emperor smiled at them as well. Also, greetings to all the warriors of the World Guardian Front, and to all the kings who have gathered to protect the world. The emperor raised his arm and swept his gaze over the city. The harsh battles fought on this land, the efforts you all have made, now all of us, the whole world knows. The World Guardian Front has become an organization affiliated with almost all the nations of the world. The battles fought here have been reported all over the world, including the most recent battle against the King of Flies. Everyone now knows that this monster front truly prevents the world's destruction. Also, that these battles will continue, that everyone here will continue the fierce fight. We all know this. The fact that the upcoming battles will only become more severe, not less, is also known. That the fate of humanity hangs in the balance here now no one is unaware. That's why, following that, the emperor raised his voice and lifted his wine glass high. You all have the right to rest. You deserve to eat and drink to your heart's content. No matter how great a merchant, without sufficient rest, one cannot perform at their best. The emperor showed his characteristic smile, baring his teeth. Let us all put our efforts into enjoying this moment of leisure amidst busyness. Now then, to mark the start of the festival. Cheers! Cheers! The emperor boldly drained his glass, and everyone gathered in the plaza, and those who couldn't find a spot in the plaza and watched from the streets also drank from their glasses. The emperor, having emptied his glass, laughed heartily, waved his hand, and stepped down from the stage. The empire's citizens applauded fervently, and even those who were not applauded joyfully for the start of the festival. Although it's the outskirts, it's still the empire's territory. For Crossroad, it was an unprecedented scene for the emperor himself to give a speech encouraging fun at the festival. The air instantly heated up. The bards stationed on the stage began their lively performance, and those already drunk started singing along. As expected of an outskirts festival, there was no formality. With so many people, the concept of honored or VIP seats lost its meaning. People mingled and mixed, sharing food and drink, and even strangers struck up conversations. Watching this scene, I took a sip of the drink in my hand. In the plaza, in the streets, here and there, I saw my subordinates. Perhaps it's because a month has nearly passed since the last battle, but their expressions seemed much brighter. Scars definitely remain. The darkness etched into everyone's hearts and faces hasn't completely faded away yet. But still, everyone was smiling a bit. That's why I felt a bit relieved. The schedule for this festival. The first day is, well, as always, about eating and drinking. The second and third days are for the martial arts tournament, and on the evening of the third day, Damien, who had quickly read through the festival schedule posted on one corner of the central plaza with his farsight, said with a wide smile, "It's a dance festival." I spit out the drink I had been holding in my mouth. Not that again, ah. At the same time, north of Crossroad, Bringer Duchy's military camp, most of the refugees had already returned to the Bringer Duchy, and this place, where only the direct military forces of Dusk Bringer remained, was quiet. Dusk Bringer had sent everyone to the festival. In this military camp, only a minimal guard force and Dusk Bringer with her 4 Dragonblood knights remained. Dusk Bringer was floating in the air in her tent, her body curled up in the void. Naked, with her long black hair disheveled, she was submerged in meditation within a swirl of transparent magical power, her eyes closed. Then, from outside the tent, the careful voice of a veteran knight reached Dusk Bringer, who was deep in introspection. "Your Excellency, a visitor has arrived," Dusk Bringer replied irritably. "Did I not say to turn everyone away?" However, at the continuation of the sentence, Dusk Bringer's amber eyes snapped open. "His Majesty the Emperor of the Everblack Empire has come in person." Clicking her tongue, Dusk Bringer interrupted her meditation and dissolved the swirl of magical power. The gathered magical power was absorbed back into her heart. Throb. She pressed a finger against her chest, where a dull pain throbbed to calm it down, and hastily threw on a negligee that had been lying around on the floor. "Bring in the guest." Flutter. As soon as permission was given, the Emperor Traha entered the tent. "The festival is in full swing. What are you doing here?" "Traha." The Emperor, who had entered this place without any attendants, held a dark red wine bottle in his hand. "Would you care for a drink?" Towards the elder who had once raised him, who had been a guardian, an enemy to be killed, and now an ally to his son, the Emperor gave a bitter smile. "It seems there won't be another chance like this." Chapter 612. The wine filled 2 glasses on the table. The Emperor and the Duchess. The 2 rulers shared the glasses and smelled the fragrance. Dusk Bringer spoke first. "This brings back memories. It's the Everblack Western Mountain wine you used to enjoy. No need for formalities. It's that wine made in the borderlands between the Duchy and the Empire." "That's right. It's a bottle from this summer's production." Dusk Bringer lifted the glass, observing the red wine against the sunlight. The borderlands were all burnt to the ground. Impressive that wine was still produced. "The war between our nations has stopped, and more than a year has passed. They managed to restore the farms quickly. HMPH, fruit grown from soil soaked with blood and ashes." Duskbringer took a small sip of the wine with her crimson lips, then swallowed it down her slender throat. "I thought it might taste of blood, but it's merely sweet. Oh well. Do you like it?" Not just the taste of the wine. It was a question of whether she was satisfied with the aftermath of the war between the Empire and the Duchy as well. The Everblack Empire had poured substantial support into the recovery of the Bringer Duchy. Generous compensation was paid, and manpower and materials were provided. This wine, once again produced in the borderlands between the 2 countries, was a symbolic token of that. Duskbringer remained silent. No matter how sincerely the Everblack Empire apologized, the resentment in her heart would not disappear. Lives trampled upon and honors shattered could never be returned. However, she had no choice but to accept that apology. A king must live not for yesterday's vengeance, but for tomorrow's glory. Not for the sorrow of fallen soldiers, but for the joy of the living people. Other fallen kings gathered at the World Guardian Front were in the same predicament as Duskbringer. Emperor Traha and the Everblack Empire had quietly approached them, forcibly washing away past grievances and offering an undeniable peace. There was a reason the Emperor visited a few days early before the festival. Negotiations with the fallen kings gathered here at the front had mostly concluded. While the World Guardian Front fought desperately against monsters, the world's politics were being reshaped from the ground up. "I will make Ash the next emperor." The Emperor, holding his glass and savoring the aroma, murmured softly, To do so, I intend to bear all the darkness that remains in the Empire myself. Ash is brilliant, but he is pure. Whether that purity can translate into popularity, I don't know, but that alone won't be enough to govern the world. Soft, unbearably soft. From the standards they uphold to the ideals they seek to protect. Anyone who tries to negotiate is human, and as humans, we must protect them all. The Emperor chuckled. That softness, that purity, that great Corsivrion is enchanted by them and fighting together here. But that's only effective as long as there is a common enemy. Once the monstrous crisis is over, the world will once again descend into a free-for-all conflict. The Emperor wanted to prepare for that time. That child doesn't know darkness. Purity might be necessary to protect the world for now, but for the century to follow, darkness is required. I will enter that darkness instead. I will bear all the hatred and resentment Everblack has sown and bury it with me. Duskbringer smirked and gave a piercing look. All these stories, aren't they for after we've saved the world from destruction? Preparing for the future is also the responsibility of a monarch. Defeating the present foe is also a part of that responsibility. The monsters are no easy enemy, especially the next one. Even more so, the next foe Black Dragon. Duskbringer bit her lip at the thought, then looked back at the Emperor. As long as Ash is the commander here at the front, his life will continue to be in danger. Perhaps worry about that first. That's why I've given the Glory Knights to Ash. The Emperor nodded gravely. With that order, they will protect Ash, even if it means engulfing him in darkness. Duskbringer sighed and shook her head. They're not knights. They're demons who would plunge anything into darkness for the sake of the Empire's light. Imperial demons, another name for the Glory Knights. And at that mention, the Emperor burst into a hearty laugh. The one who made the Glory Knights into such a demonic order, isn't that you? Duskbringer looked down with her amber eyes. The Bringer Duchy had always been the shield of the Everblack Empire, fighting alongside the Empire in wars as the vanguard. The position of commander of the Imperial Guards, the Glory Knights, had been held by the Duchess of Bringer for generations. Thus, Duskbringer too had once led the Glory Knights as their commander. During the racial wars 100 years ago, Duskbringer, as both the Duchess of Bringer and the commander of the Glory Knights, led the charge against other races, burning their lands and at the same time protecting the Emperor. The Emperor at that time had requested it. And in the midst of this fierce war, in the face of the desperate counterattacks by the allied forces of different races, as loyal knights fell by the dozens, and the Emperor, having overcome death multiple times, requested of her, "We need an invincible army, unbeatable. It didn't have to be the strongest, just an army that would never lose and could hold the front lines, one that could surely protect the Emperor. My blood carries the oath of the Guardian Dragons to protect the Empire. I couldn't refuse the request of the Emperor at that time. Curses, magic, forbidden arts, and dragon blood, utilizing all dark and dirty means. The Glory Knights, once simply the Emperor's personal guard, were reborn as invincible monsters that could never be defeated. And the one who had created them was none other than Duskbringer, the darkest shadow among the many darknesses of the Empire. That is the Glory Knights, and you were once the vanguard leading that darkness. At that time, I believed it was the right thing to do. Duskbringer was young too. It was 100 years ago from now. She was just about 20 years old. The young dragon lady was Knave, and the country inherited from her predecessor was engulfed in war. She had to do whatever it took, easily reaching into the darkness. The knights she created were powerful, and ultimately, both the Empire and the Duchy won the war. The messy life continued, and the messy legacy she left behind also continued to twist and distort, under the pretense of patriots, in the form of demons. Darkness is necessary not only in politics, but also on the battlefield. Duskbringer glared at the wine glass with bitterness, and Traha gently changed the subject. Just as the Glory Knights have, I believe you, will also bear that darkness in place of Ash. HMPH, Duskbringer snorted. Your youngest son will shine even in the darkness. Ash was not merely foolishly pure. The young prince had experienced countless deaths and realized his limits. He knelt before the harsh reality, became frustrated, and blamed his own weak convictions until he finally broke. And yet, despite that, he stood up again. That was why his purity was all the more valuable. Having experienced the cruelty and bitterness of the world, yet never giving up, That goodness he grasped again, after once letting go, was what made it great. Both the Emperor and the Duchess became villains willingly, as rulers, because they realized early on that ideals, though beautiful, were knave tantrums hard to actualize. But both vaguely knew that it was an excuse of those who had given up, because maintaining purity is difficult, painful, hurtful, and above all, not very profitable. They who had let go were perhaps the weak ones, that the young prince, still struggling to hold on to that purity, might actually be the true strong one. The light emitted by your sun, by its brilliance, might even influence and melt away the demons, like the warmth of a bonfire encountered on an autumn plain as winter approaches. Ah! Suddenly, Duskbringer closed her eyes and reminisced about that day 2 years ago. You've traveled a long way. Come, hurry up. The southern fortress city, an independent route for all who fight monsters, crossroad. The warmth emitted by the boy that day was truly warm, so much so that she melted away, unable to maintain her dignity. As Duskbringer gulped down the remaining wine, Traha cautiously asked, "Will you also melt away like that? Like the previous Duchess? Will you dissipate into bubbles?" Thud. Duskbringer placed the empty glass on the table and grinned with a wise smile. "I have lived too long, Traha. Live a long life. Live long and bear the darkness of the Empire in place of ash, as you said. Bear as much as you can." Traha sensed it. That here now was a turning point of fate, for the world and for the dragon-blooded Duchess before him who bore the guise of a girl. Instead, I will, as you said, stand by his side, guarding that bonfire. The world is dark. Once this autumn passes, winter will be upon us. The rain will be cold, the wind chilly, and the frost will bite into the flesh. Winter night is coming. The Lord of the Night Bringer will personally draw its curtain, like setting a controlled fire to stop a blaze. If darkness is needed to stop darkness, then yes, she will willingly become that spearhead. Her past mistakes, the imperial demons, if necessary, she would use them all to protect this small bonfire. Duskbringer resolved, and without having to say it aloud, Traha could read her intent. From then on, the two rulers silently exchanged glasses. I'm reminded of the day I first met Daybringer, the previous Duchess. Inhaling the scent of the last glass, Duskbringer whispered low. That day was also an autumn festival. What was the scene like at the festival a century ago? How would it be any different from now? Drinking, dancing, singing, and hesitating for a moment before adding more, Duskbringer chuckled. So this is how my last festival goes. What do you mean? It's just the beginning. The Emperor stood up, extending an arm. Let's go. The festival goes on day and night for the next 3 days. Go, laugh, and enjoy. No, you must. I'll escort you for a change. Duskbringer, looking up at the Emperor with sharp eyes, sighed deeply. I'd much prefer your son to you. Ha ha ha, I hope you find your conscience before we head out. Fine. A case of making do with what you have, I suppose. After lightly draping a travel cloak over her negligee and slipping her feet into comfortable sandals, the dragon lady walked out with the Emperor's escort, and they slowly started walking towards Crossroad, where the festival was in full swing in the afternoon. Everyone seems happy. At the roof of Eddie's Honey, dressed in a gown, Hecate, wearing a large-brimmed hat pushed down and with a white parasol slung over her shoulder, had spread a mat and sat on the rooftop. She gazed at the cityscape with a distant look, people laughing, chatting, drinking, being happy. Yes, I chose this form to protect such a scene. Hecate's lips, which had been faintly smiling, slowly lost their mirth. But still, in the square not far off, Lucas, amidst a group of heroes, was seen engaging in a drinking contest. His opponent, a silver-furred werewolf, jovially gulped down several beers in succession before finally reaching his limit and tumbling backwards. Cheers erupted all around, and Lucas stood up, raising his empty glass to the sky before tumbling down sideways himself. People burst into laughter, and a brown-haired priest rushed to Lucas, casting a healing spell on him. A platinum-blonde knight quickly began doodling on Lucas's face with a pen, while a pointy-hatted mage prepared a hangover cure beside them. Watching this scene, the dark-haired Lord Ash, clutching his stomach with laughter, flinched as other heroes approached with evil grins. Being dragged away as the next participant in the drinking contest, Ash screamed. Everyone chanted Ash's name, mixing all sorts of alcohol in his glass. Watching such joyful and happy moments of her old classmates, Hecate buried her face in her arms. Between her dresses, long sleeves, and white gloves, bandages inscribed with magic runes were briefly visible. Smelling the odious scent of blood emanating from her body, Hecate murmured softly, "I kind of want to be a little spiteful." Chapter 613. After the wild festivity of the first night passed, the morning of the second day dawned. The 5 members of the main party stepped out of the Lord's mansion and began walking down the main road. Ah, my head hurts. Everyone looked miserable, having overdone it the night before. Their eyes were puffy, their cheeks sallow, and their hair a complete mess. Ha ha ha, Lucas, what's with your hair? Laughing at the sight of the knight, whose usually neat blonde hair was now tangled in all directions, Junior beside me started sweating coldly. Your Highness isn't looking too great either. What did you say? Ah, I was shocked when I felt my hair, and indeed it was sticking out in all directions. Did I get hit by a bomb in my sleep or what? More importantly, I don't remember anything after the drinking contest. Nothing bad happened, right? Nothing much. Except for Senior saying, "Is this a drinking show? Then I should strip, and trying to take off your top." Did Ash pull that stunt again? Or is this a problem with being retro addict? Evangeline started braiding Lucas's tangled side hair on her own whim, while Lucas, looking as if he had attained enlightenment, smiled benignly at the morning sun. This guy still seems drunk, doesn't he? Damien pressed down my wild hair as if saying, "Lie down, lie down." You're the last conscience of Crossroad, Damien. Your Highness, shall we get some hangover soup? There's a place selling soup over there. I'll go buy some. Oh, that sounds good. I'm counting on you, conscience number 2, Junior. Junior, puzzled by the term conscience, hurried off towards the soup vendor that was open early in the morning. It's good that at least one member is looking out for their health. Holding a cup of hangover soup each, we sipped on our soups as we lazily walked towards the southern plains. This was in preparation for the main event of the festival, the martial arts tournament. The tournament was set up in the southern plains. Since this tournament was fundamentally a 5 versus 5 party battle, the usual arena was too small to accommodate the scale, so they had to set it up outside. It's the southern plains, so it won't matter much if it gets a bit destroyed. The tournament area was spacious. It was nothing more than a large square marked on the ground, surrounded by seating and standing areas for the audience to comfortably watch. And at the center of the arena was something very large, covered with a white cloth, displaying its majesty. Evangeline, who was stuffing soup in her mouth, tilted her head in curiosity. "What's that?" "You'll find out soon enough. Well, unveil it once all the participants arrive." Before long, the hero party started showing up one by one, shuffling in. Simultaneously, the audience began to trickle in, gradually filling the stands. The audience would come and go throughout the day as the tournament progressed, and once all the heroes had gathered, I began the announcement. I will explain the rules of this martial arts tournament. While a rough outline had been given to everyone beforehand, this was the first time the exact rules were being disclosed. First, the victory condition. This tournament is not just a simple party versus party duel. I approached the large object in the center of the arena, grabbed the white cloth covering it, and then yanked it to the side. Flap. As the cloth was removed, the crowd gasped in surprise. I smirked. "This. You will have to fight against a fake dragon." Boom. That sound wasn't made by me, but actually came from an internal sound system inside the artifact-laden wooden dragon. It's an object shaped like a dragon, covered in various magic artifacts. Not only does it resemble a dragon in appearance, but its neck, legs, and tail can move, and it's also gigantic. It was commissioned by me from the production guild to simulate battles against the Great Black Dragon Legion. Really? Making that thing was a hell of a lot of work for a month. Lily pretended to wipe away tears, followed by the Alchemist Guild Master and the Carpenter Guild Master, who also wiped away their tears. The conditions I had set for making this fake dragon were bizarre, and these people from the workshops had worked themselves to death over the past month or so to create it. You've done well. The victory condition for this martial arts tournament is simple. Hit the set targets across the dragon's body to accumulate a total of 10,000 points, and you can win. As the heroes looked bewildered at the somewhat comically shaped dragon's face, they refocused their attention on me. I continued the explanation. The points are determined based on where you hit. As you can see, non-vulnerable areas score poorly, while hitting closer to vulnerable areas scores higher. The dragon's legs, touching the ground, would not score much. In reality, a dragon's legs are strong and robust, areas to be avoided during raids. Wings, neck, heart area, eyes, etc. score relatively high. And there's a key point. A reverse scale point will appear randomly. If you hit it by any means, you instantly gain 10,000 points and win. The Achilles heel of dragonkind, a born vulnerability. Reverse scales exist. Since every member of the Black Dragon Legion has different vulnerable spots, the fake dragon was designed to randomly display one such spot on its body. The rule that hitting the reverse scale wins the match immediately caused an uproar among the heroes. Are we bringing training camp meta here? What's the point of hitting anything else if one hit on the reverse scale scores way higher? Doesn't that make Damien's party the strongest then? That's just trying to win for free. Boo, outrage, boo. I waved my hands to calm the vehemently protesting heroes. Everyone, remember this is a martial arts tournament. Yes, you can interfere with the opposing party as much as you like. Only then did the heroes fully understand the rules of the game, and they all let out a sigh of realization before, immediately starting to laugh wickedly. Those are some scary guys. If it were just a straightforward 5-5 brawl, someone would definitely get seriously hurt. So I presented another object, another score target. Fundamentally, to win, one must hit the dragon to accumulate points. However, at the same time, it's necessary to interfere with the competing party. Balancing attacks on the dragon, interfering with the opposing party, and defending against interference will dictate the strategy. Each party has different stats and compositions. Naturally, the tactics they adopt will differ, and so will their countermeasures. It was quite a decent training opportunity before facing the Black Dragon Legion, every match filled with variables. As you've been informed, it's a team competition with 5-member parties. However, all weapons must be wooden equipment crafted by the Crossroad Forge, and the output of magicians is restricted to 1/10. The heroes, excited, shrugged their shoulders as I clapped my hands. The points for hitting the fake dragon will be accurately tallied by sensor artifacts. And since the fake dragon itself is wrapped in barrier artifacts, don't worry about breaking it and hit as hard as you can. Oh, basically, just by participating, you'll receive a participation award. For parties reaching the top 16, luxurious prizes prepared with care by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild will be provided. Serenade really put in some effort here. The prizes, far more splendid than those of the first year's Autumn Festival, were sparkling behind the fake dragon, making it look like a dragon's treasure hoard. And the prize for the first place party is the appointment as a Knight of Crossroad, a tradition and honor. Boos flew from the crowd, as expected. Having experienced this during the first year, I responded calmly. In addition to the knighthood, the winning party will receive all the prizes from the finals to the top 16 as a bonus. So give it your all. Cheers erupted, the reaction of all heroes flipping 180 degrees. I like how straightforward and honest you guys are about this. As previously announced, the performance in this martial arts tournament will be reflected in the selection of parties for the Black Dragon subjugation. The heroes immediately calmed down at my words. Yes, this martial arts tournament is certainly a part of this festival, and an extension of a fun, laughing, and enjoyable training session, but let me be clear. It's also a stage for tactical evaluation in preparation for the Black Dragon subjugation. I smiled broadly and stretched out my hand. Now, heroes, let's see who can prove themselves to be the strongest party on this front line. Cheers. The cheering came not from the heroes, but from the audience, which had filled the stands without us noticing. Thus, the main event of Crossroads' third-year Autumn Festival, the martial arts tournament, began. Our main party was set to fight from the opening match. The bracket was drawn randomly, and it was my fault for drawing the short straw. Sigh. Let's quickly finish this and rest until the next match. All the members nodded at Evangeline's words, but Lucas still looked pale. Seeing he hadn't even undone the braid Evangeline made for him, it seems his hangover hadn't fully cleared yet. That's when it happened. Hey, young and fresh, just looking at you is refreshing. I'd love to stick a straw in that youth and suck it dry. Keek, approaching us with bizarrely creepy remarks, were the uncle's party, originating from the leprosy extermination squad, our frontline super tanker, Torkel. From the Inquisitor, SSR-grade healer and damage dealer, Zennies. From the Blacklist, the blind swordsman, Nobody. The Dark Mage, Chain. And, dear Mudin, Our opening match opponent was this formidable contender for the championship, replacing Lucas with the mighty elder of the Ivory Tower. This is tough from the get-go. Even the comments are harsh. Hey Lucas, dear. Looks like you've run off to a younger and brighter party, huh? Nobody and Chain, among the teasing uncles, crunched up their faces and leaned into Lucas. Lucas rolled his eyes left and right, his face slick with cold sweat. It seems he's feeling a bit guilty, having been traded to our side. I didn't betray you. This was entirely the will of my lord. Before Lucas could finish his excuse, the two uncles gripped his shoulders tightly. He, running away won't do any good. The shadow of an uncle always strides large steps behind you, right? Eek, run all you want, but when you look back, you'll find that the 30s are right upon you. The 40s come even quicker. And then from the 50s, it's just a blink of an eye. With wicked chance, Nobody and Chain laughed among themselves and walked into the arena. Torkel and Zennies followed after a bashful bow, and Dirmudin, stroking his beard solemnly, left us with a word. Tusk, you don't know that it's actually better to be an uncle. Standing up has made my back hurt. Dropping a comment that seemed a level deeper, even this old man headed towards the arena. Grandpa, quit spoiling life. As the uncles walked away, Lucas, trembling, finally spoke up. Just you wait, I will. Never become an uncle. Lucas seems unaware of the law that saying never, definitely, absolutely makes it inevitably happen. I briefly imagined Lucas as an uncle. Would he have a beard? He's always so tense. Maybe he'd have wrinkles between his brows, too. I then looked at Damien, Evangeline, and Junior. The kids tilted their heads at my gaze. When I first saw them 2 years ago, they were just kids, but now they've grown up or are close to being adults. I miss you. I want to see you all become uncles and aunts, grandpas and grandmas. I want to be there through the time, the wrinkles, the graying hair, the bending backs. I want to grow old with all of you. And that surely will be beautiful. I smiled faintly and patted the heads of the clueless kids. Yes, to see that day, I will protect this world from the coming destruction. Let's go. I slapped Lucas on the back and led the way. The rest of the main party members hurriedly followed. I smirked, adjusting my glove. Let's show these uncles that the kids these days have got quite the temper. But then again, am I not the biggest uncle here? Oops. Chapter 614. Ada swung his hand from top to bottom outside the arena. The opening game begins now. Ding. Whoa. The starting bell, along with the deafening cheers from the audience. My main party and the opposing party, the uncles rushed out from either side of the arena towards the center at the same time. The uncles were a party seasoned in real combat, forming a precise formation. Torkel at the very front. Zennies and Nobody side by side behind him. Chain next, and Dirmudin at the very back. Pure tanker, damage tanker with healing skills, and close-range dealer with one-shot capability, a black mage with high utility, and a pure damage mage. Their lineup is seriously impressive, truly luxurious. Our formation had Lucas and Evangeline forming a dual vanguard. Me and Damien in the middle, Junior in the rear. It might be said our vanguard was a bit thicker, but we were outmatched in terms of breakthrough capability. Our party advanced slowly towards the center of the arena, but the uncles immediately charged at us from the start, aiming to suppress us before hitting the fake dragon to score points. That's a sharp judgment. Damien was on our side. Considering the victory condition of this martial tournament was to score points by hitting the fake dragon's weak spots, neutralizing the opposing sniper was crucial for a chance at victory. The uncle's full-on charge was tactically sound. The uncles swiftly crossed the arena's center into our formation. Let's see the power of the Lord's direct party, shall we? Let's show them the mature charm the young bloods don't have. That's when it happened. Thwack, Nobody suddenly got hit by water spewed from the dragon's mouth and rolled to the side. The rest of the uncles gasped in surprise. Water cannon. Why is there a water cannon here? I smirked. Don't you remember from the training camp? You should dodge it on your own. The fake dragon was wrapped all over with artifacts, not just for scoring sensors or its own defense barrier, but also equipped with various attack methods reproducing the dragon's species area attacks. Instead of breath attacks, a water cannon, and instead of a magic carpet bomb, a whip chain. It's only because it's a fake dragon that you're not dead, Nobody. If this was real combat, you'd have been instant killed. Beep. At the same time, points were etched onto the uncle's side magic panel. Minus 100 points. What's with the deduction? If you get hit by the water cannon, it's a 100-point deduction. Your Majesty, you didn't mention anything about this. I didn't say it wasn't there either. I'll say it again, even if it's a light-hearted setting, this is a tactical assessment. How skilled an individual warrior is, how well a party coordinates, and most importantly, whether they have the aptitude suitable for a dragon raid. Can they dodge all of the fake dragon's patterns, even amidst the chaotic melee? I'm watching everything. Everyone, focus. Thwack, 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 squeak. The fake dragon's mouth continuously shot out water cannons, and the whip chain installed on its forelimbs swept across the ground, rushing forward. The uncles, who were flustered by the surprise attack, barely managed to dodge it, but our main party was calm. Did you think we trained for nothing? Guys, yes. At my signal, those of us approaching the dragon simultaneously jumped up swoosh and easily dodged the whip chain. There was a peculiar pleasure in performing the same movement simultaneously through training. I burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how about that? This is the result of training, the power of friendship. Ah! Just as I was exclaiming joyfully, a water cannon blasted in my face. Spluttering and wiping my face, I saw Lily, who was operating the fake dragon, covering her mouth and laughing heartily. Your Majesty, you need to stay sharp. Cough, cough. Hey Lily, is this fair? I'm just following the rules. The fake dragon sprays a water cannon equally at everyone within a certain range. Lily laughed ominously as she operated the fake dragon to spray water in all directions. She seemed to be having the most fun in this martial tournament. And then, as the uncles managed to approach us by dodging the water cannon and whip chain, the match quickly descended into a melee. Shield, great shield. Exchanging some sort of shield technique, Evangeline and Torkel collided with their shields at the forefront. Come on, Captain Lucas, come at me. I'm quite confident in holding my ground. Ah, Zennies, donned in holy armor, marked Lucas. Even for the renowned Lucas, shaking off an SSR-grade priest capable of self-healing wasn't easy. Thus, while neutralizing our two vanguards, Chain and Nobody finally made their way into our middle ranks. If we just neutralize the sniper boy, the momentum will shift to our side. As they attempted to break through, I suddenly glanced towards the center of the arena. Ghoul, Diarmuidin was gathering magical power. Unknowingly, I clapped my hands. Indeed, so that's the strategy. While the rest of the uncles were engaging us to buy time, Diarmuidin, capable of area attacks, was casting magic on the fake dragon to score points. Heh, my vision's gotten worse. Can't really see where the dragon's weak points are attached. But even with a magic dampening bracelet limiting his magical power, Diarmuidin smirked, unleashing a formidable amount of magic. Just bombard it and it'll hit somewhere. I was about to order Damien to snipe Diarmuidin, but Chain and Nobody had already closed in on him. Whoa! Damien panicked, unable to shoot in time. One of Damien's few weaknesses, given his near-perfect character, was his tender heart. He wasn't cold-hearted enough to launch an attack at an ally hero in a tournament akin to an evaluation match. Not to mention, he wasn't armed with his main weapon, a magic gun, but only a short bow equipped with rubber-tipped arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, though he fired arrows belatedly. Too obvious, too obvious. Chain swept them away with an arm made of dark magic. Nobody then prepared to strike Damien with a swift attack. As Damien was being double-teamed, Junior had no choice but to rush forward, and Chain and Junior entangled their magic in a clash. I turned my gaze back to the center of the arena once again. Diarmuidin was currently unmarked. If left alone, he might really end up scoring all the points by himself and finishing the game. I had to disrupt his magic casting before it was too late. I'll stop Diarmuidin. Leaving Damien and Junior behind, I ran forward. You guys break through the guard and attack the fake dragon. What? Prince Ash, wait a moment. Prince Ash. Despite Damien and Junior calling out to me with dismayed expressions, I didn't look back and kept running. Tactically speaking, it might have been better for me to join the fray against Chain and Nobody and then start sniping with Damien. But this kind of melee training is necessary too. You have to know how to shake off an enemy's vanguard sticking to you like a leech on your own. After all, these are the very situations we'll actually face in the Black Dragon subjugation. I believe you guys can overcome this. No, we must overcome it. For the battles ahead. Thud. I planted the flag into the ground. Then grey castle walls sprouted from the ground like petals, and I slid across the floor towards Dirmudin as if riding a sled. And right as Dirmudin was about to complete his spell, I gave him a full swing with the flag right into his side. Aye. Whoa. Are you trying to kill me, Prince Ash? Startled, Dirmudin had no choice but to stop casting, and he blocked my flag with his magicraft staff. I didn't stop and kept swinging the flag. Stop casting. Yeah, yeah. Wait, my back's going to give out. Hold on. While the mage and a so-called mage, who's terrible at close combat, were bickering swoosh, a water cannon poured out from the fake dragon's mouth towards us. Ugh. Yeah. Dirmudin and I both tumbled across the ground. The direction of the match was spiraling into a labyrinth. Now, Sniper Boy, everyone on our front fears and reveres your eye, but I'm different. While all the other heroes were locked in an evenly matched battle, the balance here was completely shattered. From the start, I don't care about such things. Blind swordsman, nobody yelled fiercely, swinging his sword. Swoosh, swoosh. The rubber-tipped arrows Damien desperately shot were futilely shattered in midair. Grinding his teeth, Damien desperately tried to increase the distance, but nobody, using his footwork, closed in much faster. The lifeline of a ranged attacker is distance. Maintaining distance, or failing to. That's where battles are won or lost, and life and death are decided. If you can't take out the enemy before they close in, if you allow them to approach, defeat is inevitable. Similarly, the lifeline of a melee attacker is also distance. Within a short reach where their attack can hit, they exhibit overwhelming power, but if they can't close in to that distance, they die instead. They must burrow into their advantageous distance for the path to victory to open. Thus, the battle between attackers is a fight for who can control their favorable distance. And in this duel, nobody had an overwhelming advantage. The swordsman had broken through to the archer. How could he possibly lose? Click. Nobody's sword cut through the air with ferocity. Damien, with his naturally overwhelming eyesight, read its trajectory and twisted his body to dodge. Or so he thought he had. Squeak. The path of the blade strangely curved, flying towards Damien's held short bow. Startled, Damien managed to contort his body awkwardly to dodge the attack. Nobody bared his chilling teeth, grinning wickedly. Being blind, the direction of his gaze meant nothing. His movements were different from those of typical swordsmen. Having been blind from birth, without the concept of seeing, the preparatory motions for striking, swinging, and retrieving his weapon lacked the preliminary action of looking. This slight difference created a bizarre dissonance, and Damien, who had less experience in close combat and had understood movements based on other swordsmen he had seen, was further cornered. His excessively good eyesight ironically put him at a greater disadvantage. Got you! It was the moment nobody shouted, swinging down his sword. The one caught is on your side. Thwack. Suddenly, Damien shot an arrow in a completely different direction. Until now, he had always aimed precisely at nobody's vulnerabilities to neutralize him, but this arrow was off in a totally different direction. Did he miss because he was flustered? As nobody laughed, intending to overpower Damien, he felt a chill on his shoulder. The direction Damien suddenly shot towards was where the fake dragon was. If that's the case, could it be? Did he spot the dragon's weak point? In a flash, nobody's mind whirled. If that arrow truly found and hit the weak point, then this match could end right there. No, it's a fake. He's trying to deceive me. But an arrow shot at the cost of one's own life, in a situation where the swordsman had closed in, about to overpower him. It couldn't be anything but a finishing blow. Damn, I need to block that arrow. Nobody, straining his senses to find the off-course arrow, contorted his body unnaturally to swing his sword and knocked it away. Thwack. The arrow exploded in midair, and the next moment nobody realized. Sorry, the boy in front wasn't just good with his eyes. It's a fake. He was also bold. In that moment, Damien had completely given up the distance to the swordsman in front of him, betting on a psychological battle, and nobody was the one who lost. Sigh. Nobody mumbled, feeling foolish. Ate my sword for nothing. Damn. As nobody, whose posture was completely broken from awkwardly twisting his body, was still reeling, thump, thump. Two rubber-tipped arrows hit in quick succession. Nobody was knocked back. Sigh. Loading the next arrow, Damien looked towards the fake dragon and then smiled leisurely. And drawing the bowstring leisurely, he shot towards the weak point he had discovered. Squeak, the arrow traced a clean trajectory through the air. Whoa. And then cheers filled the arena. Chapter 615. Somehow, we managed to secure victory in the opening match. Our main party and the gentlemen were sprawled out in the seats, watching the games that followed. If only our opponent hadn't been the Lord's forces, we might have climbed higher. Chain muttered under his breath, rolling an egg over his bruised eye, while Junior fidgeted, not knowing what to do next. It seems Chain took a hefty blow from Junior's magic as they bickered. Still, to have been defeated by this group of five, known as the strongest frontline force, we can consider it an honorable defeat. Yeah, right. Just one round and I'm sore all over. Better to be knocked out in the first round and watch the games in peace. Though Torkel and Zenny spoke lightly, Diarmuidin and Nobody wore sullen expressions. It felt like a match worth attempting. The talent of the youth is terrifying. The audacity of the youth is just as frightening. Did you see Prince Ash swinging that flagpole, trying to beat me to death? Seems like he had quite a bit of pent-up resentment against me. Diarmuidin sent a sharp glance, to which I waved my hands dismissively. No, that couldn't be helped. We had to win. It's a martial arts tournament after all. Fine, fine. I understand now. You always wanted to swap me away with that flagpole, huh? They say you should die before you get old. Ugh, this won't do, kids. Go grab some street food and drinks. We need to treat the Ivory Tower Lord. As we were appeasing the sulking Diarmuidin and the gentlemen who were downcast from their loss by offering them drinks and food. The next match started. Evangeline gasped at the sight. Whoa, that party is. Looking at the bracket, the participating party name was Terrifying Sisters. The members entering the arena lived up to their party name, indeed terrifying. The funeral swordsman, known more famously by her epithet than her SSR rank, a maid with gunmetal blue hair carrying a sword coffin. Elise, the leader of the Holy Knight Division, an SSR rank healer in light blonde hair and black priestly robes, Rosetta. And no, I never intended to join something like the dragon-slaying quest. Violet, a SR rank illusionist affiliated with the Gamblers Club, dressed in a summer suit with a top hat and lavender hair, was being dragged along by the other two, seemingly against her will. I don't want to participate in this. I prefer the safety of the backlines. Let go of me, let go. Violet genuinely seemed reluctant, flailing her limbs in resistance, but as soon as Elise and Rosetta glared at her menacingly, she shut up and stopped resisting. Miss Violet, did we ask for something difficult? Is that all our relationship amounts to? Elise uttered menacingly, followed by Rosetta with a deceivingly kind smile. There's no need for you to be at the forefront. Just timely deploy your illusionary domain from the back. We kindly asked you, yet you persist. Then we have no choice but to settle your accumulated heresy points. Fine, fine. I get it, just please, not the heresy points settlement. Violet cried out. When did you even accumulate so much heresy points? Following them was SR rank psychokinesis user Bardebag, entering with an awkward smile. Thanks to mingling with the terrifying sisters, her demeanor seemed much brighter. And then, at the back of this party, step by step, a woman with long white hair tied back into a ponytail followed with light footsteps, Nameless, was seen. My mouth hung open, and a beat later, the other heroes did the same. Why are you here again? Nameless had been forced into a rest period at Crossroad after the battle against the King of Flies. She, who claimed to not sleep well in the Lake Kingdom, strangely found peace in Crossroad, perhaps due to Ada's presence and some trickery on his part. Anyway, I had desperately pleaded with her to stay until the festival, concocting some reason about needing help with reconstruction efforts. So I knew she had been mingling here and there around Crossroad. But to actually participate in a martial arts tournament, you're a character that breaks the balance. Hey, take it easy. Nameless faced the stirring heroes with an innocent and somewhat shy demeanor, unlike her usual scruffy robe. Now clad in ordinary light leather armor, looking not like the last watcher of a cursed kingdom, but just another adventurer. Anyway, as the terrifying sisters made their entrance to the arena and spotted us, they dangerously leaned towards the stands. We instinctively gasped and recoiled. Oh, you're here, President. Rosetta spoke menacingly, and Elise followed with a dangerous chuckle. Bodybag and Nameless smiled awkwardly. The President they referred to was undoubtedly Evangeline. Evangeline screamed, attempting to flee, but Rosetta and Elise quickly reached out, firmly grabbing her shoulders. When you called the party together for this martial arts tournament, you said, You sneakily slipped away and joined Prince Ash's party, huh? Keek. Evangeline avoided their gazes with her trembling emerald eyes, sweating profusely. I too broke out in a cold sweat. So there was this backstory. Ah, no. For the sake of our group's future. As the president, I aimed for victory here, while the group could aim for victory separately. If one of the two teams wins, it increases our chances of winning. Elise suddenly leaned in and blew a gust of air into Evangeline's ear, interrupting her rambling. Eek! Evangeline shivered as Rosetta whispered ominously. Since you've moved to a different party, make sure you win, President. If you don't win, what if I don't? Well, who knows what the future holds. Just know that there are many members eyeing the president title like hungry tigers. Hee hee. After leaving those meaningful words behind, the terrifying sisters headed towards the arena. Evangeline, her complexion pallid and trembling, cried out in desperation. Don't joke around. You have any idea how hard I worked for this position as president? How bitter the struggle has been. You think I'd just hand it over? Evangeline's fighting spirit flared noticeably at the thought of the presidency she was so earnestly devoted to. Well, motivation is good, I suppose. Anyway, it seems we suddenly have championship-level strength on our side. Elise, Rosetta, and Bardibag alone constitute a formidable elite force. Not to mention Violet, a non-combatant always prone to complaints, yet undeniably talented as an illusionist, and even nameless. As expected, these five swiftly dominated their first match, leaving the arena with triumphant expressions. The terrifying sisters, indeed a terrifying combination. Following that, a series of interesting parties with unique compositions emerged. Heroes executed matches with unprecedented combinations, tactics, and strategies, displaying their creativity and competitive spirit. From the start, some teams didn't even glance at their opponents, rushing straight for the fake dragon, or coordinating in advance to join forces with another team to seek out its weak point, or digging into the arena's dirt to hastily construct fortifications, or even offering bribes. To Lily, who was controlling the fake dragon, such inventive matches unfolded, showcasing our heroes' creativity. It's unsettling how they all seem to be taking after my knack for finding loopholes. As someone tasked with tactical assessment, I watched every match closely, noting the participating heroes' skill levels, potential, and performance. Among them, one particularly striking party stood out. The Outsiders, newly formed. King Poseidon of the Merfolk introduced themselves. Originally, the Outsiders was a meeting group for the four major non-human races to discuss their affairs. The party members participating in the martial arts tournament included King Poseidon, Cuilan, Calliope, and Verdandi. Kellison and Queen Skuld were replaced by Calliope and Verdandi. And the last member was, why am I here? Hannibal, an N-rank spirit magician and enchanter, shuffled nervously, his presence all the more conspicuous among the imposing figures representing the four major non-human races. He wriggled and hid behind Calliope. Then King Poseidon laughed heartily, stroking his blue beard. You're an outsider too, aren't you? Hannibal, representing the half-blood community of hybrids, certainly qualified. A representative of the four major non-human races and the hybrid community. They truly fit the name Outsiders. Whoa, go, my son, Hannibal, fight on. Xennies, who had been trembling just moments before Rosetta approached, now boisterously cheered for Hannibal as he entered the arena, even waving cheerleaders' pom-poms. Hannibal blushed deeply and curled up even more. Ah, I know that feeling. Embarrassed by your dad making a scene at the sports day, but also kinda not hating it. In any case, the Outsiders, fittingly a party of five kings, quickly dominated their first match and won, flaunting their championship-level strength and receiving overwhelming support from various races as they proudly exited. Why are there so many strong teams? And then the next championship contending team to enter was, ha ha ha, has my turn finally come, Duskbringer, and her command, the Dragonblood Knights. Duskbringer entered the arena in full armor, though she typically eschewed armor. This time she was fully clad in crimson armor, matching her knights. Her usually disheveled long black hair was neatly braided and wrapped around her neck, presenting a more splendid and valiant appearance than ever. The champion of last autumn's festival martial arts tournament, Duskbringer herself, has arrived to claim victory once again. Since there was no festival last autumn, she is indeed the champion from 2 years ago. The audience erupted in cheers at the champion's entrance. Closing her eyes, Duskbringer savored the cheers and then shot me a sly smile. I smiled back wryly. Duskbringer, more serious and ready for battle than ever. I noticed the crown on her head. The silver crown, a symbol of sovereignty over the Bringer duchy, had been dented by a dragon's assault, but had since been skillfully restored by Celebi. Though restored upon closer inspection, the cracks, fissures, and deformed shape remained, scars of the past. A precarious dragon lady. I quietly observed as the Dragonblood Knights swiftly won their first match, and Duskbringer laughed brightly amidst the applause and cheers. Yet my mind was not truly in the arena. Unbeknownst to me, I was envisioning the dragon-slaying quest. Sigh, and I made a new resolve. In this martial arts tournament, no matter what, our main party must defeat the Dragonblood Knights. Only then can I maintain command over the dragon-slaying quest, and only then can I ensure Duskbringer is excluded from the dragon-slaying quest. The martial arts tournament continued, reaching early afternoon past lunchtime. Finally, the last championship contending team entered the arena. The sunlight is quite intense. A woman in a white dress, holding a white parasol and with beige hair flowing down her back. SSR rank swordsman Hecate. Following her, 4 knights clad in pitch-black armor. The Imperial Guards, the Glory Knights, made their first appearance on the battlefield. Adjusting her wide-brimmed hat, Hecate murmured in a voice as if about to extinguish. Too bright a time for spectres to dance. Chapter 616, Not a Bad Festival. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and when I turned around, it was Father. The spectators around us, startled, stood up from their seats. The Emperor waved his hand, signaling them to relax. Don't worry and enjoy yourselves. I've just come to have a chat with my son. But I wondered if saying that would really make it okay. Even if the Emperor moved around casually and seemed approachable, there were always elite guards deployed around him, not to mention that he himself was a naturally born powerhouse. It wasn't just a matter of social status. In this frontline, crowded with strong individuals from all over the world, his undeniable aura alone was enough to tense up the atmosphere. Heroes around us instinctively moved away, leaving the seats around me in a wide circle. And the Emperor, being who he was, didn't care whether others felt uncomfortable or not, and leaned close to me. Truly, he lived at his own pace. Is it the Glory Knight's turn next? Yes, it is. Have you exchanged greetings with Hecate? Weren't you schoolmates? Well, as you know, my memory isn't exactly intact. As I awkwardly gestured towards my head, the Emperor let out a relaxed chuckle and then said, "The Glory Knights. Those poor children." He suddenly uttered such words towards the entering Glory Knights' 5 members. I narrowed my eyebrows, puzzled, calling his own royal guards poor. They probably won't last long. Won't last long. I thought he was talking about the tournament, but he wasn't. Exactly what I said. Those knights who were like my limbs will soon die. No, the Emperor continued with words that were hard to comprehend. They will soon freeze. Freeze. As if, like a machine breaking down and stopping. Why would he say that? It was Hecate who first requested to be sent to this frontline, and her knights agreed. If it's going to end soon anyway, they wanted to freeze here, so I brought them, granting that wish. The Emperor smiled bitterly. They were loyal warriors who dedicated their lives to the burden and the Empire. How could I not grant them that final request? Since I had never encountered the Glory Knights in the game, I knew nothing about them. So I urgently added, freeze. What does that mean? Whoa, just then, a roar of cheers spilled from the audience, cutting off my conversation with the Emperor. Looking at the arena, the match had already ended. The Glory Knights' opponents were 5 young mercenaries, a team formed by young wizards, spiritists, and warriors who had been active across various frontlines. Despite their youth, these mercenaries were veterans of monster battles. They were not to be underestimated. But as soon as the match started, Hecate instantly dashed forward, her wooden sword splitting all of the young mercenaries' wooden weapons in two. The rest of the Glory Knights didn't even move. Hecate had won all by herself. We surrender. The young party leader, catching up to the situation a beat too late, said reluctantly, raising both hands, and Hecate smiled sweetly. Glory Knights victory. With Ada's declaration of victory, applause and cheers filled the stadium. Now they are no longer my knights. They are under your command. Hecate smiled modestly, held the hem of her skirt in a curtsy, and then walked lightly out of the arena. Her movement, like a single blossom, seemed far removed from words like death or freezing. So, make sure you send them off well. But the Emperor said this while sadly watching her back. Those poor patriots who dedicated their entire destiny to the Empire. After the match ended, a few hours of break were announced before the next match would begin. The arena and the fake dragon needed maintenance after all. I left the arena to talk to Hecate. Where could she be? Ah, I found her quickly. Hecate was standing near the reconstruction site of the southern wall. She was with the young mercenaries she had just faced. You were amazing, knight. We couldn't even see your swordsmanship. How much training do you need to become that strong? Could you please teach us a little? Yes. The young mercenaries, not at all daunted by the fact that Hecate was the commander of the Glory Knights, naturally clung to her, bombarding her with questions. Hecate, looking a bit troubled but still smiling gently, kindly answered each of their questions one by one. As I was about to wait a bit further away, watching this scene, I noticed something odd. Creak, creak, from the construction site right next to us. They were assembling walls brought from New Terra when suddenly a chain of ominous cracking sounds erupted. Sensing something was wrong, I yelled out in panic, "Wait, danger!" But it was too late. Crash, boom, safety harnesses snapped one after another, and the steel framework, twisting altogether, caused the wall being assembled to collapse. Amidst screams, the giant steel wall fell, right towards the young mercenaries. Damn, I tried to summon a magic barrier to block it, but my casting speed was too slow to reach in time. While the warrior mercenaries managed to roll away quickly, the wizard and the spiritist were too slow to avoid it in time. The two mercenaries hugged each other and shut their eyes tight, and then wish. They were pushed out. It was Hecate who grabbed and threw them to safety. She could have easily avoided it herself, but she ran under the falling wall to save the young mercenaries. Hecate, seeing the mercenaries were safe, gave a relieved smile and then crash. She was crushed by the falling wall. Blood sprayed in all directions. Covered in Hecate's blood, the young mercenaries screamed. Ah, Hecate, Hecate is. Rushing forward, I assembled a flag and plunged it into the ground. Swoosh! The magic barrier I summoned rose from the ground, lifting the fallen steel wall. Under such circumstances, there was no way someone could have survived. Though I knew it, thinking I still had to recover the body, I exerted all my strength to move the wall, and then I was faced with a scene I couldn't understand. There Hecate was, being reassembled. Blood that had sprayed in all directions gathered back to one place, and flesh and bone fragments swirled together to form a shape. And then, as if mixing clay figures indifferently, they blended together whisk-thud. And over it, bandages wrapped around. Old, blood-stained magical bandages engraved with runes wrapped around her body like a mummy. Her hat, white dress, and red shoes, all torn to shreds without a trace left. Yet, despite that, the reassembled her stood there, dazed for a moment. And we, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't regain our senses and just stared at her, stunned. Ah, Hecate, regaining her senses a beat late, asked with a pale face, "Is everyone okay?" Ah, the young mercenaries, pale with shock, staggered back. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. A monster, it's a monster, and ran away screaming. Hecate watched the young mercenaries fleeing with a vacant look and then grimaced, shaking her head. I'm sorry for showing you such a gruesome sight, Your Highness. She bowed slightly to me, her body stiff. Sizzle. As the sunlight touched her skin, now fully exposed without her hat, it made a burning sound. Hecate picked up a parasol lying nearby and opened it, stopping her cheeks from scorching. I stuttered for a while before I could finally ask, "Are you okay?" That was the only question I could manage to ask. Then Hecate smiled faintly. "I'm fine, and no one was hurt. Isn't that what matters? I'll explain everything later." Hecate, brushing off the ash from her cheek, grimaced and bowed to me again. I wouldn't want Lucas to see me like this. I couldn't respond, and Hecate trudged off towards the city. Frozen in place, I muttered bitterly, "What have they done?" The Emperor slowly approached from behind me. I asked, not hiding my anger, "What have you done to them? These are the Glory Knights." The Emperor calmly, yet with a hint of compassion, whispered, "The darkness of the Empire, the shadow of the Empire, the evil spirits of the Empire. The knights who never lose. The knights who cannot die. Yes." At the Emperor's next words, I clenched my eyes shut. The greatest monsters created by our empire. The heads of the production guilds knelt before me. I had originally ordered them to halt construction on the walls during the festival and take a rest. However, the guild refused. The reason was not only that there was only a month left until the next defense battle, but also that they couldn't leave the walls brought from New Terra unassembled for over 3 days. They were in the midst of crucial assembly work and couldn't afford to delay the construction. Therefore, the construction continued during the festival, leading to this incident, using the magic construction technology of the Lake Kingdom to bind the walls. But the walls from New Terra were enchanted with magic that repelled other magics, making the work unusually difficult due to this resistance. Despite the tight schedule and utmost caution, in the end, looking around at the guild leaders waiting for their punishment, I sighed. There were no casualties, but can this truly be considered a situation with no casualties? The young mercenaries almost died. If not for Hecate's sacrifice, at least two would have died. And Hecate, sigh. I took a deep breath and looked back at the guild leaders, soaked in sweat and guilt, unable to meet my gaze. But was it right to chastise them for an accident that resulted in no deaths, especially when they were working through the festival and their holidays? Who pushed them to this extent? Wasn't it me? I will not issue a punishment. Instead, I waved my hand. After completing the safety inspection, stop the work where possible and take a rest until tomorrow. Let all workers rest during the festival. Your Highness, this does not overlook the accident. It's merely suspending enforcement. If another accident occurs, I will impose a penalty including for this incident. I nodded slightly. There's certainly some fault on my part for pushing you all too hard. No, Your Highness. We chose to give up our festival and holiday. You are warriors too. If you are to fight, you need to rest. The workers building the walls are also warriors guarding this front line. No matter how tight the schedule, managing their condition is also my responsibility. Rest, forget, and take a break. I will apologize to Knight Hecate separately. Yes, Your Highness. Secure more space around the construction site and further guard against any possible safety accidents. The guild leaders bowed repeatedly to me and exited the office. I sighed and looked out the window. The bright afternoon in Crossroad was still festive. There was a minor accident, but no casualties. That's what was announced. It was the Emperor who made this announcement. Hecate was looking forward to this festival. The Emperor, sitting on a sofa in the corner of the office, casually murmured, "For her, this might be the last festival she enjoys in her life. If the mood of the festival is dampened by something related to her, she would undoubtedly be sad. Please explain, Father. What do you want to know? Why the Glory Knights have become like this? And," I looked straight at the Emperor, "what do you want to achieve by entrusting them to me?" Chapter 617. A century ago, your great-grandfather requested of Duskbringer, the Duchess, saying we needed an invincible army. The Emperor slowly opened his mouth. So the Duchess integrated the magic and sorcery of his time, curses and taboos, and even her own dragon blood to create the Glory Knights, an undying army for the Imperial Guard. I shuddered. Duskbringer. Thus, for the past 100 years, the Glory Knights have protected the Emperor and the Empire. Knights have been continuously replaced, and even Duskbringer has stepped down from the leadership, but the curses and sorcery have been passed down through generations. I thought of the bandages wrapped around Hecate, engraved with magical runes. Could those old bandages be the sorcery and curses? Knights selected for the Glory Knights faced death once right after their appointment. After all, one must die once to not die again. Killed, you say? Yes. And then curses are cast on their dead bodies and souls to fix them in place. No matter how severe the wounds, their bodies will regenerate to their state at that time, and their souls cannot leave their bodies. Listening with my mouth agape, the Emperor continued. However, even if the body revives, the soul gets eroded away. Sooner or later, the end comes. That's why we continuously search for successors to replace the generations. And the current generation of 5 Glory Knights, I have been exceptionally harsh with them. The Emperor grimaced with a bitter smile. Where have I been all this time? In the spirit realm, fighting against the guards of different races. Exactly. Could it be? The Emperor nodded, confirming my suspicions. The Glory Knights joined that battle. They fought directly against the guards of other races at the very bottom of the spirit realm. Even if the Glory Knights are talented knights, they are not transcendent beings. Yet those 5 repeatedly died and revived, clashing swords with the guards, quickly being consumed. The emperor closed his eyes as if recalling those moments. That's why Hecate is broken now. A genius with the sword, unparalleled in the history of the empire, but the erosion of the soul is a different matter. She reached her operational limit 2 years ago and should have retired then. In fact, 2 years ago, we expedited the graduation of the most talented cadet from the academy at that time, preparing them as her successor. I gasped in surprise. Could it be? That successor candidate, Evangeline? Yes, Lady Evangeline Cross of the Cross family. She was also a candidate for the Glory Knights. I clenched my teeth. So that's why Evangeline graduated early in this game iteration. But at the last moment, Hecate refused. The Emperor leaned back in his chair. Upon hearing that the knight selected as her successor was 16 years old, she pleaded with me. She said she'd try to hold on as long as possible. And then an accident happened. An accident. It's about Fernandez. Hearing my second brother's name after a long while, I opened my mouth slightly. That's right, around that time. He tricked me into a scheme, and while I and the Glory Knights entered the spirit realm, he severed the connection with Everblack. Good heavens! That damned second brother, so it's all connected like this. I recalled the time I met the Emperor in the spirit realm. That the Imperial Guard was trapped in the spirit realm with the Emperor. With the connection to Everblack severed, I lost the beacon of light and couldn't return to the real world. The same went for the Glory Knights. We were scattered, and the knights drifted into the deep sea of the spirit realm. It was only much later, after I returned to reality, that I managed to rescue them. But it was too late. Those 5 were already broken beyond repair. Moreover, exposed to the spirit realm for too long, even the curses and sorcery were damaged. Now, it might be impossible to pass on the curse to successors. The Emperor let out a faint sigh. Luckily, the battles with the guards ceased, and so I allowed those pitiful knights of mine to choose where they would fall. That place is Crossroad. Seeing the proclamation you sent, Hecate requested it. She wanted to attend the festival one last time. There were people she wanted to see before she died. So, dressed in a gown she never wore in her life, and even wearing childish red Mary Jane shoes, she came to seek her old classmates, all dressed up. They are the shadows of the Empire, cursed to never again receive the sunlight, unable to love and be loved like ordinary people. They are just pitiful and unfortunate beings who have burnt their lives entirely for the Empire and the Emperor. The Emperor slowly rose from his chair. Entrusting them to you, what do you think I, as an emperor, a father, expect from my son? I looked up at my father, overwhelmed. Isn't it obvious? As an emperor, as a father, there's only one thing I can bestow upon my son. With the afternoon sun of the festival-laden city behind him, his face buried in dark shadows, the emperor growled like a beast. Nothing but trials. My son, you once said you would kill monsters and save people. And I asked you, what is the definition of the people you wish to protect? The question and answer session we had in the Palace of New Terra came to my mind. And you answered that question by founding the World Guardian Front. All beings that communicate and seek understanding are the ones you aim to save. From within the shadows, the Emperor's black eyes emitted a faint golden light. Then let me ask once more. If those beings willing to communicate and understand harbor an irremovable evil, would you still embrace them? Would you protect even such an adversary? I remained frozen, unable to move. The Glory Knights are loyal patriots who loved their country so much they gave everything. But what is the difference between a patriot of the Empire and an enemy of other nations? From the foundation of the Empire to the present, the Glory Knights have never once defied the Emperor's orders, becoming the sword that was wielded. How many innocent lives has that blade taken? The Emperor kept pouring out. The shadows created by your beloved Duskbringer are none other than the Glory Knights. The Duchess is a pitiful and sad being, but the darkness she harbors is as deep as the years she has lived. Could you even look away from the Duchess's grotesque aspects? And I, too, am the greatest villain under heaven. Just because I treat you tenderly and have arranged everything for you, do not think of me as a good person. The Emperor methodically confessed his sins. I have framed innocent citizens, turning them into the dew on the scaffold, and then burned their bodies and souls to use as fuel for my country. I have personally crushed countless neighboring countries. How much innocent blood was shed in the process, and how many tears were spilled. All the darkness I have wrought, I will embrace and die with. I want to make you an unblemished emperor. Everything that can be cleaned with my tainted hands, I will sweep away. But the Emperor slowly leaned forward towards me, an irresistible force emanating from his eyes as they drew closer. The darkness of the world is deep, deeper than you can imagine, deeper than you can grasp, always more profound. The Emperor spread his arms wide. Are the shadows of the Empire only the glory knights? Every knight, every mage, every soldier, every bureaucrat and patriot stands upon this blood-stained, sin-ridden land. Look at the people you love. Look at the loyal warriors from all over the world who would willingly die for you. Are they purely innocent and blameless? I clench my teeth. Even if such people exist, they too would willingly stain their hands with blood to save you. To protect your cause, everyone would willingly embrace the darkness. But a good name is just a pretext. Regardless of the reason, with just a slight shift in perspective, every human is stepping into the abyss of evil. The Emperor roared quietly. Truly, truly, would you embrace that too? All that evil, the darkness of this world, can you truly bear it? Do you truly have the courage to embrace and cherish all this, my pure son? In this boiling pit of evil named the world, what does the king you want to become look like? A moment of silence passed. After catching my breath, I barely managed to ask, Father, why do you impose such trials on me? Strictly speaking, this is not a trial I have imposed. The Emperor chuckled. It's a trial you chose. I'm merely awakening you to it. It is you who are walking into the path of Asura in pursuit of innocent goodness. Instead of your precarious purity, I'm merely suggesting a suitable compromise. The Emperor whispered, Did I not say, I intend to make you the Emperor of the Empire? Now you are leading the front to protect the world, so you can wave that grand flag. But what about after? How long can you continue to wield the ideal of embracing the whole world? Facing me with trembling eyes, the Emperor presented his compromise. Cut away from the world. There's no need to embrace everything. Embrace your world, your people, just the right amount of evil that you can handle. The Emperor slowly stepped back and tilted his head, allowing his mythical face to soak in the sunlight, humanizing his expression. That's the answer I desire. What if I can't? You know, the Emperor smirked and gestured south. The end of kings who harbored ideals and overreached is always the same. At that southern tip lies an ancient kingdom sunken beneath the Black Lake. The Emperor, baring his teeth in a grin, whispered in a jesting tone, Nothing but drowning. I clenched my fist. The Emperor slowly exited the office, passing me by. I will watch, born hater, how you will embrace and cope with such darkness of your people. The choice you will clench at the end of this trial, and the outcome of it. Creak thud. The door opened and closed, and I was left alone in the office, biting my lip. The darkness harbored by Hecate, the darkness harbored by Duskbringer by the Emperor, and the darkness harbored by the many people affiliated with this front. If I truly wish to be a king, to be the bearer of this flag leading them, I cannot turn away. But how far do I have the capacity to embrace and dissolve all this darkness, to ponder the king's path before the black dragon subjugation? Yet, I know, even if I can't find the right answer, even if I reach a clumsy conclusion, I must not stop pondering, for I know from experience, such torment and dilemma eventually lead to preserving humanity, whether it's my humanity or that of everyone at the front. To ponder until the end, for being human, is my role. Chapter 618. Originally, today's schedule was to proceed up to the round of 16 in the martial arts tournament. However, considering the particular circumstances, the Glory Knights match was postponed to tomorrow. It would be too much to ask them to compete after such an incident. Thus, the other matches went on as planned. Round of 16. My main party vs the Terrifying Sisters. The members of the Terrifying Sisters were Elise, Rosetta, Bodybag, Violet, and Nameless. Truly, they too were of championship caliber. As heroes who had demonstrated formidable presence on the front lane, their squad was powerful. Moreover, their tactics were quite innovative. As soon as it began, Bodybag used psychokinesis to lift me up and threw me far away. Whoa, my lord! Since there were no disqualifications for being thrown out of the arena in this martial arts tournament, I was bewildered while being flung. This is what I've been waiting for. While I was out of the area, Violet deployed Illusionary Realm. Illusionary Realm is an area of effect mental status ailment. My unyielding commander, which provides area immunity, is the perfect counter. But I had been thrown out of range, and they seized this opportunity. What a combination! Squeal, illusionary realm, unfolded, and the main party members just fell victim to it right there. Evangeline, Lucas, Junior, they all had dazed expressions, drooling as they stared blankly into space. Isn't it too much to be taken down in one hit, even without me? Damn it, I need to get back. Whoa! I tried to hurry back, but Bardybag cast another psychokinetic spell, binding me to a corner of the arena. I was thoroughly caught. Now, attack! Then the rest of the terrifying sisters, excluding Violet, rushed in furiously. They focused their attack on Evangeline first. Did they have some pent-up grievances? Hey, this traitor. After saying we'd stick together to the end, to show us such dreams and then abandon us, it's time for Heresy Point's settlement. I'm not sure, but when else will we get to hit the president? Go easy, though. Let me know if it hurts. Elise and Rosetta, Bardybag, and even the innocently faced Nameless pummeled Evangeline mercilessly. Even if I fall here. As she was finally overwhelmed by their furious assault, Evangeline solemnly muttered, "The dream of a handsome harem will live on immortally. Why are you keeping such a thing immortal? What kind of dream are you dreaming?" I screamed while struggling to free myself from the psychokinetic magic. Anyway, our frontline tanker Evangeline was knocked down. Next, the terrifying sister's gaze turned sharply toward Lucas. Lucas, with a vacant look in his eyes, said, "It's all right, my lord. Please go out with Lady Serenade. I'll take care of the house today. Yes, I'll feed the baby formula, play with them, and put them to sleep with lullabies. Who am I? I'm the house's guard dog and butler, so don't worry and have a pleasant date." What kind of illusion are you showing the child? Why has he become a newlywed couple's golden retriever and housekeeper taking care of their home? What kind of dream has he fallen into? Who? Serenade, watching from the stands, somehow seemed very pleased. No, no, don't be happy about that now. Anyway, the terrifying sisters, after glaring fiercely at Lucas, suddenly withdrew their gaze and passed him by. I'm dreaming the same dream, so I can't bring myself to disturb it. Let's leave him be. Look, I'll overlook it. May your dream become reality, Knight. They're even cheering now. What are you doing? The next target for the terrifying sisters was Junior. Junior, a wizard with full magic power stats, was dizzily affected by the illusion. As they approached her, the terrifying sisters sneered evilly. That was when Junior muttered softly, "What's my taste?" The terrifying sisters hesitated for a moment, then exchanged serious looks. We probably shouldn't disturb this one either. Indeed, this might be a very significant moment for Junior. May you come to a good conclusion. Taste. What is she talking about? Only Nameless, unable to follow the conversation, tilted her head in confusion. Anyway, after skipping Lucas and Junior, they finally turned their attention to Damien. And then found the dragon's reverse scale. Damien, with a calm smile, shot an arrow at the fake dragon. The terrifying sisters gaped a beat too late, but the arrow was already in flight. Damien's farsight sees through the essence of things. Although hearing, smell, touch might be disturbed, Damien's vision was unaffected by illusionary realm from the start. How is there such an overpowered character? So Damien had pretended to be affected by the illusion from the beginning, quietly standing in place while searching for the fake dragon's reverse scale. And now he had fired the arrow. Thud, the arrow hit the reverse scale precisely, and immediately the match-ending bell rang. Ding, ding, ding. How could this happen? The tactic was perfect. Ugh, we were careless. The terrifying sisters sat down dejectedly with a look of utter despair. Only Nameless clapped for Damien, acknowledging it as a splendid match. As illusionary realm dissipated, the rest of my main party members also collapsed to the ground. Evangeline and Lucas came to their senses a moment later, looking around bewilderedly. Where? My harem, where? The baby. Where has the baby gone? It's time for their formula, and then to rock them to sleep. Wake up, you dreamers. Ha! Junior, who had collapsed with her arm on the ground, suddenly sweated and muttered, What? I dreamed that spinach juice and tomato juice were fighting, asking me to choose between them. Ah, so your dilemma was about that kind of taste. Returning to the center of the arena, I first took care of my still disoriented main party members and heaped praises on Damien. Then I nodded grandly towards the terrifying sisters. It was an excellent strategy, ladies. It wouldn't have been strange if you had one. to conceive and execute a tactic that excludes me and targets mental status ailments. It was truly commendable. Had Damien not held out with Farsight, we would have honestly lost just like that. I praised each member of the terrifying sisters one by one. Elise and Rosetta sincerely regretted the loss, while Bardibag and Nameless laughed, saying they enjoyed it. Lastly, I approached Violet, who was hiding in a corner looking for a chance to escape, and forcibly grasped her hand in a handshake. You did great, Violet. Your mastery of illusions improves as the days go by. Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the Black Dragon subjugation. What? After giving her a smile, I left the arena, leaving her behind. A few seconds later, Violet, who had regained her senses, turned pale. She tried to flee out of the city, but when I snapped my fingers, the other members of the Gamblers' Club appeared and dragged her screaming back into the city. Where do you think you're going? Enjoy the festival a bit more. No, no, no. Violet's screams were drowned out by the cheers and applause from the stands. Thus, the first match of the round of 16 came to an end. Stepping outside the arena, I looked around at my main party members and announced, all right, from now on, everyone rest up on their own. It's fine to watch the remaining matches or go out and have fun. Just enjoy yourselves. Since the quarterfinals are tomorrow, gather at the Lord's mansion in the morning. The party members answered in unison, yes. After exchanging greetings for their hard work today, the party members dispersed to their respective destinations. As I watched the children head towards various parts of the city, my lord, Lucas approached me, looking cautious. Lucas, what's up? If you're here to apply for the future butler position of our house, there's still some time before the job posting. Submit your application later. Please stop teasing me about that. More importantly, Lucas, with his eyes darting around in thought, looked straight at me. I have something I want to say about Hecate. Evangeline, who had been walking away, suddenly made a U-turn and started listening in. I smiled bitterly. Yes, I felt that we needed to talk about that too. Eddie's Honey Inn, second floor. Hecate stood in front of her locked room door, blankly staring at the key in her hand. Caught up in an accident, her handbag had been crushed, and the room key inside had been bent out of shape. She could go down to the lobby and get a new key from the staff, but she didn't feel up to it. Explaining her bandage-covered, bloodied appearance was also troublesome. Hecate staggered and then just sat down in the corridor. How did it come to this? She looked down at her body, wrapped in bandages. How did I end up like this? It was the life she had chosen. As a citizen of the Empire, she revered the Emperor and had aimed to join the Glory Knights from the moment she first picked up a sword. She willingly risked her life and fought for the Empire. And now she had received a diagnosis that she didn't have much time left. The Emperor had given her some free time, and Hecate had come to the southern end of the world to find her old school friends, dressed up and excited for the festival after such a long time. But she felt awkward around her old friends and couldn't easily approach them. Her plan to show off in the martial arts tournament was ruined by an accident. With this cursed body, I can't approach Lucas again. She remembered the young mercenaries running away in horror after seeing her reassemble. Ash's face, frozen in shock, too, and Lucas, who had come running out late to guard Ash and had also turned pale at the sight of her from afar. I shouldn't have come. It was then Hecate realized the reality. She had become a being far too different from ordinary people. No matter how much she tried to cover it up, she was nothing but a monster wrapped in curses. I should have just disappeared quietly, stayed as a beautiful memory from my school days. Why did she come all this way to tarnish even the good memories with her ugly appearance? Sitting crouched in the corridor, Hecate looked to the side. She could see the square in the distance through the inn's window. Groups of people laughing and talking under the dazzling afternoon sun were visible. She couldn't even step out of the shadow. She envied those smiles that could laugh under the sunlight, and honestly, a little bit. I hate it. Hecate covered her face with her hands, desperately trying to suppress something welling up inside when, excuse me, a nervous, stuttering voice called out from in front. Startled, Hecate hastily wiped her face with her hands, rubbed her moist eyes with her forearm, and looked up. Is it the door? Can't you open it? This inn is so old, the locks break all the time. I've had my fair share of trouble with it too. Junior was standing there. She had just returned from the round of 16 match. She had only come to pick up some luggage. But then she ran into Hecate sitting in front of her room. Trying hard to ignore Hecate's tear-streaked face, Looking flustered and sweating profusely, she spoke with a voice that seemed to squeeze out courage. The young wizard hesitated and then asked carefully, "How can I help you?" She bit her tongue in the process. Junior, sticking out her tongue, which was now bleeding a little, stood silently for a moment, then awkwardly blurted out a line she hadn't used in 2 years. Dot, 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 it's a joke. It wasn't funny at all, but because it was so absurd, Hecate ended up laughing anyway. Chapter 619, Junior's Room. Seeing Hecate in such a bad state, Junior invited her to her room, and Hecate didn't refuse. She didn't have the mental energy to refuse. Standing at the entrance of the wizard's room, filled with the smell of ancient books, Hecate blankly looked around. The room was packed with books, not just spell books, but history books. There were also piles of old history books. Then Junior approached and handed her a robe. "Do you, for now, want to put this on?" After a moment, Hecate, wrapped in the robe, sat opposite Junior at a small table. Junior, flustered, picked up a bottle of drink. "Would you like to drink something? It's just a health drink, but—" Hecate didn't refuse. Junior poured the only beverage in the room, a health juice blended with tomato and spinach, into a cup and handed it to her. "I don't have much to offer, but please enjoy." "Thank you." Despite the drink likely tasting awful, Hecate drank it down smoothly. Even though Junior was the one who offered the drink, internally she thought, this person has a good stomach. "Thank you." After an awkward silence, Hecate spoke up. Junior, a beat too late, responded with a "huh, thank you for caring." "Ah, no, it's not a big deal. You don't have to be so kind to someone like me. There's no need to put yourself down like that. Hecate, you're a remarkable person." Hecate, intending to say something, then held back and looked out the window. "Does Crossroad often have festivals?" "Ah, no. The most excitement is about twice a year. The Autumn Festival and the New Year's event." "I see. In New Terra, festivals are frequent, right?" "Yes, they happen often, though I, being a native of New Terra, didn't go much." Junior tilted her head, puzzled. "Why?" Hecate hesitated before answering. "My parents passed away when I was very young, so there was no one to take me to the festivals. As a child, I always just watched from afar." I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." "No, I'm sorry. It was insensitive of me to bring it up." Once again, an awkward silence settled between them. Not knowing what to do, Junior's eyes darted back and forth until Hecate broke the silence first. "My parents were soldiers, caught in an accident." "That's terrible. I was left an orphan with no relatives, and then the Emperor took me in." Junior blinked. Hecate poured out her thoughts in a daze. "There's a foster home operated by the imperial family for children of veterans. I grew up there." As Hecate mentioned the Emperor, her face lit up a bit. "The Emperor would visit regularly to encourage us, saying, 'Your parents gave me their lives, so I will take responsibility for yours.' And he would gently pat each of us on the head." Hecate closed her eyes, recalling that day. "To me, who can't even remember my parents' faces, his gentle touch was truly a salvation. How could I not respect, not love, a monarch who personally took care of even the smallest and youngest among us? To me, just like Jupiter was a mother to Junior. To Hecate, the emperor who took her in was like a father." Hecate's red eyes moved to the contents of the mug in her hand. "Since childhood, I decided to dedicate my life to Everblack, and with a talent for the sword, I was able to enter the Royal Academy on a scholarship. Joining the Glory Knights to protect the Emperor was my dream, and it came true. I stood on the battlefield alongside the Emperor. He trusted us. Despite becoming like this and enduring terrible pain, despite the diagnosis that I wouldn't last much longer, I was still proud." Hecate's hand, wrapped in bandages, gripped the mug tightly. "But the front lines I fought to protect have now signed a peace treaty. I know, a weapon shouldn't harbor doubts, but it's disconcerting. I fought off the guards of other races for the Empire, dying over and over. But now those races are considered allies." Junior quietly looked into Hecate's eyes. "What meaning then does my battle, my life dedicated to this, have?" Hecate's eyes were filled with confusion. "I came here to see old friends before my life ends. They were all shocked to see my condition, but I was more shocked. The royal guards I've been wary of, all the enemies from the borders. They were all united here as one army. All the lords from that list who I might have been dispatched to execute were nonchalantly enjoying the festival and laughing together." Hecate shook her head. "That's when I realized. The one who is wrong in this world is me. It's I, the demon of the Empire, who is out of step with the times. Having willingly taken on curses and become a monster for the Empire, all that effort was in vain, and the world is moving in the opposite direction. Junior quietly listened to her monologue. With this monstrous body, I can't even approach my old friends anymore. With this demonic mindset, I can't fully enjoy the festival. Hecate sadly lowered her head. Both as a knight and as an individual, my life has lost all meaning. It's all torn to shreds, like my body underneath these bandages. In the end, was there any meaning to my life? Junior found it hard to answer. Hecate bowed her head. I'm sorry. Suddenly getting overwhelmed and spewing all this out. No, no, it's okay. Really. So, I kind of understand. The silence settled like dust, and the laughter from the festival sounded emptily in the distance. Knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Junior, startled, made a whooshing sound as she sprang up. Then a familiar voice came from outside the door. Miss Junior, are you there? It's Lucas. Captain Lucas. What brings you here? I came looking for Hecate, but she wasn't in her room. I wondered if you might have seen where she went. If it's Hecate you're looking for, she's right here. Junior, smiling as she spoke, turned around only to see Hecate shaking her head with a pale face. Junior stuttered to finish her sentence. She's not here. I see she is there. Why is it that his intuition works so well at times like this selectively perceptive knight? Internally repeating this, Junior ruffled her hair. It was herself who lacked intuition. She should have hidden this lady. What was she thinking? Please tell her I would like to speak with her, could you? After letting out a long sigh, Hecate slowly stood up. Hastily getting up as well, Junior flailed her arms and legs. Oh, clothes. I'll lend you some clothes. Just a moment. As Junior flung open the wardrobe, all she found were wizard robes that all looked exactly the same. Junior exclaimed in despair. There's nothing suitable, damn it. What's wrong with my fashion sense? It's okay. Hecate, giving a bitter smile, headed towards the door. After everyone's seen what's inside, dressing up won't make any difference. Hecate, thank you for lending me the robe. I'll wash it well and return it to you later. With those formal words, Hecate opened the door. As she met Lucas's waiting gaze, the two knights quietly walked down the hallway as if on cue. Watching the two knights' retreating figures through the window, I don't know anymore. Junior hurriedly followed after them. The late afternoon sun mixed gradually with shades of red. Heading towards the end of the street market in the central square, Lucas and Hecate walked side by side, and behind them, tiptoe, tiptoe, Evangeline and I were silently following them. Evangeline was making tiptoe, tiptoe sound effects out loud as she followed closely behind, and I was following her. Being somewhat celebrities in this city, the merchants and citizens who recognized us were all puzzled and bewildered, but we didn't have time to pay attention to their stares. Lucas is walking in the festival streets, alone with someone he used to like. What could be more important than a direct observation of this? That's when Junior, who was diligently following quietly behind us, ran up with a startled expression. What are you two doing here? SHH, what about you? I am, that is well. Junior, keep your voice down. Follow my lead, tiptoe, tiptoe. Tiptoe. Eventually, Junior joined in. The three of us stealthily followed the two knights. Then we spotted Damien buying food at a stall, possibly for a temple feast, his arms full of food. Damien, too, spotted us and widened his eyes in surprise. Your Highness, and everyone else, what are you doing? SHH, Damien, tiptoe, tiptoe, come here, quick. Eventually, Damien, who was clueless, was dragged along. The four of us followed Lucas's date, from behind, keeping an eye on them. The two knights walked in silence for a long time. It was Hecate who spoke first. It's been a while since we've met so leisurely, Lucas. Or, now that I think about it, is this the first time we've met alone? That's right. We were always the three musketeers. Our lord led both you and me. Then Lucas squinted at Hecate. But I've been wondering, why have you been speaking so formally lately? Now that we're adults, it's proper to show respect. Hecate gave an awkward smile. Since I've graduated, I'm not a child anymore. We're adults now. Then I shall speak formally too. I'd rather you didn't. Then you should speak informally too. After a long silence, Hecate finally said, all right, I will. Lucas. She switched to informal speech. Only then did the atmosphere between them soften. The strange tension hovering over Lucas's face relaxed. As they walked silently for a while, the two knights stopped in front of a stall. The sign read, "New Terra-style baked goods." Without a word, Lucas bought 2 pieces of the snack and handed one to Hecate. "Here, you used to like this." "I did." Accepting the nostalgic snack, Hecate swallowed hard. "Did you know, I never went to a festival when I was young, but during our school days, whenever there was even a small festival in the imperial capital, His Highness would drag us out. We really struggled back then. Both you and I, the two knights stood silently for a moment, holding their snacks. Perhaps they were reminiscing about their school days and Ash, who had been between them at that time. Sorry, truth is I can't taste it anymore. My taste buds are ruined. Hecate, unable to finish her snack, smiled bitterly. I can't fully remember either. It all seems muddled. I remember the scenes, but I can't recall the emotions. I remember that I liked you, but I can't quite remember what that felt like. Hecate, Lucas spoke indifferently. People change after they graduate, it's natural. Hecate's eyes widened. Lucas sighed lightly. School memories fade. We were young and immature back then. I don't even understand why I lived like a fool. It doesn't matter what you've become now, or how much you've changed. To me, you are always the same. Lucas looked at Hecate with a steady gaze. The unbeaten swordsman I never managed to defeat from the day of our entrance ceremony to our graduation. Then and now, you remain the same to me. So Lucas smiled, a hero-like, clueless and upright smile. Let's have a match in this upcoming martial arts tournament properly. Chapter 620, Let's have a match in this upcoming martial arts tournament properly. At the protagonist's request, whose mindset could only be penetrated by the sword, we who were hiding and watching were perplexed, but, ha ha, it was then that Hecate finally laughed. Right, this is why I liked you. The two knights, who had been the top and the second in their school days, exchanged glances for a moment, the gaze that fixes upon the predetermined spot without retreating. It was because of that look. Ah, did it resonate? Was it a line that worked well among knights? We all looked at Evangeline at once. Evangeline was covering her face with both hands, trembling violently. Damn, I almost fell for it too. Does Lucas have a way with words? The thought processes of the Vanguard Knights are hard to understand. Anyway, Hecate and Lucas continued their conversation. Even if the world changes and everything falls apart, that aspect of you remains the same. Thank you, Lucas. I'm a bit relieved. Lucas smiled silently, and Hecate nodded her head. Tomorrow, we'll have a match after a long time. I won't go easy on you. A revenge match on graduation day. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this day, Hecate. Let's see how much we've both grown and compete with all our might. After that, the two knights walked along the street stalls with much lighter steps. It was an emotion hard to understand, but anyway, if things turned out well, then it's okay. Click, that was when. Suddenly, someone blocked the way in front of the two knights. Everyone looked in that direction, startled. Dressed in crimson armor without any gaps, and long black hair braided around her neck. The dragon lady, Dusk Bringer. HMPH. She snorted, and then glared at the two knights in turn. All this talk of matches and duels, such weak words. Lucas stepped back in confusion, while Hecate looked at Duskbringer with a face full of mixed emotions. Then Duskbringer walked past the two knights, towards me. Duchess, I gave up hiding, and awkwardly stood up to face her, sensing the ominous atmosphere around Duskbringer. I heard from Traha, Ash, she sneered, baring her sharp teeth. The Emperor and the Prince talked about the Imperial Way. What? No, yes. You couldn't answer right away, and you must have fallen into contemplation again. The question the Emperor asked me, what to do with the darkness of the world I seek to protect. The Emperor's sin, Duskbringer's sordid past, Hecate, the very shadow of the Empire, and the darkness each of the numerous people under my command harbors. How am I to embrace it? Not to turn away, not to avert my eyes, but to fully embrace it. And is it right to do so? What is the way to preserve humanity my own way? The Emperor had thrust this question upon me, and I was still deep in contemplation. And Duskbringer seemed to really dislike that. That's why she came to see me in person. We're in the middle of a martial arts tournament right now, and this martial arts tournament is tied to the strategy and selection rights for the Black Dragon subjugation battle. Even if it's nestled within a festival, it can be said to be a preliminary battle for the Black Dragon subjugation. Facing a disaster that could destroy the world, Are you still pondering what it means to be human? Facing such a formidable foe, how can you indulge in such weak contemplation? She gritted her teeth and stood in front of me. Everyone loves that about you. But in this battle, such a mindset is unnecessary. Duchess, it seems Traha has shown you his own answer, so I too will show you my own answer. Duskbringer's golden eyes seem to blaze with fire. Forget such concerns until after you've killed the enemy. Think about them after all this war is over. What's the use of pondering over such matters if you fail to survive? What's the point if, after preserving your humanity, all the people dear to you are dead? Duskbringer took another step closer. Her daunting presence made the heroes under my command hastily form a protective formation in front of me. Lucas and Hecate also stood behind Duskbringer as if surrounding her. But Duskbringer only glared at me and spat out. If you can just protect your banner, I'd be the first to throw away humanity and plunge into darkness. No, the other way around, the dragon lady declared. To protect your banner, I will lead the way into the darkness. I widened my eyes in surprise. Duchess, you don't mean? Yes, you must have thought the same for my sake. Duskbringer's index finger pointed straight at me. If I take command then, Ash, you will be the first I exclude from the Black Dragon subjugation battle. With your inclination to ponder humanity and the imperial way even in such moments, you cannot win against such a foe. Duskbringer slowly raised her small hand wrapped in a gauntlet. Only those who can give up humanity, who can willingly plunge into darkness. She clenched her fist tightly. For the cause, who can wrap themselves in any atrocity, who do not choose means for protecting you, such Asuras, Rakshasas, demons will be selected. Fortunately, there are plenty of heroes with talent for darkness on this front line. Duskbringer glanced behind her. Lucas, with his fierce eyes flashing dangerously, had his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. And next to him, Hecate, too, gripping the handle of her parasol tightly, shot a fiery glance at Duskbringer. The previously peaceful atmosphere vanished as Duskbringer turned to look at each of the two knights in turn, a savage smile flickering across her lips. Duskbringer then scanned Evangeline, Damien, and Junior, who had taken up battle positions in turn. My pure cause to protect. Again, she looked at me. This is my destiny, the darkness sown by my ancestors, the sin I must harvest. Thus, you need not embrace it on your behalf, nor need you ponder it. Duchess, tomorrow I will go with all my heart. The command of the Black Dragon subjugation battle will be mine. Duskbringer spun around swiftly. The cloak on her armor, almost black in its deep crimson, fluttered. If you don't have the courage to stop me, even by killing, then disappear from before me. And Duskbringer walked past, striding between Lucas and Hecate. Suddenly, the gazes of Duskbringer and Hecate locked for the last time. Glory Knight's commander, the Empire's spectre, Dragonblood, curse. The two, entangled in so much with each other, did not exchange a single word until the end. Duskbringer, now distant, disappeared into the other side of the city submerged in the evening and night. Watching her figure until the last moment, I murmured with a complex feeling. She made quite the declaration before leaving. Not just to my main party, but also to the Glory Knights. She declared war to every party watching this place from all around the festival. Once Duskbringer disappeared, the air around us relaxed at last. Slowly, the noise of the surroundings returned, and the street stalls reclaimed the festive atmosphere as if they had never frozen over. People laughed, chattered, handed coins to the stalls, and bought food as if nothing had happened. This festival keeps getting splashed with cold water because we are facing the world's end. Yet people desperately continue the festival also because we are facing the world's end. Don't hold any ill feelings towards the Duchess. She's just that desperate. Neither side is at fault. It's not about who's right or wrong. Damien responded with a broad smile to my words. Of course, the Duchess is doing this because she cares deeply for the prince. Yes, I know. The more I know, the heavier it feels. Lucas, Hecate, come here. Not knowing what to do in the awkward atmosphere, I beckoned to the two hesitating knights. Let's have fun together. At my call, Lucas quickly approached, but Hecate still hesitated. Between the stalls, in the shadows. They didn't come out under the festival's torches where we stood. Then Evangeline approached Hecate with a very serious face and extended her hand forward, offering a handshake. It occurred to me this was their first greeting. Hello, Senior Hecate. I am Evangeline Cross, the top of the 375th class. the first in the Academy's history to graduate 3 years early. Hecate looked at Evangeline with a surprised face for a moment. Did Evangeline know? The reason she graduated early was to succeed Hecate, and that Hecate had cancelled that appointment. Though they had never met before, the fates of the two had already crossed once. Nice to meet you, Miss Evangeline. And perhaps forever hiding that fact within, Hecate smiled faintly and reached out to shake hands with Evangeline. I'm Hecate Whiteblossom, graduated from the 369th class. Hee, let's get along well, fellow valedictorians. Oh, and now that you're here in Crossroad, there's a rights council you need to join. Evangeline chattered away, naturally leading Hecate along. Evangeline stood in the middle, with Lucas and Hecate following closely on either side. Watching this heartwarming scene, Damien clapped his hands in what seemed like emotion, while Junior had a complex expression. And I looked one last time in the direction Dusk Bringer had gone. My dragon lady, no matter the outcome of the martial arts tournament, I want to enjoy and laugh at this festival with the Duchess too. I wish you were not in the shadows, but next to the festival's bonfire, because it might be the last festival we spend together. It could be the last festival of this world. The words I couldn't convey twisted inside me before eventually fading away. Following Lucas, Evangeline, and Hecate, I squeezed myself between Damien and Junior, throwing my arms around their shoulders, and wobbled along. The second night of the autumn festival deepened. The third day of the autumn festival dawned. The martial arts tournament proceeded breathlessly. The finals had to be completed before this evening, so the schedule was quite tight. So from the morning, our main party also went out to compete. Our quarterfinal opponent was the new outsiders, the representatives of the four major races, King Poseidon, Cuilan, Celebi, Verdandi, and the representative of the hybrids, Hannibal, making a five-person party. What could be the strategy against this formidable squad? Mwahaha, that would be to focus on the weakest one. I wickedly licked my lips, pressing the flagpole against Hannibal's cheek, who I had grabbed. As soon as the battle started, I used the foremost flag to create a magical barrier, confusing everyone's vision. In the confusion, I successfully kidnapped Hannibal, who didn't know what to do. If you don't want to see this poor boy tormented, surrender quickly. I trust in the nobility of the race representatives. I tickled Hannibal's side, with my free hand not holding the flagpole. Hannibal screamed with laughter, begging for it to stop. Watching my petty behavior, not only the four representatives of the races, but also my own party members looked at me with deadpan faces. Come on, guys, this is the most effective and harm-free way to quickly decide the outcome. They're too strong. Just declare your surrender already. Chapter 621. Hey, Ash, you really gonna play dirty like this? Celebi, one of the quartet of different species, spat out in anger, but I stood my ground and yelled back just as fiercely. There's no such thing as playing dirty in a competition. Just surrender already. There was no way I was going to lose to Dusk Bringer. The command over the Black Dragon subjugation operation was at stake. I was desperate too. From within my arms, Hannibal, struggling fiercely, shouted with a face full of resentment. That's really low, Your Highness. Quiet you. I need to win this. Now go ahead and convince your comrades to surrender. As I threatened Hannibal, Zennies, watching from the stands, couldn't bear the dreadful sight and tried to intervene. Hannibal, Daddy's coming to save Yawu. Of course, he was immediately restrained by the guards. Even as he was dragged away, Zennies kept screaming, causing a commotion, while Hannibal covered his face with his hands, seemingly embarrassed. Boo! Jeers poured down from the stands toward me. Disgusting, vile, but some still liked the bad prince, and various other reactions were heard. I calmly spread my arms and took in the jeers, enjoying the villain role like a professional wrestler reveling in the audience's boos. Every show needs a villain after all, heh heh. No, it's not about being a villain. You're actually doing something terrible. Junior, looking uneasy, asked Hannibal, "Are you okay?" And Hannibal cheerfully responded, "I'm okay." Feeling somewhat guilty for being the only bad guy here, I tickled Hannibal's side once more. Hannibal screamed with laughter, and this act was too much for the quartet of different species, who agonizingly clutched their heads. Ash, you rookie, let my assistant go. Ash, I didn't see you like this before. Prince Ash, honestly, I did see you like this. You seem quite talented, Captain. I would have scouted you during my bandit days. You've got 1 minute. Surrender within a minute. Anyway, this was how it was between our main party, the kidnappers, and the outsiders, who had their comrade taken from them. Both parties were screaming at each other, locked in a standoff. That's when it happened. The bodies of the four representatives of different species who had been glaring at me in anger suddenly began to be wrapped in an incredible aura. Whoa! An unprecedented, terrifying surge of magic power wrapped around the four. The representatives of the different species let out a roar and emitted an enormous magical power in all directions. Dumbfounded, I gaped, sweating coldly. What? Why are they suddenly awakening in anger because their precious comrade was kidnapped? What's this? As everyone was taken aback, a calm voice came from the stands. Oh, it seems to have started. Turning around, I saw the Emperor sitting in the stands. I was furious at him for blabbing about our affair to Dusk Bringer yesterday, wanting to blame this tattletale. But the situation at hand was more frightening. I gestured toward the four species representatives and asked, "Started, what exactly is happening? Why are these people suddenly becoming super outsiders? Didn't I tell you before? The guards of each species have moved south through the spirit realm and decided to lend their strength to this front." The Emperor nodded. "And their method is to select their avatars, that is, representatives, to wield their power on their behalf." Does that mean? Yes. It seems that the selection has just been made. So, during the martial arts tournament, and of all times, against our party, and precisely now, when I've kidnapped a precious comrade, the guards of the species have chosen these four as their avatars. Ugh, why did it have to be a power-up event at this timing? From how it looks, I'm destined to be defeated as the villain. And it's actually happening. Whoa, emitting streams of magical power that matched the colors of their respective species guardians, Evergreen, Evered, Evergold, Everblue. Having completed their power-up, the chosen ones of each species glared at me with menacing eyes. I hiccuped involuntarily. Eek! The audience was ecstatic over this classic cliché power-up scene. Wow! Outsiders. Outsiders. Give the prince a good hit. Tickle him on the side just like he did. Even worse. We're okay with even worse. What's to like, you masochistic viewers? Stop asking for weird stuff. That's when it happened. While I was distracted by the four's power-up and the noisy reactions around me, Hannibal quietly slipped out of my embrace and smoothly escaped, riding on the Earth Spirit. What? My mouth fell open. This tactic, the one used against the Scarecrow Legion commander. And to think I was the one who had instructed him on this. It was all taught by your highness. Hannibal grinned, sliding away on the Spirit, escaping the scene. I told you I can hold my own. Damn it. Underestimating him because he was considered the weakest in fighting power among the outsiders was a mistake. Hannibal had already become a formidable mercenary. My son is doing great. Zennies, having made a comeback in the stands, was cheering loudly and proudly. And at the same time, the four representatives of different species, having completed their power-up of rage and justice, charged at me like bulls. Damn it, no choice, get ready for battle. At my command, the main party members also hastily took up their battle stances. Woe! With the audience's cheers, our two parties clashed. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly without anyone getting hurt. The problem was the divine power that had inhabited the bodies of the four species representatives. Having received such formidable power for the first time, the quartet couldn't control their bodies properly and eventually collapsed on the spot, groaning in pain like people who had overeaten. Why at this timing? Celebi murmured, trembling on the arms propped against the ground before finally collapsing with a thud. At this timing, for this to happen. In front of the collapsed representatives of the different species, our main party members wiped the sweat that had formed on their chins with the backs of their hands. Though it was brief before they collapsed, the power of the divine within those four was extraordinary. Had we properly fought, it's really uncertain how the battle would have ended. If I had known they'd self-destruct like this, there was no need for this kidnapping drama. The four species representatives being carried on stretchers to the temple for recuperation, and Hannibal walking amiably with Zennies into the market street as they exited. While cheers and applause were showered on those leaving, playful jeers flew from all directions towards our party, who were declared the ultimate victors. Well, I brought it upon myself, so I can't complain. Being treated as the villain, it's been a while, Damien grinned. That reminded me of the blazing Colosseum incident. Back then, with these members, we overturned the victory odds set against us by the monster teams. winning despite the jeers and mockery. Seeing the same memory reflected in the smiles of the main party members. Winning with support is fun, but smashing everything as the villainous underdog has its own joys. Well, good, I chuckled and waved towards the stands. Shall we emerge victorious as fitting villains amidst the jeers this time? Oh, Senior, you've ruined the mood again. Evangeline muttered something from behind, but quiet. Now that it's come to this, let's go with the villain concept for this martial arts tournament. I then covered my face with my hands, wickedly curling the corners of my mouth. I turned to the main party members and bluffed. All right, you two, switch to villain mode, on the double. Switching to villain mode. Confused, the main party members looked at each other before earnestly scrunching up their faces, following my lead. It's time for me to return to being the bad Lucas who skips academy classes. Heh heh, heh heh heh. These eyes, darkness suits them. Go, gold light. I got this from my mother, the gold light. Crossroad is mine. Watching each party member do their best to immerse themselves in the villain role, I thought to myself, honestly, you guys don't seem to have much talent for this. The tournament progressed smoothly. A little past lunchtime, the semi-finals began, and our opponents in the semi-finals were glory knights, the strongest knights of the Empire. Defeat the prince, tickle him on the ribs, torment him. It was the glory knights. As Hecate and the rest of the knights entered the stadium, they were surprised by this unexpected wave of support, their eyes going wide. The rest of the knights also seemed taken aback by the sudden cheers, understandably confused since they hadn't been part of this front line for long. But all this passionate support is all thanks to our main party's switch to villains, right? Following that, as we entered the stadium with all our might, enthusiastic jeers and playful whistles filled the air from all around, especially since the heroes who had been defeated and eliminated by us uncles, terrifying sisters, new outsiders, and others were leading the jeering, trading our party members as they please, using all sorts of dirty tricks to win. Being handsome is everything. Is it all about the salary? Is a festival enough? Sweet seems sweet and sour. Anyway, boo. I raised my hands, contentedly laughing at their jeers. Any reaction is good for the show's success, after all. Thank you, comrades. Boo. Among them, Nameless seemed not to understand why she was booing, but was the most enthusiastic. You too. Before the match began, as I scanned the stands, my eyes met with Dusk Bringers, who stood aloof and alone. Perhaps she came to scout her opponents for the finals. I smiled brightly, but Dusk Bringer snorted and turned her head away abruptly. So cold. The sunlight is adequately blocked. Before today's match, a large canopy had been installed over the stadium to cover the entire area. This was after learning that the Glory Knights could not be exposed to sunlight. Thanks to this, the stadium was covered in a suitable shadow. This match should be fair, without any conditions affecting it. As I murmured softly, Lucas nodded satisfactorily and smiled. The match was ready to begin. Our main party and the Glory Knights stood at opposite ends of the stadium, quietly staring at each other. The cheers and jeers filling the ears began to fade away. Waiting for the battle to start, the 10 heroes started to focus entirely on each other. And then, ding! With the sound of the bell signaling the start of the match, everyone in our party except Lucas rushed towards the fake dragon. At the same time, 4 of the Glory Knights' Dark Knights also charged towards the fake dragon. It had been agreed upon beforehand. In this match, these 8 would not engage in direct combat, but would focus on tackling the fake dragon. The reason was to create a stage where the 2 knights could fully focus on their duel. Lucas, having drawn his wooden sword, lightly warmed up as he walked towards the center of the stadium. From the opposite side, Hecate, who had been holding an umbrella, smoothly folded it, and tying it with a string, also lightly walked towards the center of the stadium. The blowing wind fluttered Hecate's white dress and white-brimmed hat. Hecate, having taken a deep breath of the air from the south, lazily opened her eyes and looked up at the canopy filling the sky. Nice weather. A faint smile formed on her lips, enough for even spirits to dance. Swoosh. The next moment, Hecate, pushing off the ground with the tip of her shoe, flew towards Lucas, and the 2 knights clashed. Wooden sword and umbrella tangled in the air. Clashing swords and matching strength, they laughed. I feel like I could die without any regrets now. It's too early for that kind of talk, Hecate. Lucas, applying force to his wooden sword, pushed Hecate's umbrella back sharply. "There's so much you haven't done yet, for instance," he shouted, charging in. "Like losing to me." As this oddly heartwarming squabble between the two knights unfolded, I, watching from a distance, felt a strange warmth. "Ah, your highness." A reluctant voice came from beside me. "What?" Turning around, Damien was sweating profusely, gesturing with his hand. I found it, the reverse scale." Damien's words made our team members' shoulders stiffen. "You should have read the room and searched a bit slower. Like, give those two some time to duel after such a long time." Hearing Damien's words, the shoulders of the four Dark Knights, who had been diligently searching for the reverse scale on the fake dragon, also stiffened. Woo-wash, we quietly eyed each other. "Sorry, but—" Damien smiled like an angel and then suddenly drew his bow. "We're supposed to be the villains right now, aren't we?" This guy, sticking so faithfully to his role. The next moment, Damien's arrow was knocked, and the four Dark Knights sprang into action to block the arrow. Junior, Evangeline, and I joined in as well. Not yet, damn it. Chapter 622. No matter the circumstances around them. Whether the audience cheered or jeered, regardless of how their comrades fought, or whether the item in their hand was a real sword or not, it didn't matter. Lucas and Hecate were completely absorbed in each other, exchanging blows with their swords. Neither of them backed down an inch, exchanging sword strikes with their utmost effort. Years had passed since their graduation. Both of them had honed their swordsmanship in their respective hells. They were trained in battlefields where not killing meant not surviving. They paved the way for their respective rulers by washing the roads built of corpses with blood. Both of them had changed. Their swordsmanship had changed as well. However, the core, the essence of their sword principles, remained unchanged. The foundation of being a swordsman, the basics they had trained together during their school days, stacked at the very bottom, remained entirely intact from that time, and so both of them were reassured, though they had each fallen into their own hells. Both Lucas and Hecate still maintained their selves. Swoosh! The wooden sword and the umbrella being pushed against each other, the two knights created distance between themselves. Hecate, gripping the handle with both hands, slowly lifted the umbrella above her head. Lucas also gripped the handle with both hands, lowering the wooden sword and crouching down as much as possible. Hecate taking the high position and Lucas taking the low position. The two knights, adopting completely opposite stances, stared fiercely at each other, just like the battle they had on the day of their graduation ceremony. And then the outcome was decided in an instant. Thud! Lucas, with a fearsome momentum, rushed towards Hecate, delivering a strike as he leapt from the ground. Hecate, like a matador smoothly dodging a bull, smoothly brought her umbrella down. Slash! The wooden sword was cut in half. It was a reproduction of the graduation ceremony duel. Hecate thought she had one just like on that day. However, the remaining half of the wooden sword did not stop. Lucas's wooden sword, smoothly continuing its sword path, drew an elegant arc, and the next moment Hecate blinked, stopped right in front of Hecate's neck. Lucas had anticipated from the beginning that Hecate would cut down his wooden sword and set his sword path such that even with the remaining blade, he could subdue Hecate. The sword was broken, but Lucas won the duel. Following Lucas's motion, a whirlwind belatedly swept through, and Hecate's wide-brimmed hat gently lifted into the air before falling to the ground. Hecate slowly lowered her umbrella to the ground and then raised both hands. "You've grown, Lucas. If it were our school days, the moment you cut the sword would have been your victory." Lucas also slowly retrieved his wooden sword. "But in real battle, it doesn't end there. Right. There's no teacher to blow the whistle for a draw, no school uniforms to protect us, no school fences. None of it anymore." Hecate chuckled. "We've become adults." The world outside the school was cruel, and both of them had adapted. The deciding factor was just one: how much more they had mulled over their last duel. Lucas had constantly pondered how to fight to win in that duel and had drawn his answer. And thus he proved it. "I've lost," Hecate conceded with a cheerful voice, and Lucas added slowly. "Next time." "Ha! Next time let me hear your answer." Hecate's eyes widened as Lucas gave an awkward smile. "How will you move to block this move?" "I'll be waiting for our next duel, Hecate." The corners of Hecate's mouth slowly formed a smile too, because Lucas's earnest gaze was really no different from their school days. "I'm relieved. You've grown but changed a lot. Yet you're still you, Lucas." You too, Hecate, and Lucas slowly turned his head. So is our lord. Lucas's gaze shifted towards the fake dragon. Damien was firing rubber-tipped arrows wildly, and the others were doing their utmost to block them. An arrow slipped through Ash's fingers as he jumped up. Ash screamed and rolled on the ground, and the arrow that got through was blocked by Evangeline with her shield instead. As if he never screamed, Ash clapped his hands wildly. Our lord has lost his memory. Lucas watched quietly before looking back at Hecate. He has changed a lot. He's no longer the person from our school days. But when he talks about protecting the world, that grand and far-fetched goal, the smile that appears on his face then, it's still the same as back then. It's the light of the person I decided to follow for the rest of my life. Suddenly, the images from their school days flashed before Hecate's eyes. The black-haired boy walking at the forefront with a haggard look. The blond boy always standing firmly behind the black-haired boy. And herself, with beige hair, checking on the blond boy and following beside him. When Hecate opened her eyes again, the images of their youth vanished like an illusion, and they were replaced with their adult selves. Graduating from school, surviving in a harsh world, we keep changing. But if there is one thing that doesn't change, if there is one thing we should keep, isn't that enough? With that, we are still ourselves. Lucas smiled softly. I try to keep that unchanging thing. Much had changed, but still insensitive, still following only their master, still wanting to duel with oneself. Facing such a face of first love, Hecate couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Coming to this festival was a good decision. Really, separate from the duel between the two knights. This side evolved into a situation where Evangeline, Junior, me, and 4 black knights were twisting our bodies to block the rubber-tipped arrows shot by Damien, even dodging water cannons and whip chains shot by the fake dragon. Damien and fake dragon, Lily vs the other 7. A similar setup, so to speak. In the end, Damien won. Eventually, the arrows began to rotate in a whirlwind shoot in midair. Can't you stop cheating? Luckily, the duel between Lucas and Hecate ended first. It was a relief to escape this ridiculous situation of potentially thwarting our team's victory. After the duel, with faces refreshed, the two knights bowed to each other and turned away. Wow! Clap, 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 clap. Applause poured from the audience for the splendid duel between the two knights. Cheers also came our way for the hard work. I patted the shoulders of the black knights who had suffered with me. The black knights felt awkward, but soon exchanged greetings with laughter with our members. How warm! Now, the finals. Our final opponent would be Duskbringer and the Dragonblood Knights, who had advanced earlier from the semi-finals. The defending champion of the last martial arts tournament, the Duchess of Bringer Kingdom, and the warriors from the west, known as the Berserkers. All members are a luxurious configuration of SSR grade. Turning my head, I saw Duskbringer standing blankly in the audience, looking at me. Her 4 knights were neatly lined up behind her. We exchanged silent glances. Suddenly, I remembered the declaration of war she sent me 2 years ago. Even then, she had challenged me to a duel over Crossroad. Perhaps we were always destined to fight like this. No, apart from that. Suddenly, it turned into a staring contest. Duskbringer and I glared at each other, seeing who would look away first. Ah! Eventually, Duskbringer was the first to look away. Unable to bear it, Duskbringer blinked her big eyes, her cheeks reddening with frustration as she gritted her teeth and then turned away. Hee, looks like I've won the psychological warfare. While my eyes were bloodshot during the staring contest, Damien was healing me, and Lucas stood in front of me with a much brighter expression after defeating Hecate. Another revenge match, it seems. I'm looking forward to it. Ah, now that you mention it. Last time, it was Lucas who faced Duskbringer in the finals of the martial arts tournament. He was utterly defeated then. At that time, the use of swords was prohibited in the tournament, and we had to fight purely with our bodies. It was unreasonable to win against a half-dragon. Lucas, with a face full of confidence, drew a new wooden sword and raised it into the air. But this time we have swords, and I have diligently trained since then. This time I will have my revenge. You're brimming with confidence just because I lost, Lucas. Even though Hecate lost, her expression brightened. The mindset of swordsmen is indeed complex. Then Junior asked me cautiously, by the way, Your Majesty, are you sure it's okay? The Duchess seems to be really fired up. Heh, I'm fired up too. I cracked my knuckles menacingly. The 5v5 PvP tactic against the Dragonblood Knights had been established a long time ago. Since Duskbringer sent a declaration of war 2 years ago, I meticulously prepared for this eventuality. For this martial arts tournament, we rigorously trained our party members in this tactic from the start to defeat Duskbringer. Almost half of the training period was spent preparing for this. Berserkers from the West, Dragonblood Knights, all SSR, who cares, bring them all on. They are well within the scope of my strategy. I'll use every dirty trick I've prepared in advance to take them down. Like a true villain, I'll drag the previous champion down from the ring and wrap the belt around my waist. I covered my face with my hands and laughed wickedly. The main party members exchanged glances and then smiled kindly at me as if saying, "Let him enjoy." What, you guys? If you have something to say, say it. Thus, an hour later, the main event of this festival, the martial arts tournament and its climax, the final round, finally began. The weight of the name, finals, the renown of the two parties stepping up to fight, and the lingering sadness for the festival reaching its end. For various reasons, the audience was packed, and everyone waited for the match with faces full of anticipation. Until about 5 minutes ago, that was. Arak. Run, everyone run. You'll die if you get caught. Most of the people sitting in the audience were screaming and running away. In the sky, dark clouds swirled, and the atmosphere vibrated with suffocating magical power. Not only the people, but also the animals in the vicinity ran away with faces filled with terror. Dragon fear. The wide area fear technique of the dragon species, dominating the surroundings with its mere presence. No, it wasn't just dragon fear. Clearly, a murderous magical power was swirling around violently. Wiping the cold sweat off my forehead, I directly faced the opponent who had caused this situation. Duskbringer. She, walking slowly towards us, looked quite different from usual. A pair of red horns on her small forehead, a pair of red wings made of blood membranes under both shoulder blades, and a red tail protruding from below her back. As the eyes wrapped above the cheeks with emerging red scales opened, her amber dragon eyes were completely surrounded by whites that had turned black. Dragon blood frenzy. Using this insane risk technique here and now, I uttered with a grimace. Your Grace, sorry, but this isn't a battlefield, it's a martial arts tournament. It may be warmth that warms the world. Duskbringer responded with something out of the blue, but ultimately it's the blade that kills and saves people. So, note, basically, she's saying that kindness may bring warmth to the world, but it's the blade that will actually save people. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr form of a giant greatsword in Duskbringer's hands. Swoosh! The martial arts tournament's restraint orb, meant to limit magical power and hanging on her wrist, couldn't withstand the force and evaporated into thin air. We all stood with our mouths agape at this unbelievable show of power. This person, no, this dragon is serious. I will become the blade. To protect you, I will defeat you, Ash. Duskbringer, pointing the greatsword forward, looked at me calmly. If you cannot defeat even me, you stand no chance against the black dragon. If you truly wish to defeat the evil dragon, then overcome this trial. Thud. Duskbringer, kicking off the ground, flapped her wings and soared into the air. Then, in the blink of an eye, she charged directly at me. My main party members looked at me with pale faces, as our tactics against the Dragonblood Knights had never included a situation like this. My lord, what do we do in this case? For now, I screamed and turned around. Run, Boomum. At the same time, the greatsword that Duskbringer had slammed down exploded with magical power, blowing away the floor of the arena. Chapter 623, Dragonblood Frenzy. It was a negative trait of Duskbringer that existed even in the game. But it was just that, existing. It had never been used when allied, nor had it been used when appearing as an enemy. It was merely acknowledged as a background setting for having such a negative trait. The conditions for its activation were complex, involving her having to reclaim the blood essence she had distributed among her 4 direct knight subordinates. Naturally, such an action would result in the loss of their former powers for these Dragonblood Knights. Hence, Duskbringer was currently employing a workaround. Her 4 Dragonblood Knights were kneeling on one side of the arena, connected to Duskbringer by a stream of red magical power. It seemed that she was reclaiming the blood essence through this magical conduit. This would prevent the knights from losing their powers permanently, but they would be unable to join the battle immediately. Kneeling and sending back the blood essence through the connected magical conduit, the four knights looked pitifully at their master. A trace of sad regret crossed the face of the leading old knight Endymion. Is it worth triggering such a rampage to this extent? Boom. Arg. Its worth might be uncertain, but its destructive power is absolutely tremendous. All attacks from Duskbringer, now in a state of dragon blood frenzy, transformed into that of a dragon species, spreading destruction over a wide area. A single basic attack would devastate an area, sending shockwaves in all directions. She literally became a boss monster. It might look somewhat powerful this way, but the downside was not over yet. The next problem is it shaves off the lifespan. It's unclear what exactly lifespan means to a half-human, half-dragon who lives for hundreds of years in the game setting, but it's certainly mentioned as a demerit. During Dragon Blood Frenzy, the holder's lifespan is reduced. Ha! Right now, Duskbringer was throwing away her own life to win the martial arts tournament finals and gain the command rights for the operation to subdue the Black Dragon. This is a big problem too, but the biggest reason I didn't use Dragon Blood Frenzy in the game is higher. It makes one lose their mind. Distinctions between friend and foe blur, and her existence shifts more towards that of a dragon, or more accurately, a monster. In the game, it was implemented such that she would attack allies out of control. And here, in reality, she opened her mouth wide, spewing terrifying golden light from her eyes. Tremendous magical power condensed between her unique sharp teeth. This is it. Are you serious, Your Grace? This is too much. Then, surrender quickly. With a breath, Duskbringer gathered her breath. We, terrified, nevertheless rolled away in unison, just as we had trained for dragon species tactics. And then, the next moment, swoosh, boom, the dragon breath unleashed by Duskbringer exploded. The arena was completely devastated, and the unseated southern plains were split in half, tearing the area apart. Arg! Breath! Dodge to the sides. As Evangeline said this while holding up her shield, she was blown far away by the tail end of the breath. Ugh, Evangeline! Why block that when I said to dodge? Luckily, she seemed not too badly hurt thanks to her transcendent defense and damage save. Though seeing her roll far away on the ground meant returning to the match was out of the question. Swoosh! Following the breath attack, Duskbringer, who had charged towards us, performed a graceful spin. Her tail, adorned with red magical power, swept towards us as it gathered massive energy. It was a floor attack. Remember, jump rope. Dodge at the same time. 1, 2. I was about to count 3, but the tail attack came at 2. Ah! Missing the timing, I, along with Junior, who was also physically weak, screamed at the same time. We can't dodge. Hup! Then Lucas, gasping for breath, grabbed both me and Junior by the nape and yanked us upwards with a jump. The Duskbringer's tail attack just swept beneath our feet, scouring the ground. Dragon, damn scary. But now I'm starting to see the pattern. Upon hearing my words, the main party members nodded together. The red dragon is, after all, a dragon species. The patterns are fundamentally similar to those of the black dragon. If we apply the dragon species counter-tactics we've trained so far, we can manage. As we withstood the following breath and tail attacks, Duskbringer frowned in annoyance. All right, I was going to end this by giving you a proper beating, but if you're going to keep resisting like this. Then, grasping a sword imbued with twilight magical power, she charged at us. No choice but to get rougher. Lucas then gritted his teeth and stepped forward, drawing a sword hilt from his belongings. It was the bestowed sword. I brought it just in case, and look what happens. From the empty hilt, a blade of light emerged, and Lucas clashed it against Duskbringer's great sword. Clang! With a clear sound of swords clashing, Lucas's blade of light was easily shattered to pieces. Ah! Lucas, gritting his teeth, twisted his body to dodge the continuous strikes from the great sword. Realizing he couldn't match her in power in a head-on fight, Lucas began to buy time by parrying the great sword's side with the blade of light that surged again. Regain your senses, Your Grace. What do you think you're doing? I am in my right mind, Knight. This is a martial arts tournament. It's not a matter of life and death. We are allies. It may be a martial arts tournament, but it's also a tactical evaluation. And the Duskbringer roared fiercely. The Black Dragon won't welcome you with wooden swords and water guns, will it? The Duskbringer leaped high and slammed her great sword down. Lucas, having covered his body with a golden aura using divine descent, attempted to counter with a sword strike wrapped in strike of will, but this is impossible. Feeling an instinctive danger just before the swords clashed, he kicked off the ground and rolled away to evade. Boom! The exploded arena floor spat dirt and sand into the sky. From within that dust cloud, Duskbringer's golden eyes glinted menacingly. You're quite good at running away, and you call yourself a knight. Being a knight is not about how one fights, but how one lives one's life. Even while sweating profusely, Lucas calmly responded, "Wouldn't your grace agree? Daring to lecture me about life, insolent." The Duskbringer, kicking off the ground, rushed at Lucas in an instant. Lucas continued to narrowly evade the great sword, dragging out the time. Dragons are powerful, but they are large. Each attack is formidable, but their large movements are slow and full of openings. Therefore, by recognizing the patterns in advance and evading early, this is the basic tactic when facing dragon species. You're doing well, Lucas. I inwardly praised Lucas. While Lucas was buying time, Junior, Damien, and I were preparing a countermeasure. Screech, and Junior completed her magic. What is the most effective magic against boss monsters held by the Nightmare Legion? Naturally, it's Junior's ultimate move, elemental disassembly. Hup! With the ultra-fast chanting feature attached to the staff rod of Crimson, Junior completed casting her ultimate move in 3 minutes and used elemental disassembly. Zing, a halo appeared in the sky, chopping up the target's magic power. I won't let you. Suddenly, a knight rushed in front of us. He was Endymion, the leading knight under Duskbringer. This handsome old man with neatly combed white hair incredibly blocked Junior's staff with his body in a nimble movement. Elemental disassembly was taken by Sir Endymion, and Duskbringer was still unscathed. But knowing this would happen, Junior smirked and continued to aim her staff. I had a trump card prepared as well, another feature of Rod of Crimson, that is, multicasting. It can cast several spells simultaneously at the cost of consuming an immense amount of magic power. Normally, due to its terrible efficiency, there's no reason to use it, but now is an emergency, and Junior could borrow magic power from the future using her SSR-grade magician robe, past futures. To make a long story short, anyway, she had precast several instances of the cheat ultimate move elemental disassembly ting, ting, zing, and made it possible to fire them in succession. Elemental disassembly was completed one after another. However, the remaining knights rushed in to take the hit in succession. From the beginning, the knights seemed to have been waiting, concerned about Junior's magic, and took the hits with their bodies. Ah, I'm so dizzy. After firing 4 shots in a row, Junior collapsed, nose bleeding. Simultaneously, the 4 knights hit by elemental disassembly also knelt on the ground. The Duskbringer laughed heartily, looking our way. Ha ha ha, run out of trump cards, have you? What will you do now, Ash? But I also smiled. What do you think, Your Grace? It seems like you're also running out of trump cards. The Duskbringer was taken aback. The darkness that had shrouded her sclera was dissipating. It was a sign that the Dragonblood frenzy was ending. All 4 knights were hit by elemental disassembly. Naturally, the magic connection to Duskbringer was severed, and the supply of blood essence was halted. As Duskbringer's Dragonblood frenzy faded without enough blood essence to sustain the rampage, she shouted, "Before that happens, I'll just have to take all of you down." The Duskbringer, with a resounding roar, kicked off the ground and flew towards me. Lucas, trying to intercept, was unable to withstand a tail strike launched by Duskbringer like a sneak attack and was blown away. Evangeline, who had hurried back, blocked the great sword with her shield but was sent flying again. And at the same time, "I found it, Your Highness," Damien shouted. "The reverse scale, below the fake dragon's neck." "Good. Go for it, Damien." Damien had been continuously searching for the game's turning point, the reverse scale of the fake dragon. Before I could even speak, Damien had already notched an arrow on his bowstring. "Do you think I'll just watch?" The Duskbringer was falling towards Damien. Crack! The magically wielded great sword shattered Damien's bow. "Whoa!" Damien quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender in front of him as Duskbringer exhaled a fierce breath. "Really, why does Ash have so many trump cards?" "Ha ha! Your Grace is also one of His Highness's trump cards. His Highness firmly believes in Your Grace." Duskbringer flinched at Damien's following words. "That you would move like this, firmly." The dusk bringer turned her fearsome gaze towards me. Eek! Swoosh! I raised a magic barrier on the ground and surfed across the arena. I had already reached right in front of the fake dragon. Judging that dusk bringer would prioritize blocking Damien's sniping, I used Damien as a decoy and then dashed towards the fake dragon the moment its reverse scale was discovered. Ash! Swoosh! The dusk bringer, taking off from the ground, chased after me with flapping wings. But no matter how fast dusk bringer was, the distance was already there. Checkmate! I lifted the flagpole, aiming its end at the reverse scale. Then, rushing towards me from behind and lifting her great sword, dusk bringer shouted, "Step aside, Ash. I am to command the black dragon subjugation. It must be me, it's my destiny. If you don't step aside, even if it's you, I'll have no choice but to cut you down." Turning slightly to look back, "No, your grace can't cut me," smiled brightly. "How could your grace possibly lay a finger on this lovely nephew of yours?" The dusk bringer, her face contorted, shouted, "For your sake, I could easily sever your limbs. Move aside now. I believe in your grace, so I won't move." Ash, the dusk bringer, reaching me, swung down her magic great sword without hesitation. Crash, the great sword that cleaved through the neck of the fake dragon, stopping just above my head. Thump, stopped. Not even touching the ends of my hair, dusk bringer forcefully halted it. Ha ha ha. The traces of dragon blood frenzy were disappearing from the heavily panting dusk bringer's body. Horns, wings, tail, all fading away like mist. The whites of her eyes returned to their normal state. FSSSS. Eventually, even the magic great sword in her hand, unable to sustain the intense magic consumption, vanished. With her long black hair, which had been neatly braided, now completely disheveled, looking up at me with a loss of fighting spirit, Duskbringer muttered with a sullen expression, "That's low, really. I know." I smiled at her with my eyes, then thrust the flagpole forcefully towards the reverse scale of the fake dragon. Chapter 624, and so, the final match, albeit a bit rough, had taken place. Deciding to overlook it with a bit of the fantasy world's romance and my own will as the organizer. Anyway, a victor emerged. The winning party is the prince and the kids, the award ceremony. Each participating party took their turn to ascend the stage and receive their awards, and finally, Ada called our name. Amid the crowd's cheers, jeers, applause, and whistles, we made our way onto the platform. "By the way, Your Highness, since when was our party named that? Weren't we just the main party, Your Highness?" "Well, I just casually submitted that as our party name. Don't read too much into it. Truly, my lord is incomparable. What an exceptional naming skill. It's an excellent party name. I will remember it for a lifetime. Is this guy a loyal subject or a sycophant? No, senior, what kind of party name is this? At the very least, do something like the prince and the heir to the frontier and the kids." As the children bickered and teased each other, we ascended the platform where Serenade, holding the victory trophy, awaited us. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Thank you for preparing so well again this time, Serenade." "Hee hee, it's my pleasure. It's a joy for me." Serenade, though looking tired from working throughout the festival, seemed in a good mood, perhaps because the event she prepared went well. "I believed in you, that Your Highness would win," I cheered hard. "Strongest, Prince, victory, go," like this. "Ah, so that's why you're in a good mood." "Of course, I might have been busy and couldn't watch the other matches, but I watched all of Your Highness's matches myself. Hee hee, Your Highness's splendid performance somehow made me feel proud. I've recorded every moment of you fighting in the matches." As Serenade was about to continue her fangirling story, she suddenly realized she was on the award platform. "Ah!" With her face turning red from the dense stares, Serenade twisted her body uncomfortably, then stepped aside with her head bowed. Holding the victory trophy, I awkwardly descended from the platform. The nature of the jeers directed at me seemed to have changed somewhat. Cough, let's just brazenly endure this here. And as a final special award, the Production Guild received the award for their contribution to the preparation of the tournament. Representative Lily, the fake dragon pilot, received a small trophy and then handed it to Sid. Sid then wiggled his chubby little hands around the trophy, clutching it tightly. "Ow!" And as he was about to put it in his mouth, Lily stopped him with a "No, no." This scene erupted with screams and cheers from the audience. Somehow, it seemed like the reaction was even more intense than for us, the winning team. With Sid's spittle-flecked spectacular performance, the award ceremony concluded. The heroes dispersed, each hugging their prizes and trophies. So much for the tumultuous martial arts tournament. Ah, my goodness. The fall festival was also coming to an end. Now, all that remained were that damn dance festival and the fireworks marking the closing. As if by agreement, people flocked to the plaza in small and large groups, sitting down together. Those thoroughly drunk shouted, "Today I'm paying," spilling words they'd regret tomorrow, and bottles and snacks were passed from hand to hand, regardless of who bought them. I sat in a corner of the plaza, quietly swallowing my drink while watching the bustling crowd. People of all sorts were laughing and chatting, each enjoying their own version of the festival. My heroes, soldiers, citizens, and also the new guests were mingling together, getting drunk and singing, arm in arm. The old men and fierce sisters linked arms, while the representatives of the outsiders and the five forces mixed together in a toast. People from the west shook hands with those from the east, and the northerners and southerners exchanged traditional drinks. Members of the production guild kept bowing to the glory knights. It was an apology for an accident. The young mercenaries who didn't know how to react in front of Hecate came to apologize. "We're sorry for running away without appreciating your rescue." Knights, archers, priests, magicians, laborers, and citizens all intertwined. People shared drinks, gratitude, apologies, and built connections. My grip on the drink tightened. I know, the wounds they received in the last battle haven't fully healed yet. Maybe some wounds will never heal. The end of the world is approaching. We won't live forever. After the laughter and warmth fade, new tears and pains will come. But I also know, after those tears and pains, after the harsh days of life pass, joyful days will come again, eventually. If we don't forget how to smile, people will surely find moments to smile. Today might be the last festival of this world, but it won't be the last day of joy. I must have looked terrible. Next to me, Duskbringer, hugging her small knees, suddenly spoke up. "I was so focused on protecting you, I went on a rampage. On my own. I feel the same, Your Grace." I looked at Duskbringer and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't want to put you at risk by acting on my own. I had to win against you." Both I and Duskbringer aimed to win this martial arts tournament, where command of the operation was at stake. That way, we could exclude each other from the upcoming Black Dragon subjugation mission. The battle would be that difficult, and both my life and Duskbringer's life would be at risk. As the commander on the front line and Duskbringer as the nemesis of the Black Dragon, we would have to face death inevitably. "I know, Duchess. I understand what worries you. What aspect of me worries you? How formidable the Black Dragon is. But we are stronger together. We all had our secret weapons. It was nonsensical from the start to think of excluding anyone from us in this Black Dragon battle. We were indispensable cards. Let's go together, no matter where the darkness under the lake ends, whether we win or lose, whether we live or die. Let's go together to the end." I extended my drink to her. With her chin resting on her knees, Duskbringer looked at me with somber eyes and then slowly opened her mouth. "Ash, truly you resemble the former Duchess. Was she quite handsome too?" "Ha ha ha!" Ah, she laughed. Duskbringer finally laughed, after being sad all this time. I felt a bit relieved. She was a beautiful woman. After slowly stopping her laughter, Duskbringer picked up her drink and clinked it against mine. And she also loved festivals. "Did you go to a festival with her?" "Once, just once." Duskbringer closed her eyes tightly, reminiscing about that day. That day, the former Duchess told the people, "Drink, dance, sing, and—" Slowly bringing the drink to her lips, Duskbringer whispered, "Love, love, my children, love." Duskbringer, gazing down at the drink shimmering like clear water, gestured with her chin towards me. "Go on then, Ash." "Ha! Isn't your lover waiting over there?" Turning in surprise, I saw Serenade, hesitating and glancing around in the middle of the plaza. Feeling like I had been caught by a cousin sister having a childhood friend of the opposite sex, I flailed awkwardly. "No, well, to call her a lover isn't exactly wrong, but our relationship is, that is to say. The Empire's greatest playboy is acting so coy. I've said it several times, but the playboy is Ash. I mean, I am Ash, but that's not the point. You have many talents, but your ability to drive those around you to distraction in such unexpected ways is truly exceptional." Duskbringer waved her hand dismissively. "Go on then, and drink, dance, sing, and love. The night of the festival is short, so make it memorable without any regrets. with a mischievous expression akin to a naughty cousin sister. I will enjoy watching you do just that. Now go. Duskbringer pushed me up and shoved me towards the plaza. Whoa, the people around immediately made way and pushed me forward. Swept along helplessly, I found myself in the center of the plaza. Serenade stood in front of me. Amidst the glowing bonfire, her bluish-green hair shimmered like a mirage. She seemed almost unreal, as if she would disappear if I reached out. Looking up at me, Serenade slowly narrowed her silver eyes. Do you know, Your Highness? Huh, what? People say that if you fall for someone attractive with a dangerous job, a bad person, you're bound to suffer. Serenade sighed deeply. Since Your Highness checks all three boxes, what should I do? Ah, sorry. I apologized, not fully understanding. After giving me a meaningful glance, Serenade took a deep breath and then, as you promised, please allow me. Tonight, she extended her pale, slender hand towards me. Please be mine just for tonight. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, ooh, and then a cheer erupted. People of all ages were covering their cheeks with their hands, squealing with delight. Only then did Serenade realize the crowd around us and frantically made excuses to me with a flushed face. I didn't mean it in a weird way. What did you say? I didn't, I swear. Just to hold you all night. Serenade shut her eyes tight and shouted, I want to dance. Honestly, while it might be a bit perverse to say, she's much cuter when she's desperate than when she's at ease. I gently wrapped my hand around the trembling fingertips of Serenade, who had her eyes tightly closed. Taking a step closer to the shivering Serenade, I whispered softly in her ear, Gladly, my partner. Wow, goosebumps. So cheesy. Did I just butter up my tongue? That was a bit like Ash. As I thought this, the band on the plaza stage began to play music. There was no grand signal to start, but everyone understood. The last event of the fall festival, the dance festival. Amid the mixture of music, cheers, sighs, and singing, Serenade and I stood close together. Her silver gaze met mine. I was the first to break into a wide smile, and Serenade couldn't help but smile back. And then we began to dance. Casting aside all pretenses, we danced joyously to the music. Duskbringer sipped her drink, looking down at the central plaza engrossed in spontaneous dance. Everyone is indeed so young, dancing so joyfully without regard for propriety. To the lively music, those drunk on wine danced at their own pace, not minding anyone's gaze. With the Supreme Commander acting like that, since Ash was leading by example at the very center, no one hesitated to jump into the fray. Duskbringer smiled wryly, looking at Ash's sweat-soaked profile. That was when, bang, boom, fireworks began to spread across the dark sky. It was the fireworks display that marked the end of the fall festival. Colorful fireworks launched from various parts of the city brilliantly lit up the dark sky. The fireworks brought from all over the world differed in shape, but all were dazzlingly beautiful. As Duskbringer gazed up at them, dumbfounded, love, Dusk. Suddenly, the last words left to her by the previous Duchess Bringer Day Bringer floated back to her. Don't hate, love. Duskbringer tightly closed her amber eyes. Duchess! Suddenly, a voice called out from in front. Surprised, she saw Ash, who had run up to her, and all the other companions standing there. All were drenched in sweat, smiling brightly. For a moment, Duskbringer felt dizzy. Their youthfulness, their freshness. It felt like the fireworks blooming and fading in the sky above, the brilliance and also the transience, truly like fireworks. How long are you going to just watch? Ash, smirking mischievously, grabbed Duskbringer's hand and forcefully pulled her up. The stars in the sky are dancing. It would be improper for the Duchess to be so downcast. No, I. How embarrassing would it be for me to join in? Do you think I don't know how well you dance? I clearly remember the Ken dance you did at the festival 2 years ago. You remember everything, don't you, really? Hesitant, Duskbringer found herself flanked by someone on either side. Turning around, she saw her knights and the glory knights. All were smiling, awkwardly but genuinely. The dozens of barriers that had stood between them seemed to vanish for the moment. Oh, what the hell, fine. Let's do it. With no other choice but to laugh, Duskbringer declared boldly. Let's dance. Beneath the shower of colorful fireworks, people sang and danced. Forgetting unresolved worries and the daunting future that relentlessly approached, the last night of the last festival shone brightly. Chapter 625, as dawn approached, signaling the end of the festival, the sky, once filled with fireworks, gradually quieted down. Two mercenaries, drunk and reeking of alcohol, stumbled into the temple. Ah, I'm so drunk I can't even see in front of me. You can never see in front of you, man. Oh, my head's gonna split. It was Nobody and Chain. Carrying new bottles of liquor and bundles of snacks, they staggered toward the intensive care unit, arm in arm. That candle, always slipping away, and now just lying there, sleeping. Let's have a drink by her side, he. Revealing their wicked intent to open the drinks and snacks in Candler's private room, the two mercenaries chuckled mischievously. They had been visiting every day without fail, telling the unconscious Candler about the day's events. Today was no exception. They planned to share the day's festival events with Candler over a drink. Upon entering Candler's room, the two mercenaries suddenly stopped, puzzled. There she was. Candler was sitting up, leaning against the bed's backrest, looking out the dark window. Bang, pop. Only the intermittent crackling of fireworks lit up the room for a moment before fading away. Startled, Nobody and Chain dropped their drinks and snacks and rushed into the room. Candler, are you awake? How do you feel? Candler did not turn around. She continued to gaze out the window and then murmured in a faint voice, as if about to fade away. It's beautiful. Was today the last day of the autumn festival? How do you know that? You were conscious, weren't you? Ha ha, you two have been telling me what's been happening every day. Nobody and Chain were about to call for a priest, but Candler stopped them. It's okay. Tell me about the festival today. Hesitant at first, Nobody and Chain soon eagerly began to recount the day's events, sharing stories of the joyful, noisy, and utterly chaotic scenes from various parts of the city. As they did, Candler smiled faintly with her scarred lips. I'm glad I could wake up today. After the fireworks had completely ceased and the sky had turned dark, and then looking up at the sky, beginning to brighten in the distance. To have been of even a little help in protecting this city, this festival, Candler took a deep breath. I'm glad. That night, Candler passed away, a content smile on her lips. After the festival ended, the tasks piled up immediately. While I had been enjoying myself, there was a backlog of work to be addressed. I was buried in a mountain of paperwork, busily wielding my pen. The resources are overflowing. The Fly Legion was a monstrously large and horrific group of beasts, and the loot was tremendous. It had taken a month after the battle ended just to finish collecting the magic stones. The magic stones and the funds derived from them filled the warehouses to the brim, and an astonishing number of magic cores had been acquired. We were in the process of using these for various equipment productions. Additionally, support of all kinds had arrived from around the world. The supply situation was extremely abundant. The supplies, yes. The situation with the troops. I had distributed a proclamation worldwide calling for heroes and announcing the Autumn Festival. There were two main points, and with the Autumn Festival, an enormous number of people had flocked to Crossroad. I had thought they were all tourists, but I was wrong. Most had responded to the call for heroes. They had just taken the opportunity to enjoy the festival as well. Perhaps it's because of the romantic fantasy world, but despite clearly stating in the proclamation low survival probability, extremely low success rate, it seems that spurred even more people to pack their bags and come. But romance is just romance. Reality is cold. These people were essentially a volunteer army. Of course, not a few of them had abundant combat experience. There were a considerable number of heroes of our rank and above. Moreover, since they had come to this front line on their own volition, their morale was high. But even if they remain until the end, turning them into an elite force will be a long journey. We lost too much. We lost many elite heroes and soldiers in the last battle. This loss will not be recovered until the day the World Guardian Front disbands, whether we win or lose. Let's put aside negative thoughts. After all, so many people have gathered here, putting aside their own safety to fight for the world. We need to issue them uniforms and equipment, feed them well, and train them diligently. The upcoming battles will be harsh. I carefully reviewed and signed various approvals for the distribution of equipment to the newly joined and for their accommodations. And then I picked up the next document and swallowed hard. It was the news of Candler's death. She had been gravely injured in the last battle and had miraculously hung on to life, but passed away on the last night of the festival. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and then pulled out a new piece of paper to draft an official document. It was to prepare for Candler's funeral, after handling several other matters. And finally, I returned to my main job. Time to hunt the monsters. It was time to set out on the expedition. Lucas, gather the heroes affiliated with the front line. Lucas, who was entering the office with a stack of documents, looked at me with surprise. I nodded. We'll begin hunting the Black Dragon Legion. After ordering the summoning of the heroes and coming down to the first floor of the mansion, Nameless was waiting for me. Ash, Nameless smiled. It had been about a month since she arrived here. Maybe it was because she had slept well during this time, but her complexion seemed much brighter. I was about to smile back at her when my lips tightened. It was because I saw the backpack on Nameless's back. She was prepared to leave. Thanks to you, I was able to fully enjoy the festival. I can't remember the last time I rested so deeply. It was like a dreamy month, she said, adjusting her bag. But my duty is not here. For my people sunk beneath the lake, I must wield my sword and fight. So I will leave now, to where I belong. There was no longer any reason to hold her back. During the festival, Nameless ate, drank, laughed, sang, and danced like any ordinary person. But the fate she carried was ultimately in the darkness beneath the waters. Take care, Nameless. I extended my hand and shook hers. Let's meet again soon, beneath the lake. Hee. Having received such gracious hospitality in this world, I shall treat you with the utmost care in the darkness below. I appreciate the thought. Let's both take good care of our lives. Nameless headed towards the teleport gate. I followed her to see her off. Ada was waiting next to the teleport gate, holding a small bag with a few items and a red cloth. Princess, Ada. After a brief greeting, the two fell silent for a moment. Lastly, may I tie your hair? Ada asked cautiously, and instead of answering, Nameless turned around with a faint smile and presented her hair. I silently watched from behind as Ada combed, trimmed, and braided Nameless's hair. After finishing her hair, Ada stepped back and bowed deeply with respect. Farewell, and, Ada whispered in a rustling voice, I hope we meet again someday. You too, may you live in peace. As Nameless stood in front of the teleport gate, the stones began to rotate, forming a magical door. Turning around, Nameless glanced back and forth between me and Ada, then smiled. It was fun, Crossroad. And then Nameless disappeared beyond the teleport gate. Ada and I quietly reflected on her departure for a while, standing there. At that moment, I did not know. This was her last visit to the human world as Nameless. There are a total of 7 in the Black Dragon Legion. Having gathered all the subordinate heroes, I began the briefing. First, the true Black Dragon Nightbringer, the first Black Dragon and the only one. The bastard who had come to Crossroad and then kindly left. Everyone here had encountered him. A few heroes shuddered, recalling the awe he had exuded, and the 6 are his own kin that Nightbringer created. I quickly wrote on the blackboard. He scattered his blood, claws, fangs, wings, eyes, and pure scales into the Milky Way, and from each scattered piece a dragon was born, each considered one of his offspring. Dragons are born that way, Evangeline muttered, and everyone looked at Duskbringer as if on cue. Duskbringer blushed and yelled out, Why are you looking at me, you fools? That's mythology. Myths are prone to exaggeration. Ahem. Whether it's a mythical fabrication, a sexual reproduction, or cloning. Anyway, these 6 dragons are the offspring and subordinates of Nightbringer. After clearing my throat, I continued the explanation. Excluding the true Black Dragon Nightbringer, all are successors of the Black Dragon bloodline, but each one of them is somewhat lacking. Of course, just one of these lacking individuals could devastate the human world, but compared to that monster Nightbringer, they are indeed much weaker. The youngest, born from Nightbringer's blood, is already dead. To be precise, we killed it. In the blazing Colosseum, using the Colosseum rule of damage multiplier correction, we obliterated it with 1 hit from Black Queen. However, this creature was particularly weak among the Black Dragon Legion. The one born from Nightbringer's blood was a notably weak mob in the Legion because it lacked intelligence and wisdom, but could divide itself to increase its numbers. The one we killed was in its weakest state after having divided as much as it could. Anyway, so the total number of dragons we have to kill is 6. I pointed at the remaining on the blackboard: claws, fangs, wings, eyes, and pure scales with the tip of my staff. Excluding Nightbringer, we must kill the other 5, make weapons from their bones, and create armor from their skins and scales. After defeating the evil dragons, we aim to produce as many dragon slayers as possible. Thud. My staff landed on the name of the creature at the very top of the list. The first target for subjugation is known as the Black Dragon's Claw. Among the remaining Black Dragon Legion, it is the weakest enemy, but still a dragon monster far more powerful than any ordinary boss monster. This one lacks fangs, wings, and eyes. Therefore, it cannot speak, cannot fly, and cannot see, merely rampaging and crushing everything. Its name is Perkian. Having said this, I exhaled deeply. It was considered the easiest target among the Black Dragon Legion raids, but ironically, it was also the one that caused the most casualties, because it's usually the first dragon raid boss encountered. In the game, many players died to this creature. This time, it won't go the same way. With renewed determination, I looked around at the heroes. For each raid, I will select you based on the most suitable composition. Some of you will have to deploy every time. Some will be taken only for specific battles, and some might not be called at all. But please follow without objection, as these decisions are made after much consideration on my part. Everyone silently looked at me with determination in their eyes. I nodded deeply. All right, then I'll announce those who will participate in this Black Dragon's Claw raid. I then took out a paper I had prepared in advance and slowly called out the name at the very top. First up, Violet. Clink. Right after, the illusionist Violet, frothing at the mouth, collapsed to the side. Chapter 626. In this raid, the non-human races, which could be considered one of the main forces of the monster front, were largely absent, not because they were unfit for the raid, but because 4 representatives of their races had become avatars of their respective race guards. They were unable to control their overflowing power and had fallen, groaning in pain. Thus, deploying them was out of the question. The chosen one of the race guards, there was nothing like this in the game. I'm still unclear about their specifications and how to use them. So for now, they've been excluded from the combat forces. We'll see once they recover a bit. Consequently, the hero list for this battle, if based on the martial arts tournament standards, is as follows. Main party, the uncles. The terrifying sisters, replaced nameless with a priest from the Holy Knight division. Glory Knights, Dragon Blood Knights. Additionally, 2 parties that showed excellent performance in the martial arts tournament have been added. These 2 parties will stand by in the rear as reserves and monitor the situation. They will be deployed if necessary. The 25 individuals participating in this raid will be reorganized into parties according to their role groups. I reorganized the 25 into 1 melee tanker party, 2 melee damage tanker parties, 1 melee damage dealer party, and 1 long-range firepower party. At that moment, Lucas, who had been quietly observing the situation, cautiously spoke to me. My lord, the current composition feels a bit too front-heavy. We're lacking in firepower. Is that okay? To put it simply, it means we're short on long-range dealers. The number of archers, snipers, and mages is significantly less than that of the melee units. Dragon raids are special compared to other monster battles. The beast is huge and powerful. All of its patterns are area of effect, meaning even the slightest movement from it has a high chance of sweeping up our allies. While a sufficient number of melee units distract it, the long-range firepower groups steadily accumulate damage. That has been the basic strategy for dragon raids, as I've taught. But with 4 melee parties this time, it's understandable that Lucas is concerned. You're right, Lucas. If it were a conventional raid, it'd be better to adjust the ratio. I grinned. But this time, I'm planning to use a little trick, so this composition will do. Ah, I see. Lucas's face brightened at the mention of my trick. He's seen all sorts of my bizarre tricks over time, so he naturally trusts them. Maybe I should have called it a strategy instead of a trick. Anyway, without further delay, I shared the trick I planned to use for this raid with everyone. Those departing and those standing by all listened intently. After detailed tactical discussions and debates, several hours had passed. Finally, Lucas asked, "So, when do we depart, my lord?" "In 3 days," I nodded solemnly. "We'll train with the new formation before heading directly to the enemy lines. Everyone, prepare diligently." Then I pointed to one of the heroes with the tip of my staff. "Keep Violet in check." Members of the Gamblers Club and Lily, who had tried to escape several times before, responded with a yes. Violet, held tight, made a weary sound. "This damn life," I chuckled. Though I spoke thus, I knew well that Violet had become a valiant warrior actively participating on this front. 3 days later, west of the city, the graveyard, Candler's funeral was held. The funeral was small in scale, but the number of people who gathered was far from small. People who had formed bonds with Candler as a mercenary, those she had met while working in the production guild, and those who knew of the miracles she had performed. Many gathered to watch her coffin being buried in the ground. Some cried, some remained composed, and others silently suppressed their emotions. The coffin, wrapped in the flag of the World Guardian front a black flag, without any insignia, was laid in the ground, and I personally placed a white flower on top of it. Nobody in chain, dressed in mourning clothes, took up shovels themselves and sprinkled dirt over the coffin. As the ceremony proceeded and the choir's song and the sound of gunfire faded, I didn't ascend the podium but stood shoulder to shoulder with the gathered crowd. And instead of making a grand speech or oration, I bowed my head and recited a poem. I do not seek a path without thorns, nor do I demand that sorrow vanish. I do not seek only the days bathed in sunlight, nor do I desire to stay only in the summer seas. With only the eternal daylight of the sun, the green shade of the earth would wither without tears in time. The heart closes the peaks of hope. This was a poem mourning Candler's death, but at the same time, it was a declaration of departure for the ongoing battles against the Black Dragon Legion. Let's go. The 25 members of the assault team and the 10 members of the reserve team who had taken off their mourning clothes donned their armor and equipment. At their forefront, I slightly lowered the flag on the flagpole as if to fly it at half-mast. Whether it fit the customs of this world or those of Earth, I wasn't sure. But what mattered was the meaning I imbued in it. With the black flag fluttering, I declared to my heroes, to our path of thorns. Do you understand? Lord's mansion. Backyard, in front of the teleport gate, the Emperor was waiting. I bowed and replied, Yes, Father. I've heard that in this battle one might truly face death. It has always been so. We have fought with the fate of the world at stake. Not once have we not put our lives on the line. Ha ha! The Emperor, with a laugh filled with meanings I couldn't fathom, looked at me intently. Normally, I would be opposed. But while you risk your life fighting, let this father plan for the future here. It's only natural. If we are to be annihilated under the lake, then the world would have to be entrusted to this man, the Emperor. Even if Crossroad falls, if there is a commander who can keep pushing the front north and resist to the very end, it would only be the Emperor. I leave the ground to you, Father. The more I think about it, the more amusing it is. Normally, it would be the father taking action and the son planning for the future. Of course, my resolve to join the battlefield hasn't changed, and the Emperor didn't try to sway my determination. Have you reached a conclusion? The Emperor suddenly asked. He must be asking about the conclusion to the question, the trial, he gave me during the festival. I hesitated for a moment. Then, after scanning Duskbringer Hecate and the other heroes with solemn expressions standing behind me, I replied, Not yet. I see. The Emperor, accepting my answer of still contemplating, nodded gently and asked, Do you remember what I told you before? Which words are you referring to? If you have the will to find a way, there is a way everywhere, and it leads everywhere. That was a conversation between father and son when we met while stranded in the realm of spirits. I remember, you told me to wander to my heart's content, for there will surely be a way at the end. At my words, the Emperor smiled broadly. Right, let me say it one more time. Wander to your heart's content, my son. Whether in darkness or in light, wherever you are, it's fine. Wherever you are, that too is life. With those words, the Emperor stepped aside. Go and return. Yes, Father. After saluting, I briefly commanded my heroes. Enter. Yes, we stepped into the wide-open teleport gate, because that's where the darkness we must head toward lies. Now loading. Teleporting. Tip various gimmicks are prepared for the dragon raid. Use gimmicks actively to lower the difficulty of the attack. Is this the first tip in how long? Ada, have you recovered some strength? I couldn't help but smile at the unexpected timing of the tip, though it was a story we all knew well, feeling the intention to help me. The tight tension loosened just a bit. Flash. The headquarters of the Black Dragon Legion, the so-called Dragon Lair, is located in all 9 zones. Nightbringer has apparently taken over the 10th zone's castle, but the other 5 dragons are all nestled in their own lairs. Among them, Black Dragon's Claw, Perkian's lair, is on the very outskirts of the 9th zone. It's incredibly bustling. Evangeline murmured in astonishment. Not just Evangeline, all the heroes who entered this place were both bewildered and amazed as they looked around. In the Lake Kingdom, a zone signifies the depth of a dungeon, with the number increasing towards the center of the city. From the sixth zone onwards, it's presumed to be the residence of the noble class, and the deeper one goes, it seems those of higher social status lived there. We are now in the ninth zone. The central part of the 10th zone's castle is now just in sight, the very heart of the Lake Kingdom. Though shrouded in darkness, a quick look reveals a city terrifyingly advanced. To be honest, it seems even more splendid than the imperial capital, New Terra. When I drifted here before, I only wandered within the 10th zone. Memories of wandering the 10th zone with succubus Queen Salome suddenly came to mind. Back then, I could only make it to the bridge connecting the 10th and ninth zones. I remember falling into the river trying to escape the ninth zone via the bridge. Below the bridge was a bottom town, and people lived there too. Once we've taken control of the ninth zone, I eyed the far end of the ninth zone, the Great Bridge, and then scanned the darkness swirling below it. I wonder if we could join up with the people of Bottom Town. Bottom Town is connected to the first zone, dried sewer, through the sewer system. It's a kind of shortcut, a direct route. We had attempted to enter through this shortcut before, but the heroes sent for reconnaissance nearly got lost and stranded in the maze-like sewers, so we had to give up on that approach. It seems that without a bottom town originating NPC to guide us directly, entering through the shortcut won't be easy. Taking control of the ninth zone and then calmly heading there seems like the safer option. Suddenly, the faces of those who had fought alongside me came to mind. Salome, Mason, Sword Demon, Spear Demon. Then I shook my head to clear it. First, it's the Dragon Raid. There are worries to sort through, a tangled mess of threads to unravel, believing that if one starts by unraveling things one by one, eventually, at the end, a complete conclusion can be met. I decided to focus on the task at hand, the Dragon Raid. This alone is a tremendous crisis that requires risking our lives. We slowly crossed the streets submerged in darkness, maintaining our formation. Thanks to Nightbringer declaring a truce, there were no rampaging monsters, and the Lake Kingdom was peaceful. The scouts sent ahead also reported finding nothing. Still, we cautiously proceeded and eventually arrived at our destination. Public Security offers the agency responsible for the public security of the Lake Kingdom, somewhat like a police station on Earth in South Korea. The sixth of the Black Dragon Legion, Chlorperkian, had made his lair here. I turned back, nodded, and the heroes nodded in unison with tense faces. Entering. Enter, just as we were about to swarm into the public security office. Wait, a clear voice called out from behind. Surprised, everyone turned around, weapons raised. Emerging from the darkness on the other side of the street was none other than Nameless. Everyone relaxed and lowered their weapons. I smiled in relief. Nameless, I'm with you, Ash. Nameless approached lightly and extended her hand, placing it above the closed door of the public security office. First of all, to enter a place like this, it's better if I'm with you. A magical pattern formed on the back of her hand, and then Krarang. The lock of the public security office was disengaged, and the rusted door began to slowly open to the sides. She was royalty of the Lake Kingdom, entitled to enter any facility. Thanks, I appreciate it. Everyone's faces brightened, as if they had gained a powerful ally, but Nameless's expression remained serious. You probably know this, but inside is a member of the Black Dragon Legion. They are as brutal and vile as any monster, if not more so. Don't let your guard down, understood? I nodded silently, and Nameless, taking a deep breath, led the way. Passing the entrance of the public security office, a vast landscaped garden revealed itself before the main building. The soil was blackened and rotten, and the dried-up trees bore no signs of life. And on the wide steps leading from that garden to the main building of the public security office, the black and immense dragon lay sprawled out. Chapter 627. The creature was more like a lizard than a dragon. Its entire body was covered in shiny black scales, and the part assumed to be its head had no eyes, nose, ears, or mouth. The long and blunt head appeared almost mechanical, like some kind of inorganic machine. Without wings, the creature had a long, sleek body reminiscent of a snake, with low, sturdy legs attached. Muscular legs adorned with unusually long black claws numbered 6, and its long, massive, and thick tail split into 6 at the end. Toothless dragon, wingless dragon, eyeless dragon, a dragon without molars, wings, or eyes, the rampaging destroyer, the black dragon's claw Perkian. It was our first dragon raid opponent and the first proper battle situation encountered among the Black Dragon Legion. Creak, clank. Sensing our presence, the creature slowly lifted itself. It sounded not like a living being, but more like a clump of armor moving. And then, whir. The center of its chest glowed red, and the red energy echoed and spread throughout its body. It looked as if an engine was starting. It really didn't feel like a dragon, but some kind of alien mechanical life form. With its stance lowered, 6 tails wriggled individually, preparing for battle. Hiss! A sticky, tropical night air-like malice peculiar to the black dragon spread around its body. It was clearly intent on killing us. Had it been another dragon, we might have exchanged insults or pleasantries face to face. But with this one, such an exchange was impossible. Because this bastard had no mouth, there was simply no option for dialogue, and the fact that it has no mouth means, in other words, it lacks the breath ability. Among the Black Dragon Legion, this one in particular was specialized in physical combat, close quarters brawling. That's Perkian for you. Ready. Even without my command, my heroes had already formed up as trained. I slowly raised one hand. The battle begins now. Remember the tactics. Thump. Before I could finish, Perkian leaped up. With terrifying momentum, Perkian kicked off the ground and floated in the air for a moment. Despite having no wings, it soared up as lightly as a feather. I shouted, "Jump!" The next moment, Perkian spun like a top, hurtling towards us. Thwack! The creature's elongated body whipped the ground like a whip. Its first attack pattern was always this spinning body slam. Though there must be a cooler name for it, it was essentially a spinning body slam. And this was a pattern we had tirelessly trained to counter, the floor sweep. Basically, an area of effect AoE attack. By the time Perkian charged at us, we were all ready. Zap. 25 of our heroes, plus 10 reserves and nameless, a total of 36, simultaneously jumped up, evading the creature's violent AoE in one fell swoop. From the training camp to the martial arts tournament, all those times. Hovering in the air, I turned around and shouted with a grin. Had meaning. Skipping rope wasn't just a 1 or 2 day affair, yeah. Of course, Perkian's body slam was incomparable in volume and speed to skipping rope, but we had trained with this in mind, so we could dodge without issue. Perkian, having flown past us, slammed into the wall behind us. Boom! The entrance to the police station was instantly devastated. Perkian's bulldozing attack turned the area into a mess, but none of our heroes were hit. The start is good. As all of us landed, Perkian too corrected its posture amidst the rising dust cloud. Instead of immediately attacking us, it seemed to gauge our strength for a moment, its 6 tails moving independently like tentacles towards us. The next moment, zap! Perkian smoothly jumped up and began to climb the wall. The garden at the entrance to the police station was landscaped in a large, circular manner. Perkian climbed the inner walls of the garden agilely and violently. Each time Perkian's feet touched, the garden's inner walls shattered, scattering glass shards and dust in all directions. Is it really a lizard, sheesh? Circling the cylindrical inner walls of the garden, Perkian leisurely moved as if searching for our weaknesses. Well, good. If it gives us time, it's not bad. Actually, it's good. I quickly looked to my side. Violet, who met my gaze, twitched her shoulder. It's time to show your skills, Violet. Damn it, how did we end up here, really? Why, well, I gave her a smile. Because you're so capable. Ah, shivering, Violet still moved adeptly as trained. A violet magic power rippled from her body, and as she touched the ground, it spread widely around the area. Whoosh! Illusion domain. The zone of illusion that Violet spread quickly filled the interior of the police station, causing Perkian to flinch and hesitate. Perkian has no eyes, nor ears, nor nose. In other words, it lacks the typical means of perceiving its surroundings, such as vision, hearing, or smell. The only way it discerns the battlefield is through pure magic sensing. It scatters its immense magic power and understands the world through the echoes it produces. It's similar to how bats emit ultrasonic waves to navigate their environment despite their poor eyesight, meaning its magic sensing is abnormally developed, and thus it can be easily disrupted. Violet's illusion domain had properly taken effect. I turned to the side. Junior, I'm ready. Upon my call, Junior, who was on standby, immediately lifted her staff and cast a spell. Zzzing. A dazzling halo appeared in the air, warping the space around it. Elemental disassembly. The ultimate spell for boss battles, reducing the opponent's magic power. It hit Perkian squarely. However, what is this insane magic power? Junior grimaced and staggered backward. Its magic power is tremendous, and it's increasing in real time. My elemental disassembly can't reduce it in one go. Elemental disassembly is a spell meant to reduce the opponent's magic power to the negatives, but dragon species have innately high magic power, and currently Perkian was resisting elemental disassembly by increasing its magic output in real time. A response befitting a being that has handled magic since the dawn of time. It's a dragon, after all. We were prepared for this. Keep firing. Yes, Junior prepared for another round of elemental disassembly. And then, whirra, Perkian wasn't the kind to just sit back and watch. Making strange engine noises, Perkian readied itself to charge at us. Naturally, its target was Junior, the mage who had inflicted an unknown debuff on it. But Twitch, Perkian couldn't easily attack. It was because of the illusion domain that Violet had spread earlier. I had given Violet one instruction. Make everyone here appear as Junior through your illusion. And Violet pulled it off splendidly. Currently, inside this police station, all my heroes were perceived as Junior in terms of magic sensing. If Junior used magic, it would appear as if everyone here did. And if Junior somehow got a nosebleed, it would seem as if everyone here did. Violet says it's not a significant illusion. She simply copied Junior's magic pattern and overlaid it onto everyone else. But for my purpose, to hide Junior and allow her to continue using magic, it was enough. Relying solely on magic sensing to perceive the world is undoubtedly a weakness for Perkian. Then, exploiting that weakness is the natural strategy. Now, then, I shouted, let's put on a show in front of the dragon. Zap. No sooner had I spoken than heroes scattered in all directions. Perkian couldn't tell them apart. Among the scattering humans, who was the caster of the spell? Zoom. Eventually, Perkian gave up distinguishing and glided down, attacking the nearest hero. Thwack, the ground was savagely torn apart by the brutal lashes of its claws and tail. And the closest hero, Evangeline, was flung away with her shield, screaming. I almost died. Even though she dodged what she could and only took unavoidable hits, Evangeline's shield and armor were tattered. But she held on. That's why I primarily organized close-range characters. The core of this operation was to buy time while Junior nibbled away at its magic power. So I had arranged for close-range heroes who could easily dodge the monster's powerful close-range patterns and withstand a few hits if necessary. Whir! Perkian, realizing the target wasn't a mage, swiftly turned to look at the other heroes. Then I am the real Juju. No, I'm Junior. Spinach, tomato, anyway, vegetables. Juju, Juju, Juju. Heroes, without exception, mimicked Junior and scattered in all directions. The real Junior's face turned red with embarrassment. If you're sick of this spectacle, hurry up and use the next elemental disassembly. Bang, crack, squish. Loudly drawing attention and even seriously cosplaying as mages, the heroes fell like leaves in the wind, falling, crashing, and getting smashed, yet the heroes succeeded in drawing attention. I'm ready, Junior shouted, lifting a staff. After the first elemental disassembly, Junior figured out approximately how many more it would take to finish off Perkian's magic power and was preparing the necessary amount of elemental disassembly with the multicasting feature. Ding, ding, zing. Elemental disassembly, stacked simultaneously, continuously erupted. It successfully reduced Perkian's terribly high magic power to nothing, a feat as grotesque as it was impressive. Damien, Chain, Bardabag, Dear Mudin, I commanded the firepower team on standby. Fire suppression, begin. Snipers and mages poured their firepower onto it as if they had been waiting for the signal. Perkian, thrown into disarray by the overlapping elemental disassembly, staggered and then got hammered by all the firepower thrown at it. But this wasn't enough to kill it. Not only was the damage insufficient, but it was also a dragon species. The magic power it had lost was being replenished in real time. The goal was to pin it down in one place. As the barrage of firepower ended and Perkian staggered, someone quickly dashed forward towards it. Duskbringer and Lucas holding Violet in his arms. Take this, eat this. Duskbringer, leaping into the air, grabbed Perkian's head and smashed it delightfully into the ground. Boom! It was as refreshing as if he was performing a wrestling move. Beside Perkian's head, which had been slammed into the ground, Lucas, who had used Step of Persistence, arrived like a gust of wind. Lucas gently set down Violet he was holding, and I called out her trembling name. "Finish it, Violet." Violet clenched her eyes shut. "All right," and raised both hands above the giant dragon's head. "This is all because I'm too good." Flash. Violet's ultimate skill, the single-target illusion domain Daydream, exploded. Perkian's entire body shuddered as if struck by lightning. Perkian is a dragon that lacks senses. What I had Violet show to such a Perkian was the reality as it is. To the dragon that cannot see, that cannot hear, that cannot smell. To show it the scenery of this place exactly as it is. Before the vivid sensations, it was confronting for the first time in its life. Perkian trembled. The world it had always understood through the echoes of magic now gained color, sound, smell, unfolding around it. I slowly approached such a creature. Thanks to Violet's magic acting directly on its brain, it was clearly seeing me. Success, I sighed in relief. Boss monsters usually have phases, when their health is reduced or a certain amount of time has passed in battle. They enter the next phase, changing patterns, becoming stronger and more ferocious. In Perkian's case, reducing its health would trigger the next phase, revealing its true form and even becoming frenzied. From our perspective, not yet equipped with dragon slayer weapons, our first dragon hunt had to brace for significant damage. Honestly, I wasn't confident we could capture it without injury. It was an opponent we couldn't guarantee victory against if fought head-on. So, I prepared a trick. Intentionally not inflicting damage and staying in the first phase, drawing out only simple patterns to buy time, bit by bit, nibbling away at its magic power, and forcibly feeding it illusions. "Perkian, you are too," employing a tactic of mind control. "Become mine." Chapter 628, a Sherwin combo was employed, consisting of elemental disassembly, the foremost flag gaze of command become mine. To use gaze of command, one had to make eye contact, which was accomplished through Violet's illusion magic. Even a member of the Black Dragon Legion could not resist this Sherwin combo. Underneath Perkian's featureless head, a collar-shaped control orb appeared around its neck, tightly constricting it. Yes, the operation was a success. Thus, a new legend was captured. Ah, no, anyway, a named monster was successfully captured. I clenched my fist. "You're mine now." Black Dragon's Claw Perkian SSR has been incorporated into your ranks. Current loyalty, 30 plus 15/100 absolute command. One time, huh? I was puzzled by the loyalty score, which was much higher than I had expected. I understood the additional adjustment from the foremost flag, but why was the base loyalty as high as 30? Normally, a boss monster like this should start with a loyalty of 0. Not exactly a pleasant thing, but it seems it considers you a kind of kin. Duskbringer, who was observing from the side, explained. Being of the same dragon species, it seems she could somewhat understand Perkian's feelings. I tilted my head. "Kin, me? That thing you picked up and ate before. It seems because of that." "Ah," Duskbringer said, shaking her shoulders as if she found it unpleasant to even mention, but I understood immediately. Dragonheart. Nameless had fed it to me when I was collapsed from magical exhaustion, and thanks to that, I've been fighting vigorously without experiencing such symptoms ever since. It felt like a warm heating pad had settled inside my body. Anyway, the dragon heart I ate back then belonged to a black dragon having the heart of its kin inside me. Perkian somewhat recognized, acknowledged me. Thanks to that, the loyalty adjustment occurred. After storing Perkian in a subspace, I clapped my hands and shouted to the surrounding heroes. "The battle is over. The situation has concluded. Great work, everyone. Let's regroup." The heroes scattered around promptly started to regroup, responding with a resounding yes. It had been a violent operation, and even though it ended in the first phase, it was still a dragon raid, so many of the vanguard heroes were injured. The accompanying priests began casting healing spells and bandaging the injured. Watching this, I gestured to Nameless. Nameless, a moment. Nameless, who had been lost in thought, quickly ran over when I called. I asked her, "A while back, you fed me a dragon heart, remember?" "Of course, I remember." "That heart you fed me belonged to a black dragon. Was there another reason you gave it to me?" Was there a specific intention behind it? I had been curious about it. Duskbringer, standing behind me, also perked up her ears to listen in. Nameless readily answered. The main reason was that your condition was quite serious at the time, and you needed to consume a powerful source of magic power. Yes, that was the case. The next reason is, that heart was originally your spoils. Ha, my spoils, that heart. You killed the youngest daughter of the Black Dragon, Kalishan, didn't you? Ah, yes, that's right. Blood of the Black Dragon, the youngest of the Black Dragon Legion, Kalishan. It feels so distant now, but back in the early first year, I had obliterated that dragon with the Colosseum rule adjustment. The dragon heart you ate came from that dragon. Ah, so it was the heart of that creature I killed. Certainly, at that time, due to the Colosseum's adjustments, my shot with Black Queen had split its upper body in half, killing it instantly. I hadn't had the chance to collect the spoils, so I forgot about it, but it seems the dragon heart was extracted from that dragon. It came around and ended up in my hands, being a merchant here. I see. Knowing you were the one who killed its owner, it was a burden, karma, tied to you. Therefore, I thought it was inevitable to give it to you. So that's how it was. At the time, I was puzzled about why I was given a dragon heart. It turns out it was all connected like this. And if you were ever to clash with the Black Dragon Legion, Nameless looked straight at me. Having eaten their hearts might be of help. Why? Confused, I tilted my head, and Nameless explained. You've met the Night Bringer, haven't you? Yes, I have. I recalled the last battle. That bastard dragged you all the way to Crossroad. He is a being who has far transcended the mortal coil, and to oppose a transcender, one must possess the corresponding status. To deal damage to a transcender, one must possess an equivalent qualification. That's why, in the game, preparing Dragon Slayer gear was such a hassle for the same reason. If you were equipped with bones and skin of the Black Dragon Legion and a magic core, you could match the Night Bringer's status and thus deal damage. Although she was the least of them, Kalishan was undoubtedly a daughter of the Black Dragon. You killed that dragon and took its life, its heart. Now you have earned the qualifications equal to a dragon, the heart of a dragon from the mythological era. I had hunted and consumed it myself, and just through this process, magical effects were manifested, granting me qualifications I wasn't even aware of. Now you can choose to become a slayer who kills dragons, or, Nameless glanced at Duskbringer standing beside me, to become a dragon yourself and join the Bringers. I suddenly remembered what Duskbringer had said to me a long time ago. Do you know what happens when a mere human consumes a dragon heart? You become a vessel capable of containing a dragon. It means you have halfway acquired the qualifications to become a dragon. Terrified, I quickly turned to Duskbringer. Ah, Your Grace, what should I do? I don't want to become a dragon. I like being human. Child, do you think becoming a dragon is that easy? Duskbringer snapped at me, as if scolding a gym newbie worried about getting too bulky from working out, then sighed heavily. You've become a vessel and have the qualifications, but that's all for now. To truly become a dragon, there are more steps to go through and more materials needed. Don't worry too much. Really, I won't suddenly start breathing fire, right, or grow wings and fly around. But now that I think about it, that kind of sounds cool. Yes, you are firmly human, Duskbringer nodded. We all hope you remain human. At those words, Nameless also nodded. I gave you the dragon heart hoping you would become a slayer. I had no desire for you to become one of the bringers. Then Nameless smiled bitterly. But Ash, even if by some chance you transform into something else, we are still friends. Don't forget that. Nameless's face, warm with a smile, briefly overlaid with the image of the final boss I had encountered in the game, the princess of the unsleeping lake. Clutching my fist, I responded seriously. The feelings mutual, Nameless. No matter what changes you go through, we're friends. We smiled warmly at each other. Only Duskbringer, standing behind, made a disgusted sound with a shocked expression. Why are we suddenly declaring friendship? Anyway, the conceptual talk about becoming dragons, killing dragons, and acquiring dragon certifications concluded like this. Nameless waved her hand and left the public security office first. Let's meet again during the next Black Dragon Legion subjugation. Ash, take care of yourself. And be careful with Perkian. See you, Nameless. I waved back energetically. Smiling faintly, Nameless eventually disappeared into the dungeon's darkness. After treating the injuries, the heroes and I completed our search inside the public security office. As expected of a place used by a rare dragon, various treasures were piled up. Since Perkian was now on our side after being captured, there was no need to leave anything behind, so I cleared everything out. Now that Perkian is one of us, it's just about moving his assets over, speaking casually, as I packed magic cores and magic stones into a bag. All my subordinates looked at me with eyes full of, no, not disdain, but admiration. These kids, really. After sweeping through the public security office, today's schedule ended. We returned to Crossroad. Your Majesty, you've returned safely. In the Lord's mansion backyard, near the teleport gate, the waiting staff greeted us cheerfully. It was past dinner time, nearing night. They seemed to have waited for us, worried, despite the time it took. After all, the battle could have easily resulted in casualties. It's a relief that everyone returned safely. The members who had gone on today's exploration lined up in front of me. I briefly spoke and then dismissed them. Eat well, sleep well, and rest up. I'll call you together again in a few days. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Yay, time to clock out. The gathered heroes dispersed in small groups. I told those who were going to eat to stay, and quite a few heroes joyfully entered the Lord's mansion. I was about to enter for a late dinner after a brief cleanup. Whoosh! Suddenly, the space above my head ominously rippled. Swoosh, ripping through a subspace, a lizard-like black dragon Perkian burst out. Wah! What in the world? All of us jumped in shock, rooted to the spot. Why did this guy suddenly appear like this? Was being captured a lie? Or did he intentionally get caught to attack our base? All these thoughts crossed my mind, but fortunately, it seemed he had no such terrifying intentions. Perkian, having tidily wrapped up its unique demonic aura, landed smoothly on the ground and cautiously moved its head around, searching for something. Eventually sensing something, Perkian ran off in that direction, really like a huge lizard. Perkian's destination was towards Violet, who had turned white with fear. Violet, having joined the members of the Gamblers' Club she had been waiting for, was on her way to the tavern to share her heroic tales of the day, when this gigantic black dragon lizard ran straight towards her, making her look as if she was about to faint. Yo, yo, your highness. Wah, wah, what do we do about this? But there was no time for me to do anything. Perkian gently extended its tail, coiling around Violet's body, then swiftly lifted her onto its back. Then it lightly bounced up and down as if urging something from her. Stunned and making a noise of distress, Violet eventually seemed to realize something and placed her hands on Perkian's head. Oh, show me again. Whoosh, Violet's lavender-colored magic power gathered at her fingertips and penetrated Perkian's head. Like when she had subdued the dragon before, it seemed to show the surroundings. Perkian slowly curled up its body to sit down on the ground, quietly lifting its head to look around. The brightly lit Lord's mansion, the people around it tensed up, and then the night sky. A whirring sound vibrated from inside Perkian's chest, turning from red to a light blue hue, slowly spreading inside the dragon's body. I, who had been ready to use the absolute command to subdue Perkian if necessary, hesitantly stopped. Now fully settled on the backyard ground, Perkian quietly looked up at the night sky, intently observing the Milky Way stretched above. Watching this curious and somewhat amusing scene, I patted the shoulders of the other heroes and entered the Lord's mansion. It seems all right, let's eat. What do you mean, all right? Wait, your highness, what about me? Violet screamed in horror, hands still on Perkian's head and seated on its back. Everyone cast sympathetic glances at her and went inside the mansion to eat. I gave a hearty laugh to Violet, who looked miserable. Take good care of that fellow from now on, Violet. What do you mean by that? Leaving Violet to cry out in despair, I closed the door behind me. Having someone to take on the role of dragon tamer in my ranks, I really am blessed with good fortune. Chapter 629. Several days had passed since the Perkian raid. During that time, the Perkian had completely made its nest in the backyard garden of the Lord's mansion. Attempts were made to forcibly put it into the subspace for captured monsters, but it ignored them completely, and the other captured monsters inside the subspace were so terrified that they trembled uncontrollably. So it was left in the backyard without any other choice. Especially seeing Hercules, who had been the top dog inside the subspace, lying on its back with its belly exposed, conceding defeat, was shocking to me as well. It must be because it's a dragon species. It seems to be of a different class indeed. Would a kraken be a match for it? I found myself absent-mindedly fiddling with the ring of kraken on my hand. This cephalopod monster does not reside in the subspace as it's summoned at will. Still, maybe it could go toe-to-toe with the Perkian. No, no, let's stop fantasizing about monster battles. Ahem. Anyway, since it hasn't caused any harm to the inhabitants, doesn't emit the evil aura characteristic of monsters, and has high loyalty. Besides, I have the Imperial Edict if necessary. I decided it was okay to let it stay in the backyard. Moreover, it listens well to Violet. Maybe because Violet has shown it the world, told it stories, and let it smell different scents. It obediently follows Violet's commands. I applauded this miraculous duo. Bravo. So, the management of Perkian will continue to be handled by the Gamblers Club. Wow! While Violet looked dismayed, the rest of the Gamblers Club members were delighted. To the other four members who hadn't seen the dragon's ferocious appearance in the dungeon, Perkian must have seemed pretty cool. It doesn't emit any malice, and just sits there dignified, moving only when Violet commands, so even to me, it looks like a respectable dragon, though it doesn't have eyes, ears, a nose, or a mouth. While the other four members were polishing every part of Perkian's body to make it shine, Violet muttered gloomily, lying slumped over Perkian's neck. Just kill me. Hey, hey, what's this talk of dying? Let's live until we're smearing the walls with crap, shall we? And most importantly, the benefit of having Perkian in the mansion's backyard garden. Swoosh, swoosh. It's easier to gather materials. As long as Violet shows it the surroundings, Perkian sits obediently in its place, not caring what we do to its body. Thanks to this, we were able to easily trim its 6 long, sharply grown claws. These claws are incredibly hard. Truly, it's a dragon. Cutting them was difficult. Lucas, holding the neatly trimmed long claws, clicked his tongue. Perkian's claws were long, thin, and sharp, resembling fearsome blades in themselves. Despite the claws regrowing over time, their hardness was beyond imagination. There were few tools in possession of the monster front that could cut through them. Among them, Lucas's bestowed sword, which was the easiest to use and could be quickly repaired if damaged, was used to saw off the long claws. Lucas, who had become an impromptu dragon claw groomer, sweated profusely as he removed the claws. The obtained claws were sent to the forge. They were excellent materials for weapons. However, a problem arose. We don't have the means to process it. Crossroad Forge. The master blacksmith, trying to somehow forge weapons from the dragon's claws, declared surrender. It's embarrassing and regrettable, but with current human technology, we can't handle this material. Is it that hard? All the guild masters of the production guild gathered to brainstorm, but yes, I'm sorry. We possess the Nightmare Slayer and various specialized weapons, as well as several high-level spells which are somewhat compatible. Even parts of a dragon can be cut off or damaged, but that doesn't mean we can process them into equipment. It was natural for the production guild to express difficulties. What to do? We plan to use the materials obtained from Perkian to create dragon-killing weapons, dragon slayers, for the next raid. Here, our plans hit a snag. What should we do? When in trouble, that's where I come in. A confident voice sounded from behind us. We all turned around in surprise. Wait, you are Kelebi. Such high-quality material should naturally be entrusted to the world's greatest craftsman, Kelebi, shouldn't it? A bold dwarf, Kelebi, was grinning. Behind him stood other representatives of different races, Verdandi, Kulan, King Poseidon. Are you all okay? Having had a bad reaction to a potion. Oh no, because these guards chose them as avatars and bestowed their powers, they had been severely ill these past few days. Have they recovered? Of course, now I'm as good as new. I'm itching to move, Kelebi chuckled. I can't wait to get moving. If I can help by killing the monsters lurking in the darkness, I'd do anything. Golden brilliance flashed in Kelebi's eyes. The same was true for the other three. The characteristic golden glow of the transcendence was ominously shining. Their eyes had changed since they became chosen ones. Sorry for the long rest, Ash, but now we're ready to return to the front. Verdandi saluted me. Her movements were neat, yet they were tinged with an anger that couldn't be hidden. Please take me with you on the next sortie. I want to be at the forefront of monster extermination. Kulan was still in his silvery werewolf form, banging his fists together in front of his chest. I don't know why the ancient guards chose me. But now that I've received this power, I should use it well. Just give the order, Captain. I looked around at the three of them and swallowed my words for a moment. Kellison, Skuld, and Yun. The loved ones of these three had either died or been gravely injured. Perhaps that's why, behind their fierce fighting spirit, a clear hatred was boiling. Only King Poseidon, the merman, remained calm, silently observing the three from behind. But what could I possibly say to their anger and hatred? Instead of intervening unnecessarily, I decided to prioritize what comes next. I want to make weapons out of these claws. Is that possible? The four representatives of different races examined the dragon's claws. Kellaby nodded. A dragon's appendage inherently contains powerful magic. If it's a part of a being like the Black Dragon Legion, it can't be processed by ordinary means. Then, yes, unconventional methods should suffice. Kellaby, smiling with his beard, raised his hammer, which was then wrapped in golden magical energy. It was the power of the Dwarven Guard. Clang! The hammer struck the claw, sending sparks flying in all directions. Clang, 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 clang. Initially, the claw didn't move at all, but as Kellaby persistently hammered away, it slowly started to flatten and smooth out. The people from the production guild watching were astonished. It was surprising to see a material that hadn't budged with our technology beginning to be shaped like it was nothing. Huff! After confirming that his hammer worked, Kellaby, wiping the sweat from his forehead, looked around at the other representatives of different races and asked, "Will you help me?" Verdandi, Cuilan, and King Poseidon nodded and rolled up their sleeves. They were representatives of the four major races. And the four major races were also excellent blacksmiths, alchemists, carpenters, and stone masons. The four representatives started refining the dragon's claws, each wrapped in the magical energy of their respective race's color. Everyone surrounding them watched this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle with bated breath. The four representatives of the different races, their kin, and the people from the production guild. After several days of working together on the Dragon Slayer production, weapons started arriving at the Lord's mansion. I lightly touched the black blade of the completed longsword. Black Dragon's Claw Sword, SR, LV50, Dragon Slayer. It had the Dragon Slayer tag. Perhaps because the material was considered lower quality within the dragon's body, its grade and damage were ordinary, but it was still a Dragon Slayer. The term Dragon Slayer means a weapon that can kill dragons, granting the wielder the qualifications to slay dragons, ignoring any discrepancies in presence or whatever you might call it, and making it possible to kill them. Now we can kill them. While the Nightmare Slayer, specialized weapons, and high-level magic like elemental disassembly are sufficiently powerful to contend with dragons, the means were too limited on our side. We needed equipment that all heroes could use more universally. That is the Dragon Slayer, and now several have been prepared. Originally, the plan was to kill Perkian with it once it was completed. I had thought about using Perkian's magical core, scales, bones, and so on to make other equipment. But somehow the creature is docile, and its loyalty is high, so for now, I think I'll leave it be a little longer. It's better to keep as many variables on our side as possible. After a suitable number of dragon slayers were completed, I once again summoned the heroes. This time, heroes from different races also attended the meeting. The Lord's mansion, the drawing room, thump. I tapped the chalkboard and explained. The next target we'll be dealing with is the Fang of the Black Dragon, Tustivian. It's our second raid target, and at the same time, this one primarily uses breath attacks, the signature pattern of dragons and the most powerful attack. It's a dragon that mainly uses breath attacks. This one's breath is exceptional, even compared to any other dragon in the Black Dragon Legion, possessing truly outstanding firepower. At my words, the heroes all gulped nervously. Other patterns of dragonkind might allow for survival, even if hit by mistake. But a direct hit from a breath attack means certain death. I've mentioned this ad nauseum, so they should all remember clearly. The breath attack Duskbringer used in the martial tournament was also controlled in power. A full-force breath attack from a dragon would literally leave nothing behind. However, this one is as flawed as they come. It has a clear weakness. What might that be? While its breath organ is highly developed, the rest of its body has degenerated to the point it's stuck to the ground. Think of it as a huge dragon that's essentially a giant cannon. So, it's like a fixed artillery piece. It can be seen as a dragon that's incredibly large, heavy, and slow, but each of its attacks is terrifyingly powerful. It has no other means of attack besides its breath. If we can just get close, now that we have the Dragon Slayer, we can easily cut it down. But getting close is the problem. Exactly. I drew on the chalkboard with chalk. It was a picture of a stone warehouse that looked like a burial mound. The place where it's holed up is the Armory dungeon in Zone 9. This place used to store the military supplies of the Lake Kingdom. There's only one entrance, and the facility itself is underground. In other words, inside an underground cave with only one entrance, a dragon lurks, and this bastard's firepower is so strong that it can smack around any monster, with its fire-breathing head aimed right at the only entrance. Entering through the entrance would mean being burnt to death by the breath attack right away. The heroes, listening, sweated coldly. Lucas raised his hand as a representative and asked, "How on earth do we catch this thing, my lord?" I leaned my chin on my interlocked hands placed on the high table in front of me and grinned. "That's why I've prepared a plan. There's no reason for us to kindly enter into the arena it has set. No, rather flipping the arena over is more my style. Operation name, Tomb Maker." I stuck the chalk forcefully above the drawn picture of the armory on the chalkboard. "It's already standing in its underground tomb, isn't it?" Smirking, I circled the top of the warehouse with chalk. "Then let's bury it." Chapter 630, Lake Kingdom Zone 9. Armory. Inside this facility, reminiscent of an underground bunker, Tustivian, a member of the Black Dragon Legion, had made his nest. The elder dragon lay his massive body on the ground, repeatedly inhaling and exhaling long breaths. Tustivian's body, covered in black scales, was massive. The children of the true black dragon were all proper dragons, but compared to their perfect father, each was born with several flaws. In Tustivian's case, born from the true black dragon's fangs, his body underwent abnormal proliferation, making it difficult for him to move freely. The body, through constant proliferation and degeneration, had swollen endlessly, filling the wide armory floor. At the extremities of his withered and hardened body, he felt no sensation. He could neither fly nor walk. He had lived his life, both before and now, coiled within his lair, enduring with his cumbersome body. Yet he did not pity himself. He did not curse his fate. Instead, he took pride in it. His father, Nightbringer, though Nightbringer disliked being called a father, called upon him. Even with such a body, he could still play an active role on the battlefield. The breath that Tustivian exhaled was formidable, even compared to his siblings. When the Legion was assembled to wage war against the enemy, Tustivian's firepower was a tremendous aid to the Legion. He had made remarkable contributions when defeating the Demon Guardian Legion. Every time he exhaled, his breath incinerated the earth, and the demonic species fell like leaves in the wind. Even his brothers, who usually scorned each other like insects, praised Tustivian for his significant achievements. Of course, Nightbringer had never once offered a warm word to his children, no matter how helpful they were. But Tustivian knew. He was a useful existence to his father. He aided in his father's tyranny. Did he say the next invasion is of the human world? Struggling to breathe with his cumbersome body, Tustivian chuckled softly. "I wish the day of invasion would come soon, so that I can complete the great undertaking I failed to in my previous life." In his previous life, the Black Dragon Legion, seeking to destroy the world, and the Red Dragon Legion, aiming to protect it, waged an endless war. Among them, Tustivian was the first dragon of the Black Dragon Legion to fall. Serving as a fixed artillery, he possessed powerful firepower but lacked mobility, ultimately unable to evade the Red Dragon Legion's surprise attacks, and met his demise. But now, with no Red Dragon Legion left in the world, and their own Black Dragon Legion having taken over the throne of darkness, this time they could surely achieve their father's great undertaking, the destruction of the world. But why does father want to destroy the world? He didn't know the reason or the meaning behind that great undertaking. As a son, Tustivian only faithfully followed and supported his father's path, and that was enough for him. He curled up his body, trying to sleep uncomfortably until his father woke him for another expedition into the outside world. That's when it happened. Thump, thump, thump. The military armory that Tustivian used as his lair began to shake slightly. Tustivian slowly opened his eyes and looked up, puzzled. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation since making his lair here. was something happening outside. Rumble. Following that, the military armory shook violently. But Tustivian was not alarmed. This place was an armory built by the army of the Lake Kingdom 500 years ago to store military supplies. Its protective magic was inferior to that of dragons, but it was sturdy. It couldn't possibly fall to a mere attack. Creak. Then Tustivian sensed it. A mysterious magic he had never felt before was devouring the protective magic of the military armory without a trace. Tustivian's eyes widened. To strip away the protective magic so easily, modern magic couldn't achieve this. Then, from what era was this magic, he had no time to analyze further. Following the removal of the protective magic, an intense impact hit the ceiling of the military armory. Boom! The vibration and noise that followed were incomparably stronger than before, and soon after, cracks spread across the ceiling until it finally began to collapse, dispelling the protective magic and then using an attack spell. It was clear there was a very skilled magician on the other side. And then it became evident they were here to kill him. A hollow laugh escaped Tustivian's massive mouth. It had been so long since he had faced an intruder in his lair that he couldn't even remember the last time. Bang, boom, crack. Pieces of the fallen ceiling spread a thick cloud of dust as they crashed down. The facility was built to be very thick and durable, so the pieces were both large and numerous. But Tustivian was no longer looking up. Bang! The main gate of the military armory, the only path leading inside. There were people breaking through that door and entering. They were tiny humans, all draped in robes. To fall for such a pathetic feint, Tustivian had already made his judgment. The distraction above was just that, a distraction. The collapse of the ceiling, while noisy, provided no means for the debris to pass through and attack him. If he were to expel his breath upwards to avoid the falling fragments, then the plan must be for the invaders who had entered through the main gate to approach and kill him during that moment. You've misjudged, you bastards. Such building fragments could simply be endured with his body. More importantly, preventing the invaders' approach was the top priority. Tustivian opened his massive mouth wide, gathering his breath. The direction his mouth aimed at was the entrance of the military armory, the only path the human invaders were running through. In an instant, the air and magic power around swirled into the dragon's mouth, and the next moment, roar, it was violently expelled. Among the Black Dragon Legion, Tustivian's breath was second only to Nightbringer in terms of power. The breath emitted from the dragon's mouth engulfed everything in a straight line with black flames, incinerating it completely. Dozens of humans desperately running into the armory through the opened gate were no exception. When the breath ceased, not even ashes remained of them. They had all been completely burned away. Ah! Tustivian exhaled through his nose after firing his breath. Dark flames flowed out of the dragon's large nostrils. Know your place, you vermin. The dragon spoke arrogantly, but the next moment, Tustivian noticed something unusual. At the entrance of the gate, the body of one invader, not fully burned by the tail end of the breath, collapsed half-burned. But then, the next moment, his body scattered like a shadow and disappeared. Tustivian immediately sensed the identity of the adversary. Shadows, duplicates. They were not real humans. They were just summons by someone. If this side was a distraction, then the real approach was from above. Tustivian urgently lifted his huge head upwards, only to see dozens of figures in robes, already having jumped down from behind the rocks that had nearly reached him. Tustivian hurriedly gathered his breath and released it again. Roar! The barrage of stones filling his sight was cleanly swept away. But no matter how powerful Tustivian's breath was, its range of emission was limited. The area covered by the collapsed ceiling was large, as was the area where the rubble fell. Too many humans had hidden behind it and jumped down. It was impossible to deal with them all with a single breath. If he were a normal dragon, that is. But Tustivian was a dragon specialized in projecting breath. His breath's power output and duration were far superior to other dragons. Even his control over it was exceptional. While expelling his breath, Tustivian also rotated his head and neck in a circle, successfully clearing away the falling debris with flames that freely changed direction. Naturally, the humans hiding behind it too. Along with the debris from the armory ceiling, they were all turned to ash and scattered blackly in all directions. Ah! But Tustivian's expression was not bright. He immediately realized that the humans he had just killed were also duplicates. A distraction within a distraction. Then where is the real attack? Sizzle. The next moment, Tustivian sensed an intense energy rushing towards him. As the dragon quickly looked down, he saw a small figure rushing towards him through the only passageway leading from the gate. As the hood of the robe fluttered due to the rushing momentum and fell away, the face of a girl with long black hair and a silver crown was revealed. Her shining eyes were amber, and the magic power wrapped around her body was red. You are. Could it be a descendant of the red dragon? Guessing the identity of his adversary, Tustivian shivered with a thrill he couldn't recognize. How much time had passed since those days? To think that the descendant of his archenemy was alive, and that she was rushing to kill him. To be able to kill the descendant of that cursed lineage myself, I am unspeakably pleased. Tustivian forgot all about the surroundings. He focused all his attention on the descendant of the adversary he had fought since the creation of the world, the one who ultimately killed him. He inhaled deeply, gathering magic power. He carefully selected each particle of breath, each particle of magic power, filling his vocal cords. This was his fated nemesis. It was only proper to kill him with all his might and care. Finally, he was ready. The breath of magic power gathered in his vocal cords coalesced into one. And as he slowly exhaled it through his mouth, Tustivian opened his massive mouth wide. And he aimed at the descendant of the red dragon, Dusk-bringer. This was the moment I had been waiting for. I shouted with all my might. Now, Damien, just before Tustivian could fire his breath. The sniper, Damien, who had been standing a good distance outside the entrance of the military armory, fired his sniper rifle. Bang! The magic bullet, leaving the barrel, passed through the gate entrance like a ray of light, traveled down the burnt pathway, grazed the cheek of the diligently running Dusk-bringer, and accelerated further, sucked into Tustivian's mouth. It all happened in the blink of an eye. And the magic bullet precisely pierced through the core of the breath, condensed within Tustivian's mouth into a spherical form of magic power. Damien had witnessed the dragon firing 2 breaths so far. He had timed it perfectly. That's how he managed such an unbelievable feat. Boom! Inside Tustivian's mouth, the breath caused a detonation. It was like a needle being thrust into a balloon filled with magic power. The condensed dragon's authority exploded outward in all directions, creating a terrifying explosion, and the massive dragon's head was engulfed in dreadful flames and explosions. Damien, with his robe hood removed, said with a bright face, "Did we get him?" "No, Damien. Get out of there now." Amidst the smoke and flames of the explosion, ominous magic power swirled. Whoosh, the next moment, all the smoke and flames were sucked into Tustivian's mouth, swirling into a vortex. With his face covered in burns and wounds from the detonation inside his mouth, yet not losing focus at all, Tustivian was ready to unleash another breath, and without giving a second chance for a sniper shot, he expelled it. Roar! The black flames rushed forth, engulfing and sweeping over the entire entrance pathway, still aiming at the one and only target, Dusk-bringer. To come up with such a strategy. Then Dusk-bringer stopped in her tracks, and with a deep inhale, "Ash, are you freaking crazy?" She fired a breath in response. With Dusk-bringer's long, ebony-like black hair fluttered back as she released a breath from her mouth, which compared to Tustivian's seemed like a thin, red beam of light. And the next moment, the breaths of the black dragon and the red dragon met in midair and clashed. Boom! The collision created an explosion, emitting terrifying light and heat. Chapter 631 Qurang. The Black Dragon Legion, Tustivian, the descendant of the Red Dragon, Dusk-bringer. As the 2 dragons' breaths clashed, a blinding light burst forth from the collision point, shaking the entire area. The passage, as well as the entire warehouse, began to tremble and collapse. Dusk-bringer, who was unleashing her breath, had her face turned bright red as she silently screamed in agony. It seemed quite strenuous for her. Dusk-bringer's breath was, of course, vastly inferior to Tustivian's. After all, she was half human, half dragon. However, Tustivian had been firing his breath rapidly, and a recent explosion had greatly diminished the power of his breath. He was hastily spewing out even weaker breaths without a moment to catch his breath. Dusk-bringer could hold out sufficiently, and now, as she bought time, charge, the main forces attacked. The collapsed warehouse ceiling. Standing atop the steel frames, I peered down through the gaping hole in the ceiling and shouted to my subordinates lined up beside me. Quick and decisive. We are at a disadvantage if we delay. Let's finish this in one go. Yes. All right, let's go, Tart. I was the first to jump down, followed by the heroes. Airborne, airborne. Follow His Majesty. The soaring heroes showered down over Tustivian's head. For me, this was already my third time diving from the air. During a fight with Fernandez over New Terra, after being thrown out of the Thorns Ark, and just before, during the escape from the belly of the King of Flies. Now, with this experience under my belt, jumping from such heights hardly scared me. Beside me, Kulan, still suffering from acrophobia, grumbled. The landing spot wasn't too high, so it didn't take long before the massive dragon's body came into close view. Hoo whoop! Bodybag used her multiple telekinesis to slow our descent. However, some heroes had not requested telekinesis magic from Bodybag in advance. They used their descent speed and wait to thrust the weapons in their hands deep into the dragon's body. Ha! Among them, Lucas, who had dropped first, sliced through the dragon's body with a blade of light. Like a downpour, the vanguard heroes inflicted wounds onto Stivian's body with their weapons. The dragon's body, covered in black scales, was tough and robust, but our equipment was also sufficiently powerful. The scales split, and black blood spurted out. Undoubtedly, our attacks were damaging the dragon's body. But Quara, Tustivian, regardless of whether we climbed on top of him or sliced at him, continued to fire his breath at Duskbringer without a care. "Are you going to keep spewing it?" I shouted, flustered. Duskbringer was doing the same. Her face, already beyond red, was now turning a sickly blue as she continued to unleash her breath. The two dragons seemed determined to keep exhaling their breath until one choked or burned. The problem was that Duskbringer was steadily losing ground. Although the two breaths had initially counteracted each other in midair, soon the collision point had noticeably shifted towards Duskbringer. There's not much time left before her grace can no longer hold out. Hurry. However, regardless of our effective attacks, Tustivian's body was so massively swollen that even inflicting wounds wouldn't result in fatal injuries. Our attacks were merely peeling off his skin. Lucas, struggling to push a blade of light into Tustivian's thick neck, turned to me and shouted, "He's too tough and strong, my lord. A quick and decisive victory is impossible." Beside him, nobody's true strike barely managed to split a single scale. It really wasn't easy. I surveyed the heroes around me and commanded, "We need to find a weakness, a reverse scale. Every dragon species has a reverse scale, a spot where the direction of the scales is reversed. This spot is a critical weak point for dragons and also a trigger for their frenzy. Stabbing the reverse scale can kill a dragon, but if the stab fails to kill, the enraged dragon, having lost its reason, will undoubtedly seek to kill us. Naturally, striking such a spot would be immensely painful. Striking there would certainly infuriate them." Just then, Kulan, who had been crawling desperately on the dragon's back, made a grim face and shouted, "But the scales are too numerous." Exactly, that's the problem. The dragon is enormous. Needless to say, the number of scales making up its body is vast. Among all those scales, one must find the single reverse scale, and to do so in the midst of battle. Finding the reverse scale during such a raid, while the dragon spews breath and swings its tail, spreading dragon fear, is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even its location isn't fixed. In the game, the reverse scale's position changed every time. Even my experience in strategy can't help me find it. Every battle requires finding the reverse scale anew. That's why we trained, but when facing the fake dragon, the reason we set finding the reverse scale as the victory point was this. But no matter how much we train, finding the reverse scale in real combat ultimately relies somewhat on luck and intuition. The heroes swung their weapons all over Tustivian's body, eyes alight with determination, yet the reverse scale was not easily found. Meanwhile, Quara, cough, cough, cag. Eventually, Duskbringer couldn't hold out any longer and was thrown out. Duskbringer, exhausted and out of breath, coughed up her breath and was thrown outside the passage by the still ongoing breath from Tustivian. Fortunately, Tustivian's breath had also weakened. Having maintained his breath for several minutes, its power had noticeably dropped, and Duskbringer, though scorched black, seemed to be alive. Who? And Tustivian, having blown Duskbringer away, slowly turned his head, directing his gaze towards us. "I must first dispose of these insects who dare interrupt this sacred duel." Whoosh, the air around became heavy, and magic and air began to be sucked into Tustivian's mouth. He's shooting again, even after all that. Of course, rapid firing would have reduced the power, but the threat remained. But because of that, I've prepared another way to block it. As I shouted, a knight who had still been waiting at the edge of the collapsed ceiling soared up at high speed and began to fall. Behind the pristine white armor, a white cloak fluttered like wings. Long platinum hair streamed out from behind the visor-shaped helmet. "Heroine, enter!" The descending knightess laughed out loud. She was Evangeline Cross, now a specialist in aerial combat, captain of the monster front infantry. Swish. As she fell, Evangeline positioned her lance backward and shield forward in a strange posture, and from the back of the lance, flames burst forth like rocket propellant. The fire spirit enchanted in the lance was used as an accelerator. And that was not all. Ting! A halo of magic energy formed behind Evangeline, adding an instant boost. It was a single-shot booster feature built into the armor. Quietly, as she rocketed towards the ground at terrifying speed, holding her shield firmly, Evangeline fell directly above Tustivian's head and strike. Clang! She slammed it down. She struck the dragon's upper jaw, which was gathering breath, with her large shield. It was a picture-perfect shield charge. Even the mighty Tustivian couldn't withstand it and snapped his mouth shut. Then, boom, an explosion. The breath that was about to be released exploded inside the mouth, wrapping Tustivian's face in flames again. Nice charge, Evangeline. Ha! Absorbing the flames and explosion with her shield, Evangeline rolled down the dragon's neck like a slide and her eyes twinkled. Isn't that the reverse scale? Evangeline pointed towards the end of the dragon's lower jaw. The whisker-like tissues that had been hanging from Tustivian's lower jaw had all burned away after 2 explosions, revealing the hidden reverse scale. "Everyone," I pointed in that direction and yelled, "destroy the reverse scale." Even in this situation, Tustivian was gathering breath again. It's as if he was born just to breathe fire. We must bring him down before the next breath is fired. Flash! The first to charge was Verdandi. Her thrown blink dagger couldn't penetrate the dragon's scales and bounced off, but Verdandi didn't care and teleported to the handle of the blink dagger floating in midair. With 2 daggers wreathed in green energy, she delivered a large X-shaped slash over the reverse scale. Damn, it's tough. But that wasn't enough to destroy the reverse scale. Verdandi clicked her tongue and tumbled down through the air. Watching this, King Poseidon planted his trident into the warehouse floor and shouted, "Everyone, rise!" At his command, massive streams of water erupted from the floor. The wading heroes placed their shields and weapons under their feet and surged upwards on the water streams, surfing them like surfboards. Training for high-altitude attacks was essential for dragon raids, and this method also helped mitigate damage from the dragon's fiery breath by dousing them in water. Up and down, it's absolute chaos. Grumbling Quillan, who had surged up, wrapped in red energy, fiercely struck the dragon's lower jaw. Following him, the other heroes continued to rise and pummeled Tustivian's reverse scale. Gradually, clear cracks began to form on the stubbornly resistant reverse scale. Crack! By the time Lucas's strike of will hit, a large crack had formed, and then, with a large hammer in one hand and a chisel in the other, Celebi surged up on a water stream. This strike is... Reaching the dragon's lower jaw with his wet beard flapping, Celebi placed the end of the chisel on the reverse scale. "For my son, you beast." He precisely hammered down on it. Clang! The reverse scale shattered into pieces. Cra! Until now, Tustivian had withstood every attack, even an explosion of breath within his throat. But he couldn't withstand the pain of the shattered reverse scale and let out a booming roar. Krug! It was a terrifyingly powerful dragon roar. Thanks to my unyielding commander skill, the heroes weren't affected by fear, but they couldn't stop their bodies from instinctively freezing. Heroes about to launch further attacks paused momentarily, and even in his agony and rage, Tustivian managed to gather breath for another shot. With eyes glittering with furious rage and hatred, Tustivian aimed to unleash his breath at us. I was ready to defend against this breath with another method, but, tired, there was no need. Duskbringer, who had sprinted up to us, kicked off the ground and leaped up to Tustivian's eye level with terrifying force. Then, gripping the dragon's lower jaw with both hands, she opened her small mouth wide, and at the spot where the reverse scale had been sheared off, burn. She thrust her breath into it. Swoosh! A beam of red magical light burst from Duskbringer's mouth, piercing through Tustivian's lower jaw. Boom, quang. Explosions erupted continuously from Tustivian's neck and face. But Tustivian was a formidable dragon. Even as his lower jaw flew off and melted, he fixed his gaze on Duskbringer and expelled the breath he had gathered. For a moment, the two breaths collided violently in midair, but soon one faltered and was engulfed by the other. The victor was Duskbringer. Tustivian's massive black breath was cleanly obliterated by Duskbringer's slender red breath. Crash! The red breath that had blown away Tustivian's lower jaw now pierced through his upper jaw, eyes, and brain. The battle was decided, and Duskbringer slowly stopped her breath. Covered in ash and soot, Duskbringer and Tustivian, whose giant face was completely melted and burned, exchanged a glance. You conspire with these insect-like humans. With half his gigantic face melted away, Tustivian spat out his last words. His voice, transmitted by magic without a tongue or jaw, seemed about to dissipate at any moment. Do you fight us even to this extent, descendant of the red dragon? Of course. Exhaling flames from the corners of her mouth, Duskbringer grinned spitefully. Half of me is human, you monster. Ha ha ha! Laughing or moaning in despair, he uttered his final, unintelligible words. Tustivian's giant head and neck slowly toppled to the side. Thud! Dust billowed heavily. Chapter 632, The Fang of the Black Dragon, Tustivian. The massive evil dragon had fallen sideways in death, its face mostly blown off in a gruesome display. Standing emotionlessly in front of the fallen beast's corpse was Duskbringer, covered in soot from the dragon's breath. Her armor was still intact, but damaged. Her clothes fluttered unsightly, and her once lustrous black hair was a complete mess. She muttered to herself beside it. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've directly taken down members of the Black Dragon Legion. There are a total of 7 dragons in the Black Dragon Legion. Of those, we have now subdued 3. One I killed in the Colosseum in my first year, another was captured a few days ago. And this one is the first we've taken down properly in a raid. How do you feel about defeating your nemesis? A conversation I had once had with Duskbringer came to mind. She had said that being born a black dragon was a crime. Due to the bad blood passed down from previous generations and ideological differences over the existence of the world, Duskbringer deeply hated the black dragons. I'm not sure. I feel strange, but Duskbringer's voice lacked the venom it once had. I realized it as soon as we faced each other. We were fated to fight and kill each other. Even now, my thinking hasn't changed. Black dragons are inherently sinful, and these creatures that seek to destroy the world. That's my belief, and it's the natural order. Duskbringer clenched her lips as she looked down at Tustivian's open, lifeless eyes. But why? When I looked into his eyes, I wondered if it wouldn't have been okay to talk a bit more before killing each other. She then let out a hearty laugh. It seems I've grown soft being around you. Don't be mistaken. Black dragons are beings meant to destroy the world, and for our survival we must kill them. What I said was just. Duskbringer stumbled over her words before spitting out. Nostalgia. Nostalgia. Yes, nostalgia. Even though we're archenemies destined to fight to the death, we're also of the same dragon kind. Now extinct, this is the only way we can reunite. Kin from the same origin. It's just a fleeting longing for the old times. Duskbringer gave me a sidelong glance. Such useless sentimentality and trivial worries should be discarded. We must become iron-hearted and fight. You know that, right, Ash? She brushed the soot off her body and trudged away, her frizzy hair bouncing as she moved. As she walked away, I turned my attention from her to the interior of the warehouse where our allied heroes were beginning to organize. Inside the military warehouse were piled various valuable items. Not only treasures gathered by the dragon in its lair, but also numerous military supplies stockpiled during the era of the Lake Kingdom. Of course, these are fine spoils, but the greatest trophy is Tustivian himself. Tustivian was the first complete dragon corpse we had obtained, meaning we could now genuinely begin crafting dragon slayer equipment. The equipment that could be made from Perkian's claws was limited. Their grade was capped at SR. But now, from the bones, skin, scales, heart, we could craft equipment from various parts. Everything inside the warehouse was being transported to Crossroad through the activated teleport gate. Watching this, Evangeline chuckled. If it's like this, the rest of the dragons will be easy to capture, won't they? Aha! I had said no to planting flags, hadn't I? As I tapped Evangeline's lips with my finger, she pouted discontentedly. Lucas, amused, also placed his finger on Evangeline's lips. Evangeline then blinked her eyes widely and suddenly bit Lucas's finger. Listening to Lucas's scream, I turned to the main party members gathered around me. The real dragon raids begin with the next dragons. The battles ahead will be incomparably harder. Calician, Perkian, and Testivian. Each had one or a few clear weaknesses compared to other dragons. But the ones we will face next are different. Dragons capable of using all their powers, each with their unique advantages. It won't be an easy fight. Proper dragon slayer creation, followed by thorough preparation, will take them down one by one. I took a deep breath and glanced at the system window. Stage 40, time until start, 25 days stage 40, less than 4 weeks left until Nightbringer invades Crossroad. The rough path ahead of us was becoming narrower and more rugged. Any fatuous concerns were now too difficult to retain in mind. Lake Kingdom, Zone 10, the fountain square in front of the king's castle. As it wasn't the season of overflow, purified clear water was springing from the massive fountain. Originally guarded by a demon guard squad, now gone, leaving the place deserted. Whoosh, thump, a gigantic dragon landed, spreading its wings wide. Its body, completely covered in flawless black scales, seemed as if clad in well-forged armor. The body, with its elegant curves, split into 3 necks, each topped with a head that glinted with ferocious eyes. The tri-headed dragon. The eye of the black dragon, Ippian. This was the agreed-upon meeting place. The middle head spoke in a dignified voice, while the left head snorted disdainfully. "What do you know, idiot? You set up the meeting without talking to us, doing whatever the hell you want." Then the right head nodded off, muttering, "Sleepy. I want to sleep." The cursing left head and the truly slumbering right head now snoring. Ippian's middle head sighed deeply. Considering the eons spent with these two, he was utterly fed up. "Fine, you keep swearing and you keep sleeping. I'll handle the meeting." Sneakingly trying to take control again, hey. Remember, we're all the eye of the black dragon. Stop acting so high and mighty on your own, it's annoying. Growl. As the 3 heads bickered, slept, and quarreled, another dragon approached the square, slicing through the sky. It was a yinglong with unusually lush feathers sprouting from its wings, unlike typical dragons. Gracefully circling in the air, the dragon folded its wings and landed softly in the square. The wing of the black dragon, Wingian. Long time no see, elder brothers. Wingian trailed off his words. Whether he arrived or not, Ippian's 3 heads were too busy arguing among themselves to notice. "You're too foolish. It's only natural that I lead the meeting. You always act so smart, but whose poor judgment caused us to die in our past life, huh?" Zzz. Catching glimpses of Ippian's quarreling heads, Wingian sighed as if to say, "Here we go again." Behind Wingian, the monsters he had subdued as subordinates known as guardians crowded around, setting up a defensive perimeter. Unlike other dragons, Wingian enjoyed actively forming groups and had conquered several monster legions to bring them under his command. Leisurely, Wingian watched his elder brothers fight as his minions waited on him. Then, at that moment, "Whoa, sorry, brothers, I'm late." Another dragon appeared, slicing through the sky. This dragon had a snake-like long body with 4 limbs sprouting from it, resembling a divine beast from across the eastern seas. With long catfish-like whiskers fluttering, this dragon wore unusually large glasses. The pure scale of the black dragon, Scalian, floating gently down to the square, Scalian joined the others. Finally, all 3 dragons summoned for this meeting were gathered. Ippian's middle head turned to his siblings with a warm smile. "Yes, it's been a while. Wingian, Scalian, hope you've been well." "Damn it. Every time I see you, I swear these names are a pain to remember," the left head burst in angrily. "It's so confusing, so from now on I'll just call you Wing and Scale. That okay? And you can just call me I, okay?" Both Ippian's middle head and Wingian and Scalian were taken aback. Clearing his throat, Wingian suggested, "Since conversation is difficult in this state, how about we polymorph first?" It was awkward to cause such a commotion at their dragon sizes. Moreover, Ippian's left head had a voice so loud it was painful to hear. The 3 dragons agreed and simultaneously used their draconic power polymorph Magicto transform into human forms. This ability, not available to their younger siblings, was an easy feat for these true dragons. Ippian was the first to complete his transformation. With neatly trimmed black hair and dressed in elegant black armor, adorned with long earrings, this man had 3 eyes, with the third eye vertically set between his browse-three golden eyes glaring intensely. Although this polymorphed dragon looked fine on the outside, I'm in charge. Shut up, you always have all the fun. It's my turn today. Quiet. Let's just sleep, really. The 3 eyes rolled around glaring at each other, taking turns speaking through one mouth. Just after transforming into humans, the eldest, now with a triple personality, was observed by Wingian and Scalian. This is madness. Wingian transformed into a handsome man with a ponytail and a feather-decorated coat, while Scalian appeared as a timid scholar in robes, wearing glasses. Ah! After a brief struggle for dominance inside, Ippian's right and middle eyes closed tightly, and only the left eye remained wide open. All right, my siblings, I have taken control. It seemed the left head had one. In front of his brothers, who always thought he was unbearable, Ippian picked his ear and asked, "So, what was it? Why did we gather today? Wing, Scale, tell me. Ah, you were the one who called us here. Oh, did I? The reason was obvious. The Black Dragon Legion had recently faced consecutive disasters. Perkian has gone missing, and recently Tustivian was killed. It seems the Guardian of Humanity brought an army and did this. Wingian explained calmly, causing Ippian to explode in anger. Damn these dragon bastards, it's so hard to remember their names. Which parts are they? His reason for anger was a bit different. Wingian, or rather Wing, sighed. He just decided to go along with what Ippian, or I, wanted. Claw and Fang, both missing and dead. These useless bastards in their past lives and now always end up getting trashed like idiots. The grumbling eye asked curiously, but didn't we have another sibling? Collision. The blood droplet, do you mean? She died 2 years ago. Oh, my poor and frail sister, she's finally gone too, I sighed, then asked. Who killed her? The Guardian of Humanity did. That damn bastard. How dare he touch my precious sister? I will kill him myself. Although his response was about 2 years late, I cared deeply for his sister. It seemed he didn't care much about his brothers living or dying. Shall we discuss that today? Wing calmly looked between eye and Scale and whispered, the Guardian of Humanity. He personally leads the army against us. We must decide what punishment to impose on this audacious human. Chapter 633. What punishment shall we impose on the Guardian of Humanity? Wingian, known as Wing, raised this issue. Ippian, known as I, curled his lips evilly. Ha! The audacity of that mere human to harm my sister. He's incredibly insolent. Fine. I'll make sure to tear his insignificant limbs apart. It was then. Scalian, known as Scale, covered his face with both hands and screamed. Wait! Stop, brother! That's a death flag! I hesitated with a puzzled look, and Wing blinked in confusion. Death flag? What are you talking about, Scale? Scale, pulling at his hair, explained. If you use terms like mere, insignificant, insolent towards humans, you're guaranteed to be killed by them. You won't survive. Since you used all those terms together, oh no, this is dangerous, really dangerous. Shivering, Scale adjusted his large glasses, and in a timid voice, he muttered to the 2 dragons. Honestly, I think even holding this meeting is dangerous. What are you even talking about, Scale? An assembly of executives from an evil organization planning to defeat humans, and in such dark surroundings. This is totally a flag, you know. It's as if we're performing a ritual asking to be killed. Listening to Scale ramble incomprehensibly, I and Wing finally noticed the title of the thick book in Scale's embrace. The Legendary Chronicles of the Lake Kingdom are, that's right. Scalian, this guy is. Both thought at the same time. A severe addict of human culture. After being revived in the darkness of the Lake Kingdom, the pure scale Scalian had made his lair in Zone 9's Royal Library. Finding himself idle, he began reading the books there, and became completely addicted. Not satisfied with reading all the library's books, he delved deep into the history and culture of the Lake Kingdom, enamored with human culture, loving it too much. If Ash were here, he would have called him a human otaku. That was the Black Dragon's pure scale, Scalian. Of course, I also hate humans. It's natural for the world to burn and be destroyed. Noticing the cold looks from his brothers, Scale frantically waved his hands. We should exterminate humans, but their culture. It's really awesome. You should read this, brothers. It's really interesting. Even if I read these vile books written by those lowly humans. Whoa, you can't use lowly or vile like that, Wing. It's a death sentence. Heh heh heh, Scale. Who could possibly kill us? Forbidden. Even saying that is forbidden. It's a total flag. Don't use it anymore. I got it. Despite Scale's earnest dissuasion, the brothers paid him no heed. Leaving Scale to mutter weird noises, I and Wing quietly conversed. Why doesn't Father just destroy humanity now? Why promise them a reprieve and leave them be? It seems to be the rule. Even Father cannot easily defy it. I don't understand. Hasn't he already seized the throne here? There's no need to obey anyone else. Well, who are we to presume to know Father's intentions? There might be things only visible from the throne. While Wing didn't question Father's actions much, I still shook his head, unable to comprehend. Giving them time to become stronger, favoring them under the guise of rules, I don't see how Father is any different from that demon lord. It's different, Wing said with a smile. When Father's time comes, he will not hesitate to shatter humanity into pieces. That is our purpose, our great endeavor. Right, I slowly nodded. Their father's current actions might be incomprehensible, but that much was certain. Hatred. Their father hated the world. When the time of destruction comes, he will not hesitate. He will surely crush it by his own hands. The issue now is the stance of the children. Wingian adjusted his voice and said, "Let's get back to the main point. The guardian of humanity is leading his army against us. How shall we punish him? Their father Nightbringer will surely not care. Whether his children die or the guardian of humanity perishes, he will not act during the grace period he has granted to humans." I chuckled mischievously. So, even if we kill the guardian of humanity, Father would be fine with it, right? Leaving him alive might be for their father's amusement. If he is roaming in this darkness, begging to be killed, there's no reason not to tear his throat out. If he is within humanity, we cannot kill him without marching orders. But if he steps into the Dark Realm, isn't that as good as asking to be killed? Killing him is a given. The question is, who will do it and how? Wing nodded at I. Blood Droplet, Claw, and Fang might have been easy targets. But we three are of a different caliber. Any one of us could crush him like an ant. Scale, listening in, whined that this is also a flag. But the brothers paid no mind and continued their conversation. Then I will take the lead. There's no need to stain your hands, brother. I will handle it. No, no, that won't do. If you finish it all on your terms, Wing, then I won't get to taste that arrogant fool's fear. I'll be the one to kill him. Don't worry, I will capture him alive. You can finish him off with your own hands. But I want to slaughter his army too. Observing the jostling between the two brothers, Scale chimed in. Brothers, may I make a suggestion? Ha, speak. Then Scale, with a bright smile, raised his arms high. Why don't we just leave them alone? What in the world are you talking about, Scale? The confused duo listened as Scale calmly explained. The guardian of humanity is already attacking us with his army, right? If we just let him be, he'll strike one of us eventually, won't he? Right. So, there's no need for us to argue about who will kill him. Just let him attack, and whoever gets attacked deals with him. How about that? At first glance, it seemed like a fair opportunity for the guardian of humanity to attack any one of the three. Wing pointed out a flaw. He has been attacking our legion in order of weakness. In other words, the next one he attacks will be whom he deems weakest among us. The three quickly exchanged glances. Each believed they were the strongest. That was an unchanging truth for each of them. So, who is the weakest? Well, it sounds like a good suggestion. Eventually, I chuckled and shrugged. Being treated as the weakest by the guardian of humanity in their eyes means being the most pathetic. Giving the chance to kill the guardian of humanity to whoever gets that treatment sounds good to me. I was confident that the opportunity wouldn't come to him, but as a magnanimous eldest brother, he was prepared to give his siblings a chance. He was somewhat impressed with himself for being so generous and noble. However, he added one condition. However, there's a condition. You can tear apart his army all you want, but capture the guardian alive. Then present him to Father, and we'll kill him in front of Father. This roughly reached a consensus. Military Gloride, guardian of humanity, would roll into whoever's lap he chose to attack. However, the guardian himself would be captured and killed together in front of their father. Shall we adjourn the meeting then? The other heads are making a ruckus trying to take control. With his hands covering the middle and right eyes, I spoke. There was no more discussion to be had. They were never particularly close siblings to begin with. The three dragons exchanged simple goodbyes and dispersed to prepare for the enemy in their respective lairs. All three thought there was no way the guardian of humanity would come to their lairs, but they had to prepare defenses to show the other two dragons. Flash. As the magic exploded, the dragons released their polymorph spells and returned to their original forms, then launched themselves into the sky and dispersed. The eye of the black dragon, the three-headed dragon Ipian, as soon as he returned to his original form, the three heads began to snap at each other and swiftly flew away. The wing of the black dragon, the Yinglong Wingian, led his monstrous legion and glided back slowly. And the pure scale of the black dragon, the eastern dragon Scalian, floating slowly in the air, watched his two brothers disappear and then turned his body leisurely. Interesting, guardian of humanity. Scalian glanced down at the book he was holding, the legendary chronicles of the Lake Kingdom. I'm truly curious about how you'll defeat the other dragons. It might have been luck that he managed to harm Blood Droplet Collision, but Claws Perkian and Fangs Tustivian were clearly defeated by skill. Scalian felt a profound pleasure and curiosity in the fighting style of the guardian of humanity. Ipian, Wingian, and even himself. He was eager to see how they would be strategized against. Chuckling, a dark, malevolent energy swirled around Scalian's black form like a cloud. Riding that cloud of dark energy, Scalian slid back to his lair, eagerly anticipating the next dragon raid orchestrated by the guardian of humanity, Ash. Several days had passed since the Tustivian raid. The production guild was busy crafting new dragon slayer weapons. I had prioritized ordering armor made from the black dragon scales and leather, as powerful armor was crucial to protect our allied heroes from dragon attacks. However, crafting armor from such materials was challenging without prior experience. Fortunately, I had obtained some excellent references to base the new armor on. The reward from the Zone 9 Dungeon's military warehouse, Lucas's final armor, the black scale armor. Finally completed Lucas's endgame gear. Lucas had finished farming for his core equipment. Now, only a few accessory pieces remained to be sorted out. Despite the powerful armor made from the black dragon's own scales, Lucas had yet to try it on, as the armor was being used as a reference to produce other pieces. I am fine, my lord. It is for everyone on the front line, so a little delay in trying on the armor hardly upsets me. Even as he said this, Lucas gnawed on his lip. It was bleeding. Naturally, because the black scale armor had to be thoroughly examined for the production, it was now disassembled and hanging on the wall of the forge. Lucas felt as if his own body had been taken apart. Just a little longer. Clang, clang. During the same period, Celebi supervised the entire forge, immersing himself in crafting other equipment. Notably, gear from the energy core of the King of Flies. Armor sets forged from the magical core of King of Flies Beelzebub. Are you all right, Celebi? Of course I'm fine. No, it's the opposite. I'm pleased. Every time I visited the forge and asked worriedly, Celebi, drenched in sweat, chuckled. I'm crafting from the core of the creature that killed my child. For me, this process is a form of appeasement. Suddenly, I remembered an event from Stage 5. The vampire king Selendian was also an enemy of Celebi. Selendian had killed his brother, and Selendian's magical core was reborn as the Lord of Crimson, now in Junior's hands. Perhaps the equipment from Paris King Beelzebub's core held a similar significance for him. After days of dedicated work, not quite a Nightmare Legion commander, but this is practically a Nightmare Slayer. The power it holds, the darkness within. Finally completing the equipment, Celebi looked over the finished product on the workbench with complex emotions and beckoned. Here it's done, take a look. I slowly approached to inspect the armor. The dark-colored armor consisted of 3 pieces, a chest plate, leg armor, and a helmet adorned with a halo-like crown. Chapter 634, the armor set was forged from the magic core of Beelzebub, the King of Flies. Its name is Lord of the High Tower. One of the many aliases of the King of Flies was adopted as the name of the equipment. It was chainmail, with tiny magic metal chains linked closely together, so finely crafted and natural-looking that it could be mistaken for cloth at a glance. Wearing it felt like a long coat that flowed from top to bottom. However, each piece of this chain was reprocessed from a magic core. It included 3 SSR-grade magic cores of the King of Flies, and additionally, 100 R-grade regular magic cores were hammered in for processing. It was a luxury possible only because magic cores from past defensive battles were rotting away in abundance. As a result of this extravagant display of magic cores, each piece of the chainmail could function as an auxiliary source of magic power. They resonated with each other, aiding the wearer's magic computations. The armor itself became a super-grade magic reliquary. It's quite similar to what the King of Flies did. The King of Flies was an amalgam of countless flies, using the collective consciousness of the flies comprising its body for its magic computations. This equipment made from their magic cores was eerily reminiscent of them. In addition, I've incorporated the individual barrier creation artifact. It was another spoil of war from the battle with the King of Flies, obtained from mutated flies. We had gathered just over 40 of these, enabling us to use the small-scale barriers that the flies had used individually. The alchemist team really put in a lot of effort. The alchemists had to rack their brains for weeks to apply this artifact technology to our armor, and they succeeded beautifully. This armor, Lord of the High Tower, was the first to fully integrate the barrier artifact. Not only could the wearer create barriers at will, but this armor also developed another unique feature. The chains at the impacted areas automatically detected, reacted to, and computed enemy attacks, generating local barriers to block them. In gaming terms, this would be called auto-guard. Like Evangeline's golem armor, each metal chain played a defensive role, and when damage reached a threshold, they purged in that manner. It was truly a case of using every available technology. All the features of the armor were concentrated in the helmet, allowing the wearer to fully control the armor by focusing their consciousness on the helmet. Every piece of armor supported the wearer's magic computations, and was not only an outstanding armor itself, but also featured extreme barrier capabilities, truly an armor fitting for a commander, a control tower. Lord of the High Tower. The very essence of this game being tower defense makes it a strangely apt name. Of course, its genre is character defense, and the purpose is town defense, but the overarching category is tower defense. Ah, such game nerd thinking. As Celebi lifted the armor slightly with his fingertips, I was lost in various thoughts. The armor is enchanted with lightweight magic. It feels a bit like a heavy coat. It really is wonderful. Amazing, and thank you, Celebi. Chuckling, Celebi turned his gaze toward me. No need to explain, but this armor is meant for you. Indeed, not to mention its support for magic computations. This extremely safety-oriented armor and obsessive will to utilize all technology and resources available to mankind to keep the wearer alive. Without a doubt, this armor was made specifically for me. I never gave such an order, nor did the production team ever hold a meeting to decide for whom it was being made. But this was the outcome. The final battle was near, and here I was, a commander, about to plunge into enemy lines without a suit of armor tailored for me. Even if I had ordered it made for someone else, Celebi and the blacksmiths would have tailored this armor for me. It would be all right for me to wear it, but, however, in the end, I am support. This high-performance armor would suit a frontline warrior better. Honestly, I coveted it, and it would be incredibly useful to me. But I decided to yield it. Celebi narrowed his eyes and glared at me, so I hurriedly waved my hands. Of course, I'll wear armor too. No, I've been wearing it all along. You'd think I was walking around naked, wouldn't you? I just haven't mentioned it, but I always wore armor when heading into battle. Given my poor stamina, I usually wore light armor, even though just wearing leather was tough enough. This time, several sets of new armor with barrier functions will be available, and I'll choose the lightest one to wear. In short, this armor is too precious to be kept in the rear. That's the issue. Good armor should go to the vanguard at the front lines. Rear support can make do with whatever's left over. So, who are you planning to give it to? Celebi twitched his mustache in displeasure, but asked as if respecting my opinion as the commander. There's someone whose armor was damaged in this battle. The Dragon Lady. Yes, no need to beat around the bush. It's Duskbringer. She is the sworn enemy of the Black Dragon and must continue to fight at the forefront. It's only right to yield the best armor to this Dragon Lady. I'm planning to give it to her for operation. Do as you please. But remember, no matter who wears it. Celebi tapped the box with his fingertip and earnestly advised. The King of Flies was not one of the official 10 commanders of the Nightmare Legion, but he was certainly a monster of the same class, perhaps even more so. Naturally, this equipment made from his magic core harbors darkness equal to or greater than a nightmare slayer. I simply looked at Celebi. Then Celebi shivered. What? Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Perhaps because he was chosen by the tribal guard to become an avatar. Or perhaps because he's been working tirelessly for Crossroad, day and night. Or maybe because he's burning inside with a vengeful spirit after losing his son. Celebi looked emaciated. His eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks sunken and gaunt, and his unkempt beard grew messily. I was worried about this old dwarf, just as much as this old dwarf was worried about me, but I didn't say it outright, just as he didn't. However, this was something I had to instruct. Celebi, I'll tell you in advance. You won't be dispatched in this battle. Celebi's eyes widened in surprise, and I quickly gestured with my hands. Of course, you are a strong warrior. You smashed the jaws of the evil dragon beautifully in the last raid. But why are you sidelining me? There was a hint of hurt in Celebi's voice. Instead of making up another excuse, I gave the real reason. There are too many dragon slayers to produce, and without you, all these processes would grind to a halt. Right now, the forge at Crossroad was mobilizing workers from all races and affiliations, dedicating their full efforts to the production of dragon slayers. And Celebi was the overseer of this project. The moment he steps away, the entire manufacturing process would stop. He was not only an outstanding warrior, but also an unmatched blacksmith. The battlefield that suited him and needed him was right here. It was also the place where he could temper the flames of vengeance in his heart. Celebi glanced around the busy forge. Even now, besides Lord of the High Tower, several high-grade pieces of equipment were being produced simultaneously, and the production of equipment must continue unabated until just before the Black Dragon Nightbringer raid. Perhaps this was even more important than being on the front line. Celebi knew this too well to easily object. Master! At that moment, Hannibal reached out and gently patted Celebi's shoulder. Celebi silently stared at Hannibal. The once small assistant had grown considerably, now nearly as tall as Celebi, and would probably grow much taller in a few more years. Whatever he reflected in that growth, Celebi abruptly turned towards the furnace after closing and reopening his eyes. All right, but even if I miss the next 3 raids, I'll accompany you when we go to capture the Black Dragon, okay? I smiled bitterly and nodded. That's fine, Celebi. Then that's settled. I'm busy, so I should go now. Oh, and take that with you when you leave. Celebi pointed to the side with a voice that seemed drained of strength. This was also completed this morning. It's a weapon made from the magic core and fangs of the evil dragon we captured. On the table next to him, there was a small box wrapped in black cloth. The owner of this weapon has been pestering me. Wanted it finished first. Pass it on for me, then. Celebi disappeared into the forge, and Hannibal bowed to me before following the dwarf. I picked up the box containing the armor and the box with the dagger. I left the forge, where people were sweating as they worked, and went to find the person who would be the owner of this weapon. South of the city. The South Gate ruins. Or, perhaps it's a bit inappropriate to call it that now since the reconstruction has progressed so much. The southern city wall, completely destroyed in the last battle, was being replaced with walls brought from New Terra. People were busily moving about and shouting as they assembled the wall at the construction site. Despite being far from completion, the walls from New Terra were already beautiful. Verdandi was squatting in front of the construction site. Behind the wall restoration site, charred dead trees were piled up, waiting to be collected. Verdandi wasn't looking at the walls, but at these dead trees. During the last battle against the King of Flies, the wall of trees that blocked his self-destruction, the remains of that miracle, the stem of the world tree summoned by Queen Skuld, who had given her entire eternal life for it. The city was saved, and the tree burned black and died. Skuld, who had summoned the tree, met the same fate. After losing Skuld, Verdandi always sat here whenever she had spare time. Although she helped the production guild and worked all day sometimes, when she couldn't contain the rage inside, she seemed to come here to cool down. I approached her, calling her name. Verdandi, Lord Ash. It seemed Verdandi had noticed me coming and gently lowered her head as she said my name. I sat down next to Verdandi. We were silent for a moment. Verdandi turned her head to look down at the spot where Skuld had died. The roots of the dead black tree were burrowing into the ground there. Skuld, who had summoned the stem of the world tree, had become one with the tree, connected here at its roots. Although Verdandi had personally separated Skuld's body and held a funeral, the base of the tree still remained in the ground in front of the south gate. I didn't offer any clumsy words of comfort. Instead, I handed her the wooden box I was holding. Take this. It's a weapon made from the fangs and magic core of the dragon we brought down to Styvian. Verdandi silently opened the wooden box. Inside was a wickedly evil black dagger. Chapter 635 Armor is a piece of equipment directly linked to life. That is why armor is being made as a priority with the materials from the Tustivian raid rewards. A quality armor that can withstand the attack of the dragons is desperately needed. However, armor alone cannot win the war. Ultimately, a powerful weapon capable of severing the mighty and tough life of a dragon is necessary. Thus, a weapon made from the essence of Tustivian dragon heart and its symbol, a fang. This is the dagger, Isagam. As it is made from the heart of a dragon and its symbol, its power is beyond imagination. It's a formidable weapon with the potential to transcend the endgame tier in a single bound. Just as an armor made from the King of Flies' magic core is virtually a nightmare slayer, this dagger, forged from the magic core of Tustivian, is also a dragon slayer as well as a nightmare slayer. These evil dragons have also resurrected from a nightmare. They possess strength that does not fall behind any other Nightmare Legion commander. Thus, this weapon also possesses terrifying power that does not lag behind other Nightmare Slayers, and at the same time, it also fully embodies the evil intent to plunge its owner into darkness. Ah! Verdandi reached out her hand towards the dagger as if enchanted. Verdandi, wait! I caught her hand in midair. Verdandi glared at me fiercely. Her eyes were already covered with a vivid golden glow, the majesty of the sovereign, the previous green color hardly visible. Why are you doing this? This is my weapon, isn't it? Right, Ash? With this dagger, I could end the life of any monster in an instant. If you entrust me with such a role, I will gladly perform it. Verdandi. Verdandi is the strongest assassin among the heroes I command, and the legitimate successor of the Fairy royal family, chosen by the tribal guard. She is already fully qualified. The only thing she needs is a weapon to kill Dragon's Dragon Slayer. With this dagger in hand, she would be a powerful dragon slayer, capable of massacring the dragons beneath that lake. Just give me this dagger, and I will sweep all the monsters under hell. Until I have exterminated every last one of them, until peace returns to this world, I will be the hunter exterminating them from beneath that lake. So, please, give me the weapon and command me. You came for that, didn't you, Ash? Yes, that's why I came. For the remaining 4 dragon raids the black dragon's wings, eyes, scales, and the black dragon itself. Verdandi must play a major role in this hunt. She's the right person for the job, and she alone can accomplish it. However, yet, just promise me this, Verdandi. We are commander and soldier, but also allies and friends. We all are walking into darkness to fend off darkness. But still, I hope you maintain your last bit of humanity. Don't forget what's precious. What? People are fine, and places too. Try hard to remember everything that was precious to you. Verdandi looked confused. I smiled bitterly. Even as I spoke, I wondered what old-fashioned nonsense I was uttering. But my intuition as a commander, built up on this hellish frontline, was telling me I needed to convey this now. I had to light a candle in her inner self. Don't forget all the people that cherish you. I took a locket out of my pocket and handed it to her. Verdandi quickly grasped the handle of the dagger Isagam. The oozing black evil energy, crushed under the golden and green emerging from her grip, was forced back into the dagger. Don't worry, Ash. Verdandi faintly smiled while showing complete control over the evil dagger. Elves have good memories. I smiled faintly back and took out another pouch from my coat to give to her. And this is from your homeland. It was tasty. It was a pouch of sunflower seeds, beloved by her race. Taking the pouch, Verdandi smirked at me once more and bowed, and as I nodded back, I stood up and left the area. As I moved away from the southern gate, I turned back, and Verdandi was still sitting there silently. In front of the dead tree stump from which my younger sibling had ripped off the now blackened and burnt dead sibling with a hand, without even opening the pouch of sunflower seeds in one hand, quietly staring at the dagger held in the other hand, north of Crossroad. the encampment of the Bringer Duchy army. When I handed over the King of Flies' armor Lord of the High Tower, as expected, Dusk Bringer vehemently refused. Please, think for yourself. This is clearly your armor. It's a matter of efficiency, Duchess. Knowing that Dusk Bringer would react this way, I calmly listed all the reasons why she needed to wear this armor. The performance of the armor, the difference in utility between Vanguard and support armor, the role Dusk Bringer needed to take in the upcoming Dragon Raid, her strategic importance, and even the assurance of my safety that everyone was worried about. After I rambled non-stop for about 30 minutes, Dusk Bringer eventually gave in, tearing her hair out. Enough, I get it enough. I can't beat you in an argument, so stop. So you will wear this armor, Duchess. For now, yes. For now, sigh. I grinned and personally took the armor out of the box and helped Duskbringer put it on. While I assisted her, Duskbringer sent me a complex pumpkin-colored glance. But do you need to be the one to help me put it on? Isn't it nice for a cute niece to help you? Niece, my foot, you're more like a great-grandson. I fully armored up this girl-looking duke, who was grumbling like a distant elderly relative. Finally, to put on the helmet, she had to take off the silver crown she was wearing. Duskbringer held the broken and restored crown in her hand for a moment, fiddling with it before finally setting it down beside her. Then she put on the helmet, which had a halo-shaped crown attached to it. Ho! Fully equipped, she admired herself for a moment, looking down at her body. Let's see. As she closed her eyes and concentrated, the halo part of the helmet emitted a white light, and the size of the armor adjusted. CHRRRK. The helmet tightened to fit her small head size, and the chains efficiently disassembled and reassembled. A moment later, Duskbringer turned around in place, now wearing a cool black coat that fit her body perfectly. Interesting armor, seems to have hidden functions. Above all, I can feel a distinct darkness. Are you okay with that? Of course. This level of darkness, this level of curse is trivial. Duskbringer smiled bitterly. The darkness and curse I've committed are not to be taken lightly either. Wear it well, Ash. And now that you're in such fine armor, show off at the front lines of the battle. Duskbringer then looked at me with a worried expression. And please, as the leader of this front line, take a bit more care of yourself. This is sincere advice from the leader of your allied forces. Take it seriously, you understand? I understand, Duchess. I nodded. I don't want to die either. I'll make sure to look after my own safety. While saying that, it seems like you've given all the armor to other subordinates. Lucas looked at me with dumbfounded eyes, as armor made from Tustivian leather and scales began to be produced in the forge, and the prototype of the mass production model was secured. Lucas's new armor, black scale, also returned to its owner. Finally wearing his new armor, Lucas sent me a worried look. Apparently, my name was not on the list for the allocation of the mass-produced armor. I chuckled in disbelief. Why does everyone treat me like a child left by the water? Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. And how many emergency measures do I have? Don't worry. Hey, I'm a system user. Do you know your status screens? Status. If I shout that, the system interface pops up right in front of me. I have more cheats than any of you could lack. Stop worrying. That's probably why everyone is so anxious. Lucas, now fully dressed in beautiful black scale armor, sighed. The battles have been tough so far, but this black dragon subjugation, the burden I feel from the bottom of my heart is different. Up until now, it has been a fight against monsters that were merely hideous and evil. But this time, it feels like I'm fighting a being above the clouds. It's like brandishing a sword at a god. Afraid. I've always been afraid. But whereas before it was just about calming the trembling of my body in front of a dragon, it's like even my soul is trembling. I was a bit surprised by Lucas's candid confession. Even Lucas, who always threw himself into the enemy lines first, was actually fighting his own fears, and now he was feeling a fear beyond that. My unyielding commander skill prevents mental status abnormalities. However, apart from that, all of my heroes have been fighting their own inner fears. The dragon species is of a different class compared to the monsters we've faced so far. Nightbringer, the leader of the Black Dragon Legion, even more so. Can we really defeat such a transcendent being? Everyone must be pondering similar concerns. Ha! Very well. Lucas, having completed donning the black scale, straightened his posture and looked into the mirror. It's a very fine armor that does not fall short of Evangeline's snow white. In the game, these two ultimate armors, with their real white and real black coloring, were very popular among the fashion-focused players, both pretty in appearance and outstanding in performance. It seems that, just like the old Midnight and Dusk set, all the real black armors end up with Lucas. The overall color scheme of the heroes has become rather somber since all the Black Dragon Legion equipment is black. Stylish, though. My lord. Then, with his back to me but his bright blue eyes shining in the mirror, Lucas spoke to me. Please allow the use of Excannable in the upcoming battles. Nope, absolutely not. I rejected his request outright. Lucas immediately made a woe is me sound and deflated. Where did all his coolness go just now? Lucas's personal weapon bestowed sword is very good equipment, infinite durability, increased attack range, and a perfect match with Lucas's own skills. It's impeccable as a final gear piece. However, it lacks the destructive attack power of a cursed sword like Excannable, which was recovered from the fallen king. That is also a fact. In the recent Tustivian raid, Lucas's sword strikes struggled to tear through the beast's scales. Lucas must have felt the need for stronger attacks to defeat the remaining dragons. That's why he asked for permission to use the cursed sword. Of course, I know that. In a do-or-die worst-case scenario, whether it's beast transformation or Excannable, I'd have to pull it out. But if such a situation arises, I must be the one to command its use. I must be the one to order my right-hand knight to darn the darkness, not by his own volition. That way, the responsibility is mine. Besides, this guy abuses it too much. If I allowed it, he would undoubtedly use it recklessly without regard for his own body. Cursed sword usage is strictly forbidden. Let's drop this topic. I hammered it in once more and then pulled out the list. Let's see which Vanguard character still needs to be equipped with Dragon Slayer armor and weapons. It's about time to depart for the next raid. It's critical to get the equipment settings right, but there are still heroes who haven't been fully outfitted. Qulan and then, I glanced at Lucas. Hecate. Both are refusing to accept their equipment. Whether through scolding or persuasion, you need to get them suited up quickly. I commanded the hesitating Lucas. I'll go to Qulan, you go see Hecate. When do you want me to go? I smiled lightly. Lucas also smiled awkwardly in return. Right now, you knucklehead. The next raid is imminent. When else would it be? Get moving. Chapter 636. So, I went to Qulan and confronted him about why he had refused to issue equipment. The response was quite something. Do you see this fur, Captain? Ha! It's very visible. It's the highest quality plush fur that drives the fur enthusiasts of the North Wild. It's clearly visible, Qulan explained, showing off his own plush skin with the tips of his fingers. This is the armor and cape you gave me, Captain. Nightmare Slayer, Massacre under the full moon. The equipment that was made after defeating the wolf King Lunard was now manifesting a curse, sticking to Qulan's back. Additionally, all the equipment he had been wearing had fused with it. So, Qulan's werewolf fur and skin are fully exhibiting the original equipment's performance. Indeed, when I checked the system window, it was just as he said. Even though it looks like he is naked, the equipment stats are being properly applied. No, I insisted. What if you wear more equipment now, huh? Wouldn't that be a bug-like play where you layer equipment over equipment? Bug? Are you talking about insects? What are you talking about? Ah, another gaming term slipped out anyway. If you can layer two pieces of equipment in the equipment slot, you naturally should. However, Qulan slightly shook his head. The point is, my body already has sufficient defensive and offensive power without wearing any equipment. There are not enough Dragon Slayers right now. Isn't it better to give it to friends who don't have any? That makes sense. Dragon Slayers are just starting to be produced, and it's true that there is a shortage. But there are plenty of other equipment available. Other equipment is piled up in the storage. I will pick something suitable and throw it over you, understand? Understood, Tusk. Golden light flickered in Qulan's downcast eyes. If killing that monster helps, then I will do it. I watched Qulan quietly and then asked something I had been curious about. Qulan, how does it feel to be chosen by the tribal guard, the chosen quartet? All of their stats had greatly increased. They were still unable to fully control their new abilities, but once they do, they will be several times stronger than before. But all of them looked dangerously unstable right now. That worried me. When I asked, Qulan hesitated for a moment before eventually answering. Everything feels amplified, not just abilities but emotions too. Joy, hatred, sadness. Emotions too. That's why I can't stand those monsters that hurt or kill my dear comrades. I'm feeling this much, but the other two who have lost family feel even worse. Swallowing his words, Kulan then smiled broadly with a wolfish face. But I'll try to stay as sober as possible. For Yun's sake. Heh, didn't you not like Yun that much? Isn't it not all about romantic feelings between men and women? I teasingly asked, and Kulan burst out laughing. She is a great warrior and my precious comrade. Plus, she even likes me. How could I not harbor tender feelings for such a person? When Yun wakes up, I hope the world is peaceful and safe, so I will fight. I couldn't help but admire him and laughed. The bandit king, who used to think only of fleeing from monsters, had now become such a reliable beast king. After encouraging Kulan, I stepped outside the barracks, where King Poseidon was waiting for me. King Poseidon, Prince Ash. We exchanged greetings. King Poseidon also had not yet received his Dragon Slayer equipment, but he wasn't a priority, so I had no intention of nagging him about it. He doesn't look it, but this old man plays a support role like me. Despite his muscular physique, King Poseidon was actually more specialized in support. There was no urgent need for the Dragon Slayer equipment. Anyway, I had no plans to meet him today, but after a moment of hesitation, King Poseidon whispered to me quietly, "I have something urgent to discuss with you." King Poseidon looked serious. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Eddie's honey in. Hecate. Lucas came to Hecate's room and handed over armor as soon as she opened the door. This is the armor Water Moon I've been wearing. I've adjusted it for women. Hecate hesitantly accepted the armor. The blue armor shone with a clear luster. Although Lucas had been using it, it was in very good condition due to meticulous care and taming. I've acquired this new armor, Black Scale, so that armor no longer has an owner. I'd like you to wear it. As he said this, Lucas struck a pose, showing off the armor he was wearing, which glinted with a jet-black sheen. Damn it, why are you showing off your armor there? Hecate's anteroom. Junior, who was peeking through the crack in the door at this scene, was tearing her hair out. If you've come to give a gift, just give it and leave. Why show off your new armor there, Sir Knight? Hecate covered her mouth and chuckled. I have armor too, Lucas. You're not wearing it. The reason I don't wear armor is that it's pointless. Hecate glanced at the bandages visible beneath her sleeves. You know, no matter what injuries I sustain, I can just regenerate them with my curse. So really, still wear it, Lucas added with a serious tone. I'm worried. Hecate's eyes widened as Lucas explained further. Our lord is worried. You've been refusing the Dragon Slayer equipment. Ah, His Highness. Hecate's expression deflated slightly, but Lucas didn't notice. Dragon Slayer armors are indeed in short supply, as you say. So at least wear that armor. It's of excellent quality. Of course, it's not as good as my new armor. With another flashy pose, at this point, Junior held her neck. Lucas coolly nodded and walked away. Well, I'll be going then. The Lord will summon us soon, see you then. Yeah, take care. Lucas strode away, and Hecate waved with a limp hand. Hecate! Suddenly, Lucas turned back slightly and smiled faintly. That armor will suit you well. I'm looking forward to seeing you in it. Bye then. Lucas's brilliant blonde hair eventually disappeared down the stairs. As Hecate's gaze blankly followed his trajectory clatter, the door to the front room swung open, and Junior, who had been leaning against it, tumbled out with a short scream. Hecate and Junior's eyes met in midair. An awkward silence followed. Oh no, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Junior's face turned red as she frantically waved her hands, trying to explain, but Hecate just grinned broadly. I knew I was watching. Ah, remember, I'm an inspector, captain of the Glory Knights. I can sense that much, can't I? Embarrassed, Junior scratched the back of her head and stood up, clearing her throat. Well, anyway, that was a pretty good line Lucas dropped at the end. I saw him in a new light. Really? Hecate gazed down at the blue armor she was holding. Isn't it rather cruel? What? To stir someone's feelings with such thoughtless words and leave. It's cruel. As she listlessly set the armor down, Hecate murmured, even though there's no intention to be more than friends. Then, hesitantly, Junior asked, Isn't friendship enough? What? Whether it's a crush or friendship, being connected with someone you like, isn't there always a chance it could develop into something more? Isn't that okay? Hecate stared at Junior, who babbled and rolled her eyes. Anyway, the important thing is to keep trying to talk, to not give up. I think that's important. You know, they say there's no tree that won't fall after 10 chops. Maybe if you confess enough times, suddenly it'll fall. Anyway, having someone to flirt with is something, right? I'm not popular at all. As Junior's voice trailed off, Hecate burst into hearty laughter. Her sincere smile caught Junior off guard this time. Hecate then smiled with her eyes. Junior, have you ever tried chopping with an axe? No, I haven't. I'm terrible at relationships. I realized I wasn't in a position to give advice to others. I've never properly liked anyone myself, a true born single. Ah, sorry, I spoke out of turn. Ignore me. Ah, embarrassing. Junior, you are a good person, Hecate said sincerely. She showed a fist pump of encouragement to a speechless Junior. So when the opportunity comes, don't hesitate and just go for it, okay? You will surely find a good connection. Hecate, expressing her gratitude, said she would arrange the armor she received and carried it into her room. Exchanging a greeting and awkwardly closing the door, Junior sighed deeply. Would it really come to her, whether it's an opportunity or a connection? Maybe it had already passed by several times, but she, being more oblivious than Lucas, had let it slip away. Well, what if it doesn't come? So what if it slipped away? Junior surveyed the magic and history books filling her room as she shook her head. There's plenty to do other than romance. No, it's not just an excuse of a single person. There really is a lot to do. Muttering to herself, Junior sat down at her desk. She opened a blank notebook and dipped her pen in ink, whether the world ends tomorrow or not. Junior had things to do. It was to document her own experiences and about this world. That evening, in the Lord's Mansion's reception room, I summoned the heroes. There are 3 remaining members of the Black Dragon Legion we're hunting. I tapped the chalkboard as I explained. Excluding Nightbringer, there are 3 evil dragons left. The wing of the Black Dragon, Wingian, the eye of the Black Dragon, Ippian, the scale of the Black Dragon, Scalian. These 3 are similarly powerful. It's difficult to determine who's the strongest. So I pondered, in what order should we tackle these 3? The first one we should take down is Thump. I pointed the end of my staff at the wing. Wingian. Gulp. All the heroes swallowed nervously. I lowered my staff and looked around at the heroes. Before we devise a detailed strategy, I will call out those who will participate in this battle. The difficulty of the raids from this point on increases significantly. I had warned them numerous times, and all the heroes were well aware. So looking at their tense faces, I called out the first member. First, Violet. Whoa, all the heroes clapped and cheered for the first one to be named. Violet was alone outside the reception room, lying atop the captured monster Perkian in the courtyard, with a detached expression on her face, weakly waving her hand. Yes, yes, take me wherever. To any hell, just as the Lord wishes. Violet belonged to the lineage of grumbling but duty-fulfilling heroes like Lily and Margarita. Hang in there, everyone. Looking in her direction, I chuckled. Then slowly, the smile faded from my face. It begins. The formal war with the Black Dragon Legion, the 3-part Evil Dragon Raid. Chapter 637, several days later. As soon as the training of the heroes who were to be deployed and the production of Dragon Slayer equipment were completed, I led the heroes into battle. There are escort troops called Guardians at Wingian's lair of the Black Dragon, one of the essential elements of a dragon lair. Guardians, the escort troops. They are underlings who protect the dragons that, like bears in winter, often fall into deep slumber. Since the construction of the lair, some were employed like butlers, inherited from parent dragons, or brought back from adventures in the outside world. Various means through which dragons bring others to protect themselves. They are loyal troops who watch their leaders back, servants who cater to them, and when it comes to fighting, they are the rank and file that fill out their numbers. This is what a dragon guardian is. However, in the dungeon beneath this lake, the Black Dragon Legion did not bring in new guardians for their respective lairs, because they could not trust the surrounding monsters. What trust could there be in these villains, always ready to stab each other in the back? Especially when most of these monsters had nearly destroyed the world themselves. But Wingian was different. He had managed to subdue various monster legions to his taste and use them as his guardians. Does he have something he trusts in? How can he have multiple legions as subordinates, and that too, several legions? Evangeline asked, and I grinned. Guess, how did he do it? Did he pay them well? What good would payment do down here in this lake? Maybe he has ambition, or perhaps he's just overflowing with charm. He might have ambition and charm, but that's not it. Maybe there's a grand cause, and he wielded a grand flag. No, that's not it. I simply gave the answer. The answer is mind control. Ah, Wingian is a dragon among the Black Dragon Legion who is skilled in mind control. He uses it on monster legions he likes, making them his guardians. Not only can he use all the powers of a dragon, but he specializes in mind control and disruption. That's Wingian, so he was the first opponent I chose. At least this ability of mine was a counter to his. Of course, countering his special ability doesn't mean the main raid would be the same. I looked back at my followers trailing behind me and nodded. The matchup strategy has been intensively trained over the past few days. We can definitely win. Not only had everyone trained intensely until the last moment, but they had also heavily augmented their equipment and armament to their limits. Is this really okay? Especially Quillan, whom I had persuaded vigorously, was now dressed in a new armor and gauntlets over his fur coat. He looked somewhat like a werewolf in armor. Instead of answering, I just flashed a thumbs up. Isn't it because the equipment stats get copied? Ever since ancient times, modifying the equipment slot has been a must-know for speedrunners. Let's make good use of it too. Jingle, jingle, the 5 knights following at a reasonable distance glory knights were also in full armor. The Emperor had transferred these knights to me, not for nothing. Here in the dungeon, they took it upon themselves to be my bodyguards. Even Hecate, who usually did not wear armor, was now completely covered in a seamless blue armor. Lucas had handed over his armor, Water Moon, to her. It suits her well. Lucas nodded in satisfaction as he looked at her. It's worthy of the armor you made for me. Even another knight looks great in it. You're giving up your armor. What's the occasion? He seemed unusually attached to his equipment, but for some reason, he readily gave it up. Well, because you gave me a better armor, this black scale. Black scale. Water Moon would prefer being in battle than just sitting in storage. Water Moon. Are you now referring to your armor as if it were a person? These night guys. They're all a bit odd. Besides, if it's Hecate, she has a connection with you. She definitely deserves to wear the armor you made. Anyway, that's how Hecate ended up in armor. It was concerning to see her uncovered all this time, but it turned out well. She seemed slightly uncomfortable in the armor she hadn't worn in a long time and narrowed her eyes at Lucas, murmuring, "Should I keep shooting or not?" "Ha! What are you talking about? There is such a thing." Evangeline made a "who" sound after listening to Hecate and Lucas's conversation, then suddenly made a motion as if chopping down with an axe into thin air. I asked in confusion, "Why are you acting like that?" "Well, I was thinking I might start actively chopping away too." Not understanding, I tilted my head and then looked back at Junior and Damien. "What's this chopping thing? Is it some kind of slang?" "Well, I guess. Ahaha." Junior evaded the question and Damien laughed benignly. "I don't really know either, but anyway, if you get chopped, come to me. I'll cast a healing spell." "Thanks, Damien. Modern youth slang is really tough." As we were having this nonsensical conversation and moving forward, Duskbringer, who was walking at the forefront of our party, looked back at us with a slightly tense expression. It's good to lighten the mood, but start being cautious. We're entering his territory. And then it came into view. A large, ornate building enclosed by a broad fence. It looked like an ancient temple. Zone 9 Dungeon, Art Museum. This is where Wingian had established his lair. "What kind of art museum is this? It looks more like a palace," I muttered, and a responding voice reached me. In fact, it was a palace, one of the royal family's villas. It was no longer in use, so it was converted into an art museum where various artworks are collected and displayed. As we all looked that way, we saw Nameless leaning against the fence of the museum, waving at us. "Nameless, I've been waiting, Ash. Let's go together." Nameless had been joining us for every battle in the campaign against the Black Dragon Legion. Where else could we find such a reliable ally in the darkness beneath this lake? I smiled broadly, and Nameless stood beside me, saying something like, "Don't get too excited." Creak, the old, large iron gate of the garden fence, swung open to both sides. We entered with our hands on our weapons, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The broad path leading from the entrance to the museum was spotlessly clean, and in the center of the path, exactly midway between the gate and the museum, two chilling monsters stood. One was a headless knight in worn armor. The other, a woman bending her back greatly and veiling her face, constantly sobbing. The headless knight, a Dullahan, and the crying elf, a banshee. These two monstrously strong legions, each alone formidable, were Wingian's subordinates, the guardians protecting him. His taste in choosing guardians is wicked. Both are fucking scary looking, damn. Are we in a horror movie? As my heroes prepared for battle at the sight of these enemies, the monster's response was unexpectedly the opposite. Welcome, guardians of humanity. We have been waiting for you. The Legion commander, Dullahan, spoke with a voice like scraping metal. Wondering how he could speak without a head, I looked closer and saw a helmet held in one arm. Seems his severed head is stored in there. Heh heh heh. The Banshee Legion commander also spoke. No, sobbed. Is she just crying? The rhythm changed a bit, so it seems she is speaking. When I looked back at my heroes with a "can anyone understand that" expression, they all shook their heads. Seems no one could. The master awaits you. This way. Ah, okay. Anyway, they did not treat us as enemies, but rather led us inside. Lucas was vigorously shaking his head, but I followed Dullahan without hesitation. As the leader of the World Guardian Front, I must become the world's #1 party person, so I don't turn down an invitation lightly. Someone heal our senior's swollen liver. Evangeline sighed, and Damien immediately used heal, heal on my stomach. Dude, as if that's going to cure my fatty liver. I really need to cut down on the alcohol lately. We continued with the jokes and nonsense, but it wasn't without any plan. Knowing this, my followers quietly followed behind me. Silently, the Legion commanders Dullahan and Banshee led the way. I closely observed the two monsters. Just as they appeared in the game, they typically looked like their respective kinds, but there was a peculiar detail. Feathers. Their bodies were adorned with numerous feathers, dark, glossy feathers. I narrowed my eyes. Heh heh, hoo-hoo-hoo. By the way, what is she saying? Hoo-hoo, ah heh. Banshee nearly spat out her words like rap, and as I became increasingly uncomfortable, I asked Dullahan, "Is there a mute button? Do not mind it. It's just a simple warning." "Warning?" Confused, I asked again, and Dullahan answered shortly, "A warning not to end up like us." We didn't walk much farther before arriving at the main building of the museum. It was a huge palace built like an ancient temple, and as we stood in front of the main building, a massive stone door slowly began to open. Coon, coon, coon. And finally, as the stone doors swung wide open, "Come in, guardians of humanity." The owner of the place was waiting for us in the spacious lobby of the museum. "I've been waiting." The man, with long, glossy black hair tied back and wearing a coat covered in feather decorations, smiled with golden eyes. I called out his name. "Wingian. Thank you for actually calling me by my name. My eldest brother doesn't even remember my name, and my father shows no interest in it." He sneered bitterly and turned to walk inside the building. The sound of his shoes clicked across the vast lobby. "How about we talk before we fight?" "What kind of talk? Other than killing each other, we hardly have anything in common." "Ha ha. How pathetic would it be if beings with intellect only harbored animosity?" "So, you do acknowledge that I possess intellect?" I was expecting a click repertoire like mere humans, but surprisingly, that was not the case. Wingian chuckled briefly. "Listen, after fighting to the brink of the world's destruction and dying once, I was resurrected after an immeasurable length of time, to find all dragons extinct and the pets we once thought of as inferior ruling the world." I tried to see things from his perspective. "So it's like if after a third world war, humanity goes extinct on Earth. If I woke up from a cryogenic capsule to find dogs and cats had built nations and were ruling the world. Is this how it feels for dragons? You are still contemptible and lowly beings in my eyes." "Ah, just as I thought. However, you have established your own civilization, and more importantly, you have managed to defeat 3 of my siblings." Wingian scanned the artworks displayed in the lobby. A smile formed on his face, but the emotion behind that smile was far from the joy of beholding beautiful art. It was closer to feeling proud of children playing in the mud. "The world will eventually be destroyed by our Black Dragon Legion, and all life on the surface will burn under our dark flames. Before that, especially you, guardian of humanity, I have a question." Wingian turned to look at me intently and finally asked the main question. "Why did you decide to attack me first? Not my brothers or father. Why target me first?" "Purely curious. What rationale did you have for attacking me first?" It seemed that was the issue. Why had I chosen to strike him first among the remaining three? He asked seriously, so I responded honestly. You already know the answer, don't you? I couldn't help but smirk. Because you're the easiest target, you dumb fuck. While my response was relatively polite on my part, perhaps he hadn't expected me to be so blunt. Wingian's mouth slightly dropped open. But since you were so polite to me, I'll be honest with you. You're the weakest, the most pathetic, and the dumbest among the three. That's why I decided to beat you up first. Why are you asking something so obvious? We're busy. We don't have enough time or energy to kill your brothers and father too. Hurry up and die, and drop your loot, you bastard. Chapter 638, as if hurt by the harsh words from the race he treated like pets. A look of annoyance flitted across Wingian's face. This wretched thing, just because it has a mouth. Excuse me. You're mimicking the appearance of that wretched thing. As I teased him, Wingian flinched. It seemed he had just realized he was polymorphed into a human form. Wingian, struck in the sore spot, fumbled and stammered an excuse. Shut up. The only reason I polymorphed into this form is because the Lake Kingdom is built to accommodate human bodies. Just stop with the endless excuses, man. Your age is making yourself look worse. Shut up. This isn't an excuse. Saying it's not an excuse while making excuses only makes you look worse, man. It's even more embarrassing for me, so just stop. Of course, if I could live in the post-World War III Earth as a dog or cat, transforming into a Welsh corgi or a munchkin cat, and enjoying my time meowing and barking, I probably would. Just enjoy it if you're going to do that anyway. It's less embarrassing that way. As I danced the enjoy this vibe, shoulder dance, Wingian's lips twisted and he clamped his mouth shut. I was foolish. There was no need to engage in this lowly verbal spat with you. Wingian shook his head in dismay and snapped his fingers. The banter ends here. I'll kill you. Click, click. Suddenly, a horde of monsters poured out from all over the museum, surrounding us in an instant. Following the Dullahan and Banshee, various monsters glared fiercely at us, each aiming their own weapons. Evangeline, who had already pulled out a shield and a cavalry lance, chattered at me. If you could defeat monsters with words, you would have saved the world a long time ago, Senior. You can say that again. It would have been so much easier. But since that's not possible, we have to fight to win. The best I can do is figure out how to get hurt as little as possible. Damien. I turned to Damien, as I had prepared beforehand, and said, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. Damien, too, had already placed all his magic guns on the ground. A white flash sparkled in the boy's eyes between his curly hair. Do it. Thwack. Wingian snapped his fingers again, and the monsters surrounding us all charged at once. And at the same time, Damien threw his magic guns into the air. Target acquired. Click. Spinning in the air, he reached out his arm, caught the guns, and began firing in all directions. Tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Ultimate move. Damien's ultimate skill unleashed a barrage of magic bullets on every target. The magic bullets penetrated the monsters, striking the feathers embedded in their bodies. Not just any feathers, but the black feathers embedded in the bodies of all Wingian's controlled monsters. Damien precisely targeted and destroyed these feathers with a dazzling display of his miraculous, no, divine skill. It's all been nonsensical, the things he's done up till now, but this is truly insane. What? Wingian opened his mouth slightly as he witnessed only the feathers in his minions' bodies being precisely shattered. This power is unbelievable. You getting it now, old dragon? I cackled, mocking him. Humans nowadays have quite the temper, huh? Huff when Damien stopped using his ultimate move. The monsters that had been overwhelming us also halted, looking puzzled at their own bodies. This is... The leader of the Dullahan Legion grimly examined his body. Where once many feathers had been embedded, Damien had left not a single one intact. Has the mind control been released? CHK. Wingian let out a startled groan, spreading his arms. As he did, feathers burst forth from the hem of his coat, poised to shoot out like arrowheads. Screech. But well prepared, Junior's tornado erupted, intercepting and shooting down all the feathers attempting to cross through the air. You guys! Visibly flustered like never before, Wingian gritted his teeth. How did you know about my mind control technique? How did I know? It's because I've been killing you over and over in the game. Wingian is a Yinglong, a dragon with the wings of a bird, a Yinglong. Wingian's body is covered in feathers for about half its length, and these feathers are the medium for his mind control and disruption abilities. When the feathers are shot into a target's body, they act like antennas, receiving Wingian's magic power and disrupting the target's mind. For those with low resistance, a single feather is enough, and even for strong Legion commanders, their minds gradually become disrupted with each feather until, after about dozens, they are completely dominated. If you meet him unknowingly, you will be affected. But what if you meet him knowing? You can cope with it as much as needed. How long has it been since I've tasted such freedom? Hugh-hugh-ha, hugh-hugh-hugh-hugh-ha. Joy spread in the grim voice of the Dullahan Legion commander, and the Banshee Legion commander also sobbed strangely, seeming pleased. Wingian, this damned winged dragon, you have enslaved us for hundreds of years. Hugh-hugh-ha, hugh-hugh-hugh-hugh-hugh-ha. I've been waiting for the day to thrust my sword into your arrogant winged back, and today is that day. Hugh-hugh-hugh-hugh-ha. Ah, just shut up. You're noisy. As the Dullahan Legion commander recited his fiery declaration of revenge, he eventually could not stand it anymore and smacked the back of the Banshee Legion commander's head. The Banshee Legion commander looked utterly wronged, but honestly, she is noisy. I can't even understand what she's saying. Brothers and sisters, the time of suffering has ended. It's time for revenge. As the Dullahan Legion commander shouted on behalf of everyone, the monsters who had once been under Wingian's command roared in unison and raised their weapons. Let's repay all the grievances and anger we've endured. Kill the dragon, Kraa. The monsters that had surrounded us turned their direction and charged toward Wingian. I was planning to cast Gaze of Command on these monsters and have them attack Wingian for a while, but it wasn't even necessary. The Monster Legion, having been mind-controlled and forced to serve under Wingian for so long, instantly turned traitor and attacked with their swords. These filthy and disgusting monsters. Wingian looked around at the once guardians now rushing at him with weapons drawn and laughed hollowly. Immediately after, the golden eyes of the dragon emitted a terrifying glare. Forgetting the grace you've been shown, you dare. Wingian's body soared up as he kicked the ground, enveloped in light, and then, flash, he unraveled his polymorph and transformed back into his true form. It was a dragon with giant bird's wings spread wide to either side. The face was generally reminiscent of a typical dragon, but the mouth area had a hard keratin-like a bird's beak. The body, legs, and the long tail were more bird-like, particularly resembling the mythical phoenix. And where there were no black feathers, black scales emerged without a gap. Wow! Honestly, by its actions alone, it seemed like nothing more than a mid-boss level enemy. But its true form is truly impressive. It has a more intimidating presence than most of the major boss monsters we've encountered. In his true form, Wingian inhaled sharply, Kairak. He unleashed a dragon roar. The sharp, bird-like shriek echoed all around. Not only the monsters charging to kill Wingian, but also us humans preparing for battle clutched our ears in pain. And then, clang, boom, bang. Various artifacts displayed in the museum lobby could not withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. Junior's eyes flipped. Wow, that precious thing. Now's not the time to worry about relics. Get ready. Wingian, hovering in the center of the lobby, gathered his strength, and his chest heaved as if inflating like a balloon. Seeing the enemy leader resort to his most sinister pattern from the start, I yelled, "It's a breath attack! Dodge!" The next moment, a torrent of magical energy shot from the mouth of the evil dragon and struck the ground. Flash, Kuwang, a blinding flash of light, heat, and a whirlwind ensued, and wiped out the monster legion gathered in the museum lobby. Thump, thump, thump. The museum is collapsing. This place, which had once been a palace of the Lake Kingdom, and had become an ancient palace over the years before being repurposed as a museum, and which had maintained its structure for hundreds of years beyond that, was returning to its original form of stone and sand. Wingian's spastic breath not only burned the rebelling monster legion, but also scorched his own lair to the ground. Looks like you have a problem with anger management. The moment he used his breath, we immediately ran out of the museum. Thankfully, we were safe. Seriously, a dragon raw flight aerial breath pattern, that's just conscienceless. How do you deal with a wide area stun and beams firing from the air? Most likely, the nearby monsters were all killed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Eventually, all that was left of the museum's pillars and beams crumbled, and the stone ceiling collapsed with a crash. And from within that dust-filled ruin swoosh, the Yinglong soared up in a whirlwind. With giant wings unfurled, black trickery streamed out like boosters from an engine, aiding its terrifyingly fast maneuvers. This isn't even Earth's jet. What the? You would have said you underestimated me, guardians of this realm. Wingian growled as he slowly circled above our heads in the air. I'll let you die regretting your pitiful judgment. I smiled with trembling lips. I was throwing jokes around, deliberately provoking and ignoring him, trying to lighten the mood so our allied heroes wouldn't tense up unnecessarily. But I must admit it burns. My hair is standing on end, and I'm getting goosebumps. I trembled in the face of his overwhelming malice and sinister energy. This is a true dragon. Still, I laughed. You are not invincible, and there is a strategy to defeat you. Nothing different from what I've been doing. I believe in my strategy. I kill monsters. I protect people. That's it. I'll trample you. Wingian soared to an immense height and then dove down at us with terrifying speed. The furious breath that Tustivian had been spewing was a special case. Normally, dragons have a cooldown on their breath usage. Wingian was no different. He had just nicely played a tune, so he wouldn't be able to use his breath for a while. Then the alternative pattern, he would use screech. Air glide followed by a bombing run. His massive body swiftly closed in, and from Wingian's widely spread wings thousands of feathers shot out like machine guns. The sound of the air tearing apart as thousands of black feathers poured down over our heads was deafening. Each feather carried the force of a large caliber bullet, and even surviving a hit would subject one to his mind control. It lacked the intuitive destructive power of a breath, but it was a dreadfully strong pattern nonetheless. However, knowing the pattern means naturally having prepared countermeasures and strategies. Click. Duskbringer rushed forward and stood in front of us. Phew! Duskbringer gathered strength with her eyes closed, whirring. The halo part of her helmet heated up in a bright red glow. Her newly donned armor lord of the high tower responded to her magic, and the dark coat turned red in an instant. Her red magic and the armor's original dark color overlaid. Her figure resembled flickering flames. High tower. Duskbringer extended one hand forward and uttered the activation word. Deploy. Whir. The chain coat she wore disintegrated from the hem, and the chain pieces spread out wide in the air. The chain pieces connected with each other through magic in the air above our heads, forming a massive vortex. HMPH. As Duskbringer focused, the halo on her helmet emitted an even stronger red light. Swoosh. Suddenly, a barrier unfolded within the chain vortex above our heads. The barrier was large enough for dozens of our side's heroes to safely take cover, and it perfectly blocked Wingian's feather barrage. Drum, 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 drum. It sounded like rain. The sound of feathers raining on the barrier. With the barrier deployed like an umbrella, Duskbringer turned to look at me casually as the enemy leader's attack was effortlessly deflected. Her armor had disintegrated and deployed in the air, leaving Duskbringer in her favorite red sleeveless dress with only her helmet on. She sparkled like the sun with her red halo and smiled mischievously. This armor, this is how you use it right. I silently smiled back and thought to myself, man, that's scary. That armor, I should have given it to the Dragon Lady 100 times over. Chapter 639. Thud, thud, thud. The feather bombardment had ended. Wingian flew over us and far into the distance. It would surely come back this way, attacking with different means next time. Its slowly rotating wings extended far to the sides, and a dark, sinister energy formed on the entirety of the wings. That pattern is. It had used the breath pattern and the dive bombing pattern, so what remained was wave of wind pattern, the third signature attack of Wingian. Using its giant wings, it would continuously launch sweeping waves of wind across the ground, the wave of wind pattern. It was obvious, but this was indeed a floor attack pattern. And this was the pattern we were targeting. We had focused solely on evasion for the breath and feather bombardment, but this pattern was one we could counterattack. Thus, my heroes had been trained to pour in their attacks when facing this pattern. Everyone, prepare to counterattack. As I waved the flag to signal the offense, the eyes of the waiting heroes changed in unison. Proceed as planned, as we've trained before. Don't make any mistakes. Yes. From the forefront of the heroes who responded in unison, Duskbringer prepared to lead the attack once again. SSSSSSHHH. The Lord of the High Tower that had been deployed in the air was retracted. Dark red chains swirled around her body, converging into her outstretched right hand. The chains, connected by magic power, molded into a new form in her grasp. From the handle to the massive guard, and from the guard, a huge blade rose. In the next moment, a burning black and red-chained greatsword appeared in her right hand. I broke out in a cold sweat. No, wasn't that supposed to be armor? I mean, I had included barrier functions in it, but how did it transform into a greatsword? Still dressed in a red sleeveless dress, with her slender arms visibly light, Duskbringer spun the greatsword around with ease and grinned. This form is the armored blade. A versatile armor indeed, I laughed helplessly. In some ways, it really was like an armor forged by the king of flies. The chains that made up the armor moved individually, performing the shapes and functions the wearer desired. It must be because it's Duskbringer that she handles it so adeptly. The greater one's magic power, the freer their control becomes. Since it's Duskbringer, with her dragon blood ownership and ability to materialize magic power, that she can manipulate it like that. Anyhow, Duskbringer's armor performance was impressive, but there wasn't much time to be distracted by it. Wingian had completed its turn and was flying straight towards us. Let's finish this in one go. Everyone, let's go. Good, I will lead. Everyone follow closely. Charge. Duskbringer ran at the front, followed quickly by the vanguard heroes who rushed forward. Flap. Lowering its altitude, Wingian came closer to us and paused at one point in the air, then repeatedly flapped its wings mightily. Each time, a blackened current mixed with the wind waves roared from the tips of its wings. The sinister, enemy-laden wind waves continuously swept across the ground toward us. Charge, charge. And my heroes skillfully kicked off the ground, dodging the attack with perfect timing, and approached Wingian. We've gotten so practiced at dealing with this floor attack pattern that it's getting old. Meanwhile, our heroes, who were facing these wind waves without taking any damage, were rushing towards it, causing Wingian considerable consternation. While using this wind wave technique, Wingian couldn't move. The delicacy required to control the air currents and fire them off meant that it was using all available air currents for attack, immobilizing itself in the process. In gaming terms, it was caught in a channeling state during the skill's use. In other words, for a brief time, it was definitely stationary, hit it hard. If our heroes could just reach it in that time, they could grab Wingian by the scruff of its neck and pull it down to the ground. Soon, the vanguard of my heroes had reached the ground right beneath Wingian. Gasp! From the rear, King Poseidon confirmed their arrival and planted his trident in the ground. Swoosh! From the ground, a stream of water erupted, and the leading heroes were propelled upwards on it. It was a high ground attack tactic once used in the Tustivian raid. How arrogant, you vermin! As humans reached the same eye level, Wingian's golden eyes contorted with rage. Return to the height that suits you. Crawl on the ground. Wingian's beak-like mouth gaped open, and screech. A corporeal sound wave burst forth, slamming all the approaching vanguard heroes to the ground. It was a dragon. Rotha Wingian's was slightly different from other dragons. It had a mix of the sound wave attacks similar to the Harpy Legion they had previously encountered. Perhaps it was due to being part bird, part dragon. Ugh! Even with earplugs, my ears hurt. The vanguard heroes who had ascended on the water stream screamed in agony as they plummeted. Yet, some heroes endured the dreadful screams and managed to get right up to Wingian's snout. Duskbringer, Lucas, and Cuilan. Duskbringer had breached using Lord of the High Tower like a shield, while Lucas had Evangeline take the brunt of the sound wave, causing her to fall. Uncle, half of your military achievements are mine. Got it. Lucas scoffed at the shouting Evangeline, stepped on her shield, and gathered strength to soar upwards once more. Evangeline screamed miserably as she fell, and Cuilan just endured it with a monstrous resilience, having broken through his limits. Having become one with Nightmare Slayer, a chosen of the tribal guards, and wearing double layers of equipment, Cuilan had become so strong that even I couldn't fully grasp his specs. These three, having broken through Wingian's dragon roar, flew right up to the vicious dragon's snout. Duskbringer raised her chained greatsword with a fierce smile. Indeed, it's always best to grab and swing the tower. The blade of the giant chained greatsword in her hand spun like a saw blade, glowing with sunset-colored magic power, and then, crack, she struck Wingian's crown. Almost simultaneously, Lucas, having surged upward with step of persistence, glided smoothly through the air, and then lash, used strike of will to cleanly slash across one of Wingian's eyes. Lastly, Cuilan assumed his distinctive stance in midair, single-minded torrent. and honestly slammed his ultimate skill. Thuwump. Kulan struck precisely where Wingian had been spewing its dragon roar and sound wave attacks, along with click dragon-like lines from its beak. Wingian staggered in midair, incredulous. The horn on Wingian's crown, a magic-gathering organ, was crushed by Duskbringer's attack, while Lucas's sword cut had scattered the divine aura of one of its eyes, and Kulan's attack shattered the beak, the source of the dragon roar and sound wave attacks. In an instant, 3 critical parts were destroyed. You, insufferable vermin that even tearing apart wouldn't satisfy. Even with its split beak, Wingian roared back. Simultaneously, the wind wave pouring from its wings ended. The brief respite was over. Wingian ended the wind wave pattern and surged upwards into the sky. I won't kill you easily, all of you. I'll capture you alive. Until your flesh rots and your bones decay, I'll gnaw at you bit by bit with my beak. The one remaining eye of Wingian nearly flipped in fury. It hadn't even been hit on the dragon's scale, yet it was so enraged that it had already entered a berserk state. Good, it's gone berserk. Seeing things go according to plan, I felt relieved. Of course, the horn, the eye, and the beak were Wingian's key destructible parts, but the core of its power was never really these. Ultimately, the source of its insane mobility and mind control was the wings, true to Wingian's name. Nevertheless, the reason I had ordered the Vanguard heroes to aim for any part, for destruction, was because of this berserk state. Once any part of Wingian's body suffered damage, it would immediately become enraged and enter a berserk state. In a berserk state, it becomes impossible to think clearly, and although all its abilities increase in power, its defenses are lowered. SCCCREH. Wingian soared to an immense height and stopped in midair. It seemed he was planning to incinerate us with an aerial breath attack now that the cooldown had ended. I turned to my side and spoke. Well done, Violet. There Violet was breathing heavily, her mind fully focused. Violet, drenched in sweat, turned to me, and I smiled broadly. You can deactivate the illusion now. Finally, relieved, Violet let out a long breath and deactivated the illusion she had maintained since the start of the battle. SSSSH. In the next moment, Wingian, preparing to unleash his breath in midair, instantly realized something. What are you? That someone had stealthily climbed onto his back. Riding on the dragon's back was an elf, her long green hair whipping about in the fierce wind. Verdandi, a scion of the elf royal family, a chosen of the elf guard, our side's strongest assassin and Sheeing, holder of the strongest dragon slayer weapon currently possessed by the world guardian front, Isegam, made from the Tustivian's fangs. From the start, this whole operation was designed for Verdandi. I grinned. The Vanguard heroes charging noisily, hammering Wingian's head to draw his attention and pushing him into a berserk state. All to give Verdandi, who had been hidden under Violet's illusionary realm from the start of the battle, a chance to climb onto this dragon. And Verdandi succeeded. While the Vanguard heroes distracted him, she approached from behind, riding the stream of water from King Poseidon, throwing her blink dagger, and stealthily climbed onto his body. It's high. Gazing distantly at the surface far below, Verdandi murmured emotionlessly. From her downcast, cold eyes, a vivid golden color flowed. It will be satisfying to bring it down. At the same time, the dagger Isegam touched down on Wingian's left wing joint. Isegam was a dagger forged from the magic core and symbol of Tustivian, a dragon specialized in breath magic radiation. Naturally, the dagger inherited the same properties. Gruwo. From the tip of the dagger, a vivid green magic current swirled and gathered, as if magic was being drawn into the mouth of a dragon preparing to breathe. Wah! Wingian had no time to utter anything else. Verdandi was not a sloppy assassin who allowed her prey to utter last words. Clang! From the tip of the dagger, pure green magic shot out like a dragon's breath, and Verdandi, holding the dagger spewing green flames with both hands, forcefully slashed down. Flash! In the dark sky of the Lake Kingdom, a vivid green slash was etched. Following its trajectory whoosh, Wingian's massive left wing was cleanly sliced off from the wing joint. Krara! As the severed wing spilled copious amounts of blood and feathers, the vile dragon screamed in agony. Chapter 640, Krara. As feathers and a tremendous amount of blood sprayed from the severed wing joint, Wingian let out a terrible scream. The creature that lost a wing lost all balance and lift and started to plummet immediately. From afar, Verdandi, having sliced through the creature's back, could be seen deploying her parachute. It hit the mark, I shouted in triumph. It was only natural to drop it from as high as possible if it was going to fall anyway. Verdandi had carved off Wingian's wing right when it was preparing its breath at its highest point. And even for a dragon, falling from that height, Quoom, it couldn't possibly be unscathed. Wingian crashed into the ruins of the museum building, very palace ruins it had destroyed and smashed into the ground. Due to the dragon's massive body and tremendous weight, a thick cloud of dust erupted in all directions. Even for a dragon, this is a decisive blow. I judged that the creature must have died instantly or at least been in a groggy state. It seemed other heroes made the same judgment as they all sensed victory and relaxed their expressions. There was no way it could survive a fall from that height. Whoosh! But it wasn't so. Just a few seconds later, the thick cloud of dust swirled and converged into a single point before clearing up. And there, amidst the ruins, battered and bloodied, Wingian was seen preparing its breath again. Its one remaining eye was staring right at me. That thing had continued to prepare its breath even while falling from the sky, even as its wings were sliced off and it crashed to the ground, shattering its body. Breath! Everyone dodge! I shouted a beat too late. You've underestimated the offspring of the black dragon human. Wingian, finishing its preparation, uttered with an evil grin. You thought mere wounds like these would stop me. I calmly tried to dodge the trajectory of the breath it was about to unleash. But then I realized the existence of my fellow heroes behind me, equally petrified and immobile. The support heroes had gathered together, not expecting Wingian to fire a breath in such a dire situation, thus their scattering was delayed. We couldn't dodge the breath in time. Jiara! Instead of dodging, I slammed my standard into the ground. CHRRRRR, the ultimate skill, the foremost flag, activated, and a wall of magic power bloomed like a flower, instantly springing up directly in front of the breath's path, and at the same time, Wingian unleashed its breath. Quah! Between the gaping beak, Wingian's breath was fired. The violent swirl of magical power surged towards us like rays of light, and the next moment, it collided with the magic wall. Thwoom! Wingian's breath burst over the layered magic walls. It was unbelievable how such a wounded creature could emit such an overwhelming breath. The walls melted away and were pierced in an instant. Pumping magic power desperately to repair and erect new walls, I screamed, "Everyone, get out of the trajectory! Your Highness! Hurry, I'm at my limit, quickly!" The layered walls fell like dominoes. The heroes behind me scattered desperately to either side, and I, no longer able to hold on, tried to dodge as well. Thwack! But before I could completely escape the range of the breath, the last wall was penetrated, and the breath bore down right in front of me. Damn it! As the breath pushed forward, I suddenly remembered my comrades who had scolded me to wear some armor. Would I have survived this if I had worn that new armor with the barrier function? As I pondered this, the last wall was penetrated by the breath heading straight for me. Hoop! Sook! It split into two streams. Suddenly, Hecate in her blue armor had rushed forward and swung her sword, splitting the dragon's breath in an instant. In front of this unbelievable miracle, too stunned to move, I just stood there with my mouth open, when someone suddenly yanked me aside. Turning around, it was the other knights of the Glory Knights. They were pulling me in unison, dragging me out of the range of the dragon's breath. Hecate, as I called out while being dragged away, Hecate, still in her sword-wielding stance, flashed a brief smile. Quah! And the next moment she was enveloped and disappeared in the breath. I gritted my teeth as I watched her beige hair, red eyes, and the blue armor she received from Lucas burn away in an instant. Where do you think you're escaping to? I have no idea how it managed to speak while spewing breath. Wingian relentlessly twisted the trajectory of its breath to pursue me. And just like their captain had done, the Knights of the Glory Knights did not hesitate to throw themselves into the path of the breath to save me. The knights each deployed their noble skills to momentarily halt the advance of the breath, and in the next moment they burned to death. While they sacrificed their lives one by one, I was held by the firm hands of the remaining knights, struggling to escape the range of the pursuing breath. As if indifferent to the lives it swallowed, Wingian continuously adjusted the trajectory of its breath to target my life, and right after the last knight threw himself into the breath without a moment's hesitation. SSSSH. Hecate, her body burnt and melted, dashed along the ground, and once more swung her sword, cutting through the breath. At that point, Wingion's breath finally ceased. The attack of Wingion's breath felt eternal, but in reality it lasted only a few seconds. Hecate! I ran to Hecate. The blue armor gifted by Lucas had completely melted away, and in her old magical bandages, regenerating her burnt body. Hecate was gasping for breath. "Are you hurt, Your Highness? Is that what you should be asking right now? Are you okay?" "We are fine. We became like this for this very reason." I gritted my teeth and surveyed the area swept by Wingion's breath. Everything swept up in those few seconds of magical radiation had turned to ashes. And within these ruins, the knights who saved me were gasping for breath, regenerating their bodies. This is the glory knights. Knights who would sacrifice their lives again and again to protect the Emperor. The immortal curse etched in their flesh, the ever-unyielding Imperial Guard. His Imperial Majesty has commanded us to protect His Highness the Prince as we have protected him all this time. Hecate gave a weary smile. "We are merely doing what we must." I had much to say, but it wasn't clearly formed, and there was no time to clarify. Wingian was preparing its next attack. "You rat-like creatures, I'll finish you with this attack." Wingian fiercely raised its remaining right wing. Like a missile battery, black magic power wrapped around the feathers on the wing, readying them to fire. "Block it!" The vanguard heroes were rushing desperately to stop Wingian. But because there was quite a distance between the point where Wind Wave was used and the current point of descent, they were short on time. And Wingian, as if the vanguard heroes rushing to kill it were invisible, swung its wing mightily only at me. Do-ju-ju-ju-ju-do. A sound like a machine gun firing erupted as thousands of feathers poured from the wing. The feathers, filling the sky and targeting not just me, but also the rear support heroes behind me, flew at us. Hecate quickly came in front of me, ready to shield me with her body, and the rear support heroes prepared their defenses as well. But it was dangerous. I once again planted the standard into the ground and summoned a wall of magic, gritting my teeth. Could we withstand it? Wow! Especially problematic was Violet, who lacked defensive abilities. Seeing the rain of feathers falling over her head, Violet crouched down tightly. "I don't want to die." Watching Violet scream, I clicked my tongue. Should I use the mage party? Currently, the mage party and Damien were positioned far away for some reason. I prepared to pull out the blue flame torch from my inventory. No choice, it's too dangerous. I had to send a support request. But then, CRRAC, at that very moment, above Violet's head, the entrance to my exclusive dimensional space for capturing beasts tore open. Thump elegantly waving its six tails. A dragon without eyes, nose, or mouth claw of the black dragon, Perkian emerged. I blinked in disbelief. "Hey, I didn't even summon you. Why did you jump out?" Clink, clank. Perkian emitted noises as if armor was moving all over its body and turned its long, blunt head towards Violet, who was crouched down. Thump. It suddenly kicked off the ground and leapt into the air. Then it started to coil its body and spin around in midair. Wheeing. With a sound like an engine starting, Perkian's body heated up red as it wrapped its own body with dark magic power and spun like a top. And following its movements, Perkian's magic power shot out into the air like a torrential rain. And this barrage of black magic met with Wingian's feather bombardment coming from the opposite sky. Quoom. It exploded. It wasn't a complete mutual destruction, but more than half of the feather bombardment was cancelled out by this interception. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. What's it doing? I mean, it's a captured beast, but why is it blocking its sibling's attack without being asked? Gracefully landing on the ground, Perkian stood in front of Violet and then scooped her under its belly. Ah, what? Violet looked confused, but not wanting to die, she quickly crawled and hid under Perkian's belly. Amid my confusion, a desperate shout from the Merking reached my ears. "I will assist with the remaining interception, Prince Ash." "Thank you, King Poseidon." King Poseidon summoned a stream of water with his trident, creating a barrier in the air, and I also erected a wall behind it in preparation. Boom, rumble, rumble, blam. Wingian's feather bombardment was still powerful. Thanks to Perkian's interception, the number of feathers was significantly reduced, and we were able to block them more easily. Thus, through the cooperative barrier creation of King Poseidon and myself, we were safely able to withstand the bombardment. Phew! After the bombardment, I finally took a breath as a bewildered voice came from the other side. Perkian! Wingian seemed incredulous, seeing Perkian fluttering beside Violet. You, what are you doing? However, Wingian couldn't finish its sentence, because our vanguard heroes had already aggressively approached and swung their weapons fiercely. How dare you attempt to harm our lord? I'll crush the rest of your horns too. Lucas and Duskbringer, infuriated, led the vanguard heroes who clung to Wingian. Yet Wingian, even in that state, roared fiercely and responded. It swung its sharply severed left wing joint and unleashed a dragon roar from its broken beak. It even managed to lift its crushed hind legs fiercely. The vanguard heroes struggled unexpectedly, and that's when it happened. From the ruins of the museum, Wingian had crashed into the eerie wailing began. Hoo-hoo! Ah, hey, hey. Everyone looked puzzled at the source of the sound when suddenly the Banshee Legion commander appeared, holding the head of the Dullahan Legion commander in her arms. Hoo-hoo! Ka-ha-ha! Mournfully wailing, the Banshee Legion commander lifted the dead Dullahan Legion commander's head and carelessly flung it towards Wingian's rear. Thump! Roll, roll. The head of the Dullahan Legion commander hit Wingian's rear and then rolled pitifully on the ground. Ka-ha-ha! The Banshee Legion commander continued to wail, pointing at Wingian's rear. What does that mean? As everyone watched her silently, trying to figure out the meaning, the Banshee Legion commander suddenly swept back the veil covering her face, casually brushed back her disheveled bangs. Ah, really, she said. His weak spot is here, you human brats. Try to understand.